Sports station. Now, here's what's in our feed.
And the feed is brought to you by Mario's Roofing. Brian Bayo shined once again in the Red Sox win last night, striking out 3 over his 4 2/3 innings pitched. Here's Chad Tracy on how great Brian has been.
Huge. We've talked a lot about the starters and like how do we do things to be able to insert things to get them more rest, and like saw it tonight, like Gamby was awesome.
3 Go Prolo.
From the Catches Law Injury Attorney Studios. Every game, all season, no subscription needed. The Sox play here. 93.7 WEEI FM and HD1, Lawrence, Boston, and Odyssey Sports Station.
42420. I'm Courtney Cox. That's what's in your feed. Now let's get to the Greg Hill Show.
This is a WEEI special broadcast. It's the 24th annual WEEI Nesson Jimmy Fund Radio Telethon, presented by Arbella Insurance. Here for the Jimmy Fund, here for good.
Now, live from Fenway Park.
It's the Greg Hill Show with Greg Hill, Jermaine Wiggins, Chris Curtis, and Courtney Cox.
Good morning from Fenway Park, where we will be for the next 4 hours on day number 2 of the 24th annual WEEI Nesson Jimmy Fund Radio Telethon. Friendly Fenway. Wiggy brought him some luck last night, Curtis, and I was watching that game with Dave and Brooksy last night, and they kept going to the tote board, and I was aghast at how generous you have all been once again. So we sit here this morning, and you have donated $2,786,683. Pretty good on day number 1.
Amazing.
That's really good.
Insane.
Everybody could wake up. Let's have a round of applause for the extraordinary.
Mitch, good job.
The extraordinary generosity. We ask every year, and somehow you do it every year. So, and of course that match got triggered. I think BJ's Wholesale Club during the 3rd inning of the game last night on the radio and on the Shaw's Star Market Red Sox radio network made a $250,000 donation.
Wow.
Which pushed everything right over the $1 million mark. That triggered the match from Rob Hale. And then
we shouldn't blow past that. Rob Hale, $1 million. $1 million.
Unbelievable.
And it's every year he shows up.
Yeah.
Every single year. It's unbelievable that he doesn't just feel like, okay, I've done my part. Because nobody would blame him if he said, I've done my part. I've given a ton of money.
No.
And he continues to show up.
This is the period of time, I believe he tells us when he's listening to the show, because he's an absolute work savage, so he only listens from like 6 to 6:15. So we should say good morning and thank you to Rob and to Karen, his wife, and their family, and their generosity is incredible. And so I will listen. Last year was historic, $5.7 million. If we work really hard, I think we could possibly beat that. But we got to have a huge day today.
Yeah,
huge day.
People are so generous, especially in this time when other people need it, and we talk about it all the time. It hits so close to home for so many people, and people want to help out in so many ways. And Curtis talked about it yesterday when I believe it was the doctor that was on talking about how some of how this money is able to help with them finding not necessarily cures, but ways to prolong people's life, and that's the most important thing.
Well, not only that, but also, and we heard a little bit about it from Greg, who was on with us yesterday, but what the Jimmy Fund is able to do, whether it is taking a whole bunch of patients who are dealing with the worst possible thing down to spring training and giving them a chance with doctors, with nurses, and giving them a chance to do their treatment in Florida in the middle of winter and to take in a Sox game and all the things that they're able to do. So it's an incredible organization, and it is because of you and the fact that you've given over $80 million to this effort over the last 24 years that they are making real progress.
Yeah.
So.
And you know how much the patients appreciate it, because we had Jim, who called in yesterday, who was in the middle of treatment at the Brigham and decided to pick up the phone because his nurse was on as well to join us. So, I mean, for patients to be able to make it in person but also call when they're not, that's how you know that you're actually making a difference.
For me, the two – sorry, go ahead, Wiggs.
No, I was going to say, what I'm always impressed by, we always talk about how it's so generous here in Massachusetts and New England, but, when we look at the map, and I always look at it like before I leave, it's amazing to see how many people from all over the country will donate from places like you would have like Arizona, that they'll cover it up like somebody's making a donation from there. So it is always it's pretty cool to see the reach that the Jimmy Fund is able to have when it comes to helping people out.
Well, yeah, somehow a donation from Alaska came in yesterday while Jeremy Swayman was here. So he was able to place the Alaska states covering on the participating U.S. states map. So very
I can
convenient.
see Russia from my house.
Yes, yeah. So we are here all day today, and those of you who gave yesterday, thank you so much. It's really astounding that you do this year after year after year. And if you feel like you could give again or you haven't given yet, then you could call 877-738-1234. That's 877-738-1234. Or you can donate online when you go to jimmyfund.org. And maybe the easiest way to donate is you can text to give any amount when you text K-Cancer to 56512. That's 56512, and give to this year's effort when it comes to the WEEI Nesson Jimmy Fund Radio Telethon, which is brought to you every year by Arbella Insurance. Red Sox bats finally hot last night here at Fenway. And everybody on their team actually showed up for the game, which is very exciting.
Great.
I don't know if anybody has seen Kettle Marte yet. Does anybody know where Kettle Marte is? Or
no?
You didn't see him anywhere, Wiggy?
No, I didn't see him last night. We had a great time. I was trying to get the 50-50 raffle in. So
okay, well,
I didn't see him.
Yeah, the man arrived here with his team. You would think that he would show up for the baseball game.
Well,
but,
I mean,
there are distractions in the city.
The Freedom Trail.
There are certainly. Maybe he was over at Loco. That's captured some baseball players in the past.
Maybe he was with the Big Deck Energy down in the seaport at the Barking Crab.
We're going to go look at those elephants down in Back Bay. That's gorgeous.
I was going to go there on Saturday. It's like Mopsy.
Yeah.
What is?
The Comab elephants.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, I haven't made it over there.
I mean, it was.
They're very cool.
People do anything for the tourists in this town. They're like locusts.
Yeah.
But welcome.
But I guess maybe you understand why the Diamondbacks were shopping him.
Yes.
When it was deadline time, because he's a guy who just doesn't show up.
Right.
When you're on the road.
I thought it was interesting. Gonzalez posted a Marte photo. I don't know if they were related or. Is he going to be? Do you think he's on the sideline today, or do you think he just is hanging out behind the scenes with the Eagles?
I think it's not a DFA, but I think there's some sort of term in Major League Baseball where if a player doesn't show up for a game that he's supposed to be at, you put him on some kind of a list or something. So I believe they did that immediately last night.
The douche list.
Yeah, I don't know why. Yeah, I mean, there was actually people who were worried about his well-being. I mean, you're scheduled to be at work and you're not there. And
Exactly.
it's not like a lower profile job. It's a kind of a high. Like you can't hide if you're late for work for a Major League Baseball game.
No.
You can't go in the back door.
No.
It's the way
Maybe he didn't have his ID on and they didn't let him in.
Maybe that's what it was.
Yeah.
Like Pedroia arriving at Coors Field for the World Series, but they didn't know who he was.
It's also not like, you overslept. I mean, maybe you napped, but there's 9 innings to get to.
It is 2 hours earlier in Arizona.
I guess.
Yeah, that's true.
Well, win for the Red Sox, and the bats got going. And, in fact, I think when we get to, they said it at 7:15, we'll hear Chad Tracy on that very thing and on those Red Sox bats catching fire last night. So number 25 for Wilson Contreras last night, who is back, maybe back to where he was after the little whether it was concussion-related or neuro-related or whatever. So that's good news for the Boston Red Sox. We will talk about that this morning. We got a couple great guests coming up on the show this morning. Bill O'Brien, who is the head coach of BC football and is on our show all football season long, but more importantly has been on this radio telethon since he was with the Patriots and has a deep connection with Dana Farber, will join us at 6:15. So coming up shortly, we'll talk to Bill O'Brien, who's he credits Dana Farber with saving his mom's life twice when she was fighting breast cancer, and then almost as soon as he got to BC, dealt with a player in Bryce Steele who was dealing with his recovery from cancer. So Bill O'Brien will join us shortly. 8:30 this morning, we'll talk to Devin McCourty, and we'll talk Patriots, and we'll obviously talk Jimmy Fund and Dana Farber, because he's a guy who was here for a long time and obviously spent a lot of his time going and visiting patients and doing all those things that I think is really unique about this city, and Will Middlebrooks was talking about it on the game last night. As soon as you get here and get up with the big club, Will Middlebrooks was talking about how the veterans on this baseball team tell you immediately about your responsibilities when it comes to the Jimmy Fund and Dana Farber, which is really cool. And I don't know if it's the same Wiggy or not when it comes to the Patriots, but certainly the Red Sox have embraced this since 1953. So
I mean, there are always definitely like certain type of organizations that teams say, hey, we're definitely going to support them. So it's been so long I couldn't remember if it was necessary, but I did a lot of stuff with the Jimmy Fund throughout my years, whether that's just been on the radio, television side, and just going to Dana Farber. But yeah, a lot of these, it's been around forever, like you said. And we then a couple of years ago, didn't the actual Jimmy kid make it? Wasn't he like 83 years old at one point in time when we were looking for him? Or he lived to like 83?
I think he did.
Yeah, so it's pretty interesting when you kind of, I think they took us on a tour and told us the whole story about it and everything. So yeah, but no, you got the Red Sox, you got a lot of Bruins players, and now it's one of those things that you said, it's the oldest in like all of sports when it comes to teams and helping out a specific organization. So good for the Red Sox and all the players that come in supporting the people that donate every single year.
Well, Devin McCourty at 8:30, and then we'll be joined by the new owner of the Boston Celtics, Bill Chisholm, at 9:30 on this morning show. And he will be on and Sam Kennedy also will join us here this morning as well. So we got a lot to get to over the next 4 hours from Fenway Park on day number 2 of the 24th annual WEEI Nesson Jimmy Fund Radio Telethon. We will speak with Bill O'Brien, head coach of Boston College football, in 2 minutes from Fenway. Next.
Finding
And that's extraordinary. So if you think about it in dribs and drabs, and you're somebody who was unable to give yesterday, and you're thinking about, hey, should I give $10? Should I give $25? Absolutely. Like, we can all get there together. Last year was a historic year when it comes to donations. We got over 5.7 million, and it'll be difficult to beat that this year, but we have a chance of doing it. So there's a chance that we might be able to get there.
But when you put things into perspective, like $2.8 million in a day is an absurd amount of money. And
it's awesome.
And
it's awesome.
You're so right, because I think a lot of people look at it and say, what's my $10 going to do? Well, if 100 people give $10, then we're looking at some movement here.
We are.
Yeah. And so I just think no amount. I wasn't going. Don't. We're having fun this morning.
There you go.
You know,
the $100.
No, it's not.
$1,000.
Thank you, Iggy.
Oh, okay.
Okay.
I said no. I corrected him.
Right.
I'm just saying, like, there's no amount that's too small. And if everybody was yesterday saying, $10 is not a lot of money, I'm not going to. We wouldn't be looking at that massive number that we are this morning.
And Greg, I reference it often when we reference this event. When I was at ESPN, there was the V Foundation national fundraiser, and it's a great thing, not disparaging it. They would be on in 500 markets and struggle to raise $600,000. This is our little corner of the world, and in 24 hours, we're approaching $3 million raised. And it's because people here are just different.
Yeah, no, it's incredible. But the fact that you do it over and over and over again is absolutely incredible. So I am off on time when it comes to Bill O'Brien. Bill O'Brien will join us at 6:45 this morning. So my bad on that. Bill O'Brien coming up. And then after that, we'll get to They Said It. We'll get to the news at 7:45 on this morning's show. And then we will be joined later on by Sam Kennedy here at Fenway Park, by Devin McCourty, and by Bill Chisholm, the new owner of the Boston Celtics. So all of that coming up this morning. And Shime, we can get early here and get going on leads this morning.
This is the Greg Hill Show. Time now for The Lead.
Taxman's taken all my dough and left me in my stately home, blazing on a sunny afternoon. And I can't sail my yacht, he's taken everything I got. All I've got's this sunny afternoon.
Chime, excellent choice this morning when it comes to lead songs. That's the Kinks and Sunny Afternoon. And leads are brought to you today by Subaru and the A Lot to Love event, which is going on as we speak this morning. So Find your local authorized Subaru retailer when you visit SubaruofNewEngland.com. Good morning, Shime.
Good morning, Greg. We talk a lot about how the national media seems to disrespect the New England Patriots at times. Well, ESPN released their rankings of teams over the next 3 seasons. So basically, the power rankings of teams kind of for the future, for the next 3 to 5 years or so. And the New England Patriots actually rank 6th. They're just outside the top 5 here, getting edged out by the Rams, Broncos, Lions, Eagles, and Seahawks. So even still, they're the number 2 AFC team on this list. And at quarterback, they have the number 3 ranked player for the next 3 years in Drake May. So maybe not the entirety of the national media disrespects the New England Patriots, and they see this team as a legit competitor, not just now, but for multiple years to come, thanks in large part to Drake May.
Lions. So Lions in there, Bills not in the top 5.
Correct, Greg. Yeah, the Bills are all the way down at, hold on, I'm still scrolling, 15.
And the Rams are in there?
The Rams are number 5.
What?
The Stafford's probably going to be done after this year.
I don't know.
I mean, if you don't have the,
so I think they're so this is ranked.
If you don't have the best player or like the best player in the National Football League in the eyes of a lot of people, Josh Allen, as one of the guys that's like in the next 3 to 5 years who's still going to be playing at a massive level, and you have the Rams with Matthew Stafford, where it looks like this probably is going to be his last year.
Yeah, that doesn't make
any sense. So what happens is, Wiggy, is they break it down into 4 categories. Overall roster outside of the quarterback,
all right,
coaching, and front office. And each one is ranked 1 to 32, and then it's kind of like the composite
and they're
ranking.
all equally ranked? Like they're not weighted? Because the quarterback is by far the most important.
They are weighted. So the quarterback is worth 20% by himself, the roster 30, front office 25, and coaching 25.
What?
And so the Rams have the 24th ranked quarterback because, of course, Matthew Stafford will probably retire. He's a good quarterback now, but will retire sometime over the next 3 years. Whereas their roster is 5th, their coaching is 1, and their front office is 6, which is why they're so high.
That's silly.
Interesting.
Yeah.
And where are the Chiefs?
The Chiefs are at 11. They have tied for the number 1 ranked quarterback. It's Mahomes and Allen, but then their roster is 18, coaching is 12, and their front office is 13.
Right.
Yeah, that's just a weird list. Even the Detroit Lions, if they don't perform well, don't you think that Dan Campbell's on the hot seat?
No, I don't think.
You don't think he's on the hot seat?
No, I don't either.
Really?
No, no.
What have they done since he's been there like 5 years? What
they
have
made
they
the
done?
NFC title game, didn't they?
Yeah,
that was
it was a year ago.
How'd they do last year? They make the postseason?
For a franchise that has been historically abysmal, he has done more for them than like any other coach they've ever had.
Shime, you've seen a lot in this thing. They went to the NFC Championship. You said 2 years ago.
Yeah, I think it was 2 or 3 years ago.
Yeah, so I mean, I'm not saying that he's 100% gonna get fired, but I think that seat is warm under him.
Yeah,
that team that was coming into last year was supposed to be one of the better teams in coming into the NFL and didn't even make the playoffs.
If they miss the playoffs this year, I'm not saying he gets fired, but it is a storyline.
Right. And then who's Jared Goff is their quarterback. So there's no guarantee if he doesn't perform well that he's going to come back. It's just a weird list because if you're telling me the coach and the quarterback mean a lot, I would think it would be teams that have young, good quarterbacks and good head coaches that you would be looking at. All right, these teams in the next, 3 years would be teams that you would be looking for in the NFL, like the Chicago Bears. The Patriots would be on that list. I know you had Denver on there. I could see the Denver thing with the Bo Nix.
They have the Bears all the way down at 12, Wiggy.
Yeah, like that.
If you have Caleb Williams, you're going to be in contention. To me, the fact that the quarterback is only 1/5 of the equation is so silly.
Well, Wiggy was talking about Wiggy is high. I mean, high, you know what I mean. High on the Bears this season. Yeah. When we were doing our fireside chat with Ty, he was talking about that is his team to watch in the NFL this season. The Bears.
I think that I think the talent.
The Indiana Bears.
Yes, the Indiana Bears. We just don't know. But I think if you look at Caleb Williams and I think it's Shime's boy down there, Ben Johnson has done a good job with Caleb Williams and getting that team to play well and being in the NFC, I think they're one of the teams that you might have to watch out for. So, but I just, it's a weird list when you start thinking about some of those teams that are in the top 5.
All right, Shine, thank you. We are at Fenway Park once again today. Day number 2 of the WEEI Nesson Jimmy Fund Radio Telethon, and you have donated over $2.8 million so far. Keep it coming. We'll see if we can beat last year, and we will continue with more leads, maybe even the rest of the leads. All of the leads in one segment, so we can get Bill O'Brien on at 6:45. That is coming up next.
Tonight, Sox and Diamondbacks. The Mass Mutual pregame show starts at 6:10. First pitch, 7:10. On the
stories of resolve and courage from those who are fighting cancer here at Fenway Park all day long today, and the doctors and the nurses who are helping them do that, and the researchers who are making incredible progress, and those that are here to support all of them on the entirety of this 24th annual WEEI Nesson Jimmy Fund Radio Telethon from Fenway Park. And good morning and hello. If you're watching, you're up early, whether you're watching on YouTube or Twitch or even on Nesson this morning. And our show every day is brought to you on Twitch by Springer's Jewelers, and they are in tax-free Portsmouth, New Hampshire. And so if you're in the market for a diamond or a piece of jewelry, make sure you go and see the team at Springer's. But before we get to Bill O'Brien, head coach of Boston College football, who will join us in about 10 minutes or so, we have a bunch of leads to cram in here, including this one from Curtis. Curtis, good morning.
Hi, Greg. Good morning. I love that color on you, by the way.
Thank you. Day number 2. I don't know if I prefer the darker one, which is more slimming, would you say? The darker
It's
one?
more your palette.
Is that what that is?
I think
this is my palette?
I think this one's more your palette.
So, all right. Well,
Yeah.
maybe I'll bring it on my vacation to Maine, and I'll wear it up on the beach up there.
That's a great idea.
Over the next bunch of days.
I think everyone would be thrilled.
Yes.
So we head to Germany for my lead, not because I was made there, but because Roger Goodell spilled some pretty interesting tea that will make a lot of people very angry. He went on with a German radio show on RTL with Marcus Kuhn and said, at some point, there will indeed be NFL teams outside the USA, and that there will definitely be international cities that will host the Super Bowl.
Huh.
All right.
So be ready. He said, first things first, we got to get a team in Europe or wherever.
Yeah.
And then once that's established, that they will have the opportunity to host the Super Bowl.
Another place that you call your hometown, I would assume London would get the first team, right?
Yeah.
I would. It's the most American international city, Brexit,
Yeah.
But I would also say that there was a line that Mark Cuban used when describing the NFL, and he said, pigs get fed, hogs get slaughtered. And I am not saying that this is a dumb thing. I don't know. We've all said that they've tapped out the revenue stream in the United States. But I feel like Americans would be more okay with a pay-per Super Bowl in the United States than they would be one that's on like NBC but played in Frankfurt.
No way.
Yeah.
See, I
don't think anything can. I disagree with you. I don't think anything can harm that business model.
Yeah, no. To me, if you're playing in a country in a different, it's just
the only thing that would worry me is the time difference. Like, I don't want to get up and watch the Super Bowl at 9:30 or 10 a.m. on Super Bowl Sunday. So they got to figure that part out. But other than that, they can do no wrong.
Do you care if they were to put an actual team in Europe though? Like,
No.
I don't mind
see,
that at all.
I don't. That's where I think the Super Bowl will get done there, but the team will, in my opinion, as a player, will never get done
Why
there.
not?
Because the travel for a team that's in London, let's say you're talking about 6 hours just from the East Coast to London. So let's say you have to play on the West Coast and you got
don't try to figure the time out.
No, I'm not trying to figure out the time. I'm just talking about the travel. I'm talking about the travel and the money aspect of it, because isn't the money different in Europe than it is in America and half in
Well, euros, but it doesn't really.
What do you mean it has
that
nothing to do
doesn't
with
matter?
it? Doesn't matter. When I played in the NFL, we got taxed in every single state that we played in.
That is a good point.
It's completely different. So now you're talking
euros.
They'll just accommodate that based on what they're paying guys.
You know, it won't happen. It won't be that easy. Like you think. You think they'll just be like
businesses do business overseas all the time? They're able to.
Yeah, my dad got a cost of living thing. I didn't get anything.
Yeah. Well, I'm just saying.
When we were in England.
I believe the Super Bowl, but the players will never go for a team being over.
Well, I could see the players' union more on the inconvenience and the disadvantage of traveling all the time. 6 hours, 8 hours, whatever it is. I could see that.
Right.
Yeah, I don't know. I think it's a good thing for the NFL.
I hate being like. I mean, I love international. I think it's great. They should do whatever they can to increase the business that they have. But like, there will never be people in Frankfurt that wake up like people in New England or people in Pittsburgh or people in, like, there will never be that connection to the NFL that we're just trying to superimpose.
But that's a regular season game, though, right? The Super Bowl has just become now, a bunch of corporations and people traveling to a place to enjoy that Super Bowl festivities for a week.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? So you would have
it's just an event.
Yeah, you would have people from all over America going, hey, this is a great opportunity for us to travel overseas and enjoy the Super Bowl. Like kind of a lot of people came here for FIFA World Cup, but to be there every day, I agree with you.
All right. Thank you, Curtis. Courtney, good morning.
Good morning. It is Rush talk season. That means that we are watching all of the Bama Rush girls and guys, going out for their fraternities and sororities.
I'm not.
I certainly am.
Okay, yeah. Is that on the TikTok, or where do you see that?
Everywhere, really.
Yes.
But there is a story out of Penn State that has shook me to my core, and that is that a cocaine ring has been discovered at Penn State, at Sigma Chi and at Delta Upsilon. And both of those places, 13 students and one father of one of the students, they were bagging, cutting cocaine, and selling.
Wow.
And they were saying that they were getting their pledge class, the young class that's coming in, to actually be doing like the manual labor to get this drug out.
Right.
And that it wasn't just a small little thing going on inside Penn State. These were big drug bosses who were sending the drugs there, having these kids cut and package and sell to other students at Penn State.
Like Ozarks.
Yeah.
It is the most insane story of all time. Of course, this is alleged. They've been charged, but nobody has been found guilty of anything. But obviously, these frats have been put on hold at the university. But at Penn State, this has been going on for quite some time.
It's probably been happening you were in college, so not to a certain extent. It's like, this is what other smart business way to get your drugs out than on a college campus?
I'm sorry.
Especially with the yayo keeping kids up all night long.
There was a place I won't reference. I've never done drugs, but there was a place in Cleveland Circle that was renowned to have a basement where this was all going on.
All I know is that cocaine, I think, is one of the scariest drugs out there right now. You have no idea what it's cut with. Kids should stay far, far away from that stuff.
All right. Thank you. Wiggy, good morning.
All right, good morning. So I'm going to be real quick with this. And my expectations I've talked about with the Patriots have been really high. And as I meet people, they always ask me, what do I think? And the more and more I see A.J. Brown and what he's kind of doing and what they're saying about him, I really, really feel good about this Patriots team. I know there was an Eagles player, I forget who it was, because of the joint practice talk about how, losing one of the best wide receivers in the game is going to be really devastating for them. And that guy is now on your team with a kid like Drake May. I really think that this offense is going to be very, very explosive with a guy like A.J. Brown, and I think that's going to be the change when we look at the difference of this team from last year to this year. I think defensively they're going to be good. They're going to be a top 5 defense, but their offense is going to look completely different than what we saw last year.
How many yards do you think he gets here?
I think he gets about 1,200 plus, and I told you I think he gets north of 8 touchdowns.
Okay.
I think he has an unbelievable year with Drake May.
I mean, it doesn't seem the concern on him was the knee and he was going to be slower. He doesn't, at least in camp so far, look like that. He looks great.
Yeah, I don't know where that one came from because we watched him play and we were like, guy looked pretty good.
I think it was people guessing why there wasn't much interest otherwise in him. But I think that's also because people thought it was a done deal and he was going to the Patriots long before he was even available.
Right,
so,
a fait accompli.
Yes. All right, Wiggy, thank you very much.
You got it.
So the Publix grocery store chain,
the best
in Florida and in the South, made a change to something yesterday, and I'm not quite sure how I feel about it. At first, I felt great about it, but then I started to think it through, and I'm not sure, so I'm curious how you think. They have eliminated the maximum item rule for express checkout. So used to be 10 items or less. They have now eliminated that. You can bring as many items as you want through the express checkout. I think that's
horrific idea.
Yeah,
You think
that's
it really? I thought it
In
was a
Florida,
good idea.
old people should be barred from self-checkout, and it's all old people.
I think it's express. They're going to move through quicker. You might have another, maybe you got 15 items, maybe you have 12. It's a pain in the butt to try to count them, and then you have to try to sneak a couple through. You're hoping that they don't notice. So you think it's a bad thing?
Yeah, that's a stupid idea. Because the express lane, and that's what it's for. It's for somebody to go in there and grab a few things and be out, not have to wait behind, a mother and a husband who are doing their monthly shopping and they got a million things in there. It's, hey, I got 5 items, I got to go. And that's what that's for.
Is it the kiosk, though? Is it the self-checkout, or is it just the express lane?
Express lane.
Okay, then the express lane should always have a cap. I think kiosk, self-checkout, no cap.
Oh, yeah, we talked about that.
Yeah, no cap.
Are you on it?
Were you not here?
I was.
When we talked. Oh,
yeah.
And you don't think that's a douche move when you're bringing a full grocery carriage through the kiosk?
Why? I'm the one bagging it.
Oh, this is your worst
It's actually
but
less
people
of
are waiting for you.
Horrible.
But there's usually like
People
10 different.
Let me ask you this question. I went to the new ice cream place the other night in the Seaport.
Oh.
Salt and
Straw.
What's it called?
Salt and straw.
Okay. They have unlimited samples there.
Oh, the worst. People abuse that.
Thank you, Curtis. There was a giant line at the place. Giant line. Like I'm talking about, and it's been a line every single night since it's opened. So Linz and I and Bullet went, and the people who are up there sampling every single thing that they have.
Such a douche move.
Completely unaware that there's a giant line of people waiting behind you. That's not what it's meant for.
Right.
You're not supposed to go in there and sample every single flavor. Like maybe sample one if you have a question
Just
about
one.
it. Also, ice cream flavors don't really taste that different.
Right.
It's kind of like the whole. Yeah. It's like they really don't. They really don't. Like
cookie dough tastes a lot different than chocolate chip.
Not really though.
No, I think he's saying different from place to place. Like
no, I'm just saying in general you get a warm.
He's saying flavors.
A cold, but heartwarming. Kind of feeling of sugar and cream in your mouth. Like it's the same thing everywhere.
You are
do they
high.
Do they have obscure flavors though? That
They do have obscure flavors, but you're not supposed to. It's the point is not to try everyone for free.
Yeah, I get that.
If there are 90 people behind you, have some courtesy for your fellow man and woman and dog.
The most human thing you can do outside of giving to the Jimmy Fund today is to not take other people's time.
Correct. Yeah. All right. So nobody agrees with that when it comes to Publix. All right. Those are the leads today. And we will be joined next by the head coach of Boston College football, Bill O'Brien, on day number 2 of the 24th annual WEEI Nesson Jimmy Fund Radio Telethon from Fenway.
be fighting this battle without the Jimmy Fund Clinic.
It's the 24th annual WEEI Nesson Jimmy Fund Radio Telethon.
Please help us strike out cancer.
Please help me and others fighting cancer as we raise money for the Jimmy Fund and Dana-Farber. Call 877-738-1234. Every dollar counts.
Now, the Greg Hill Show and the WEEI Nesson Jimmy Fund Radio Telethon.
So far, a day and almost an hour into this year's radio telethon, you have donated over $2.8 million, and that is extraordinary. Last year, an historic year when it comes to donations, $5.7 million. You took us over $80 million for the 24-year history of this event, and somehow, maybe some way, we will be able to beat that depending on those of you who have yet to give and what you give today. So $2.8 million right now. It's not even 7 o'clock. That's an awesome number. And we'll see where we can get by the end of tonight's game and see if we can beat last year. Our next guest has been on this radio telethon since he was with the New England Patriots. He's now the head coach of Boston College football. Bill O'Brien joins us this morning. Bill, hello. Good morning. How are you?
Hey guys, hey Greg, I'm doing good. How are you guys doing?
Doing great. You've talked before about a deep personal connection with Dana-Farber, and you credit them with saving your mom's life twice. You also got to see the results that they can get when it comes to Bryce Steele, and so I know that this event is very important to you personally, Bill.
It has been for a long time, Greg, and I appreciate you saying that. I just think that, when you just said that 2.8 million has been raised so far, I mean, it's just incredible what the Jimmy Fund has done for cancer research, for cancer patients, for families of people with cancer. My mom, like you said, had it twice. She was a tough Irish lady from grew up in Providence and raised a great family here in Massachusetts. And Dana-Farber was unbelievable to her. And then Bryce Steele had Bryce Steele, who was just an amazing young man. Graduated from Boston College, overcame cancer, played a lot of football here, and then had a guy in Houston actually that we actually flew up here to Dana-Farber, David Quisenberry, who had cancer while I was in Houston. So, the experience of dealing with either family members or guys like that is just incredible. And so what the Jimmy Fund does is, words can't really describe what it does for all people.
Bill, you probably got, I would imagine, a week left of kind of your training camp schedule before you get into your regular season schedule. You guys open up on the road at Cincinnati. How do you feel about your team kind of headed into week one, whether it's your quarterback position, your wide receiver? I know you had some guys that you lost last year, especially one of your top wide receivers. How do you feel about this team so far?
I feel good, Wig. I really do. I think this team's worked really hard since January. I think we have 50 new players on this team. When you count the guys we took out of the portal, but also we have a really strong freshman class. And then we have some returners that I think are playing really well. So I like the football team. We have a difficult schedule. We play. I think we're one of 4 ACC teams that plays 11 P4 games. So we got to be ready week in and week out. But I like where we're at. This is practice 12 this morning, and these guys have gotten better. They work hard. There's a toughness to the team. I like the chemistry of the team. And so, like we always say, we got to go do it. But I do like where we're at right now.
Bill, you talk about the additions that you got in the transfer portal, the new freshmen, but also Ted Roof is your new defensive coordinator, going up against some pretty difficult offenses in the ACC this season. What's he going to be able to do for this team?
Yeah, Ted brings a lot of experience. We've worked together several times. We were together at Georgia Tech, together at Duke. He was my defensive coordinator at Penn State, and now here at Boston College. He just has an energy about him. He's got a toughness about him. The players really enjoy being coached by him. He's a very versatile coach. He can coach any position, and so I like what we're doing. He's using different players in different ways, and there's a creativity to what he's doing. There's a lot of guys that are going to be playing for us that people going into the season probably haven't heard of, but that are going to play well for us. I think we've really improved the personnel on defense, and I think that the addition of Ted has been great.
Bill, on the other side of the ball, we know who your offensive coordinator is, and it's not Shime. So let's just be let's just be clear about that.
Yeah, I was going to ask you, Billy. You have 2 weeks before the opener. Is that enough time to get that play call in?
Right. It'll take 2 weeks to get the play in, but we started last week. I think it'll be in by this morning. It's like
right.
Gone with the Wind.
Yeah, unfortunately, due to the personnel involved, the walkthrough involves guys who actually have to be standing outside of Alumni Stadium by the time they get in there. But it's good luck on that one. But, yeah,
speaking of alumni, I know it's the opener is in Cincy, but the home opener is the Friday night game against Rutgers on the eve of 9/11 for the Red Bandana game. That is going to be, especially considering the State University of New Jersey and their sad ties to the events of 9/11, that should be an incredible opener at Alumni.
Yeah, it's exactly. I mean, just to have that game on the exact 25th anniversary. You know, we're playing it on a Friday night, September 11th. Just means a lot to, as you know, to Boston College with Wells Crowther and his family and what he did on that fateful day. But I think also, you know, the electricity of that game, Rutgers coming in here, you know, that'll be a great crowd for us, and you know, we're definitely going to be fired up. Yes, we have Cincinnati before that, but what a great opportunity that's going to be on that day.
You coached J.J. Watt for a long time. How do you think he'll do with Jim Nantz?
Oh, he's really good. I really didn't know that he wanted to do that. You know, when he was playing, you know, he never really talked about that, but. You know, I think he does a good job. JJ is a very smart guy, very, you know, obviously very knowledgeable about the whole game, all three phases, and you know, I think he'll do a really good job. I wish him the best. He's like I said, he never really talked about that, so to see him doing that is pretty cool to see him doing that.
The other thing I want to ask you about, one of the many reasons I love having you on the show is because you've done almost every job that is available in football, and so I like getting your perspective. I like getting your perspective on things. You had Clowney was a holdout, correct? Am I correct on the timing on that with you?
Right. So Clowney was the number one pick, and JD was a really good player for us. You know, he wanted a certain amount of money, and we weren't going to be able to go to that. You know, and so. You know, basically we worked out a trade with Seattle, but he is an awesome player. Like, I loved coaching Clowney. Great teammate, unbelievable teammate, and you know, did whatever it took. You know, Romeo did a great job with him. Mike Vrabel really did a great job coaching him. And so yeah, he ended up in Seattle.
So yeah, I wanted to ask you about that because Christian Gonzalez is, you know, waiting to get a deal done. Patriots going back and forth on that. What is that like for the head coach, for Mike Vrabel, because he doesn't eventually, you know, in the end, he doesn't sign the check. You guys ended up having to trade him.
Yeah, it's a great question, Greg. Look, I think that as a head coach, you really try to keep it about football. I think as long as you stay in communication with the player and you don't, you know, all of a sudden you start ignoring the player because you don't really know what to say to him, and you know, that's where things can go awry, right? As long as you stay in communication with the player and you have a really good, you know, strong relationship with the player, you know that it's business. I mean, Christian Gonzalez, it's different than Clowney because, you know, Christian plays a different position. He's, in my opinion, he's the best corner in the National Football League. He can play man, he can play zone, he can intercept passes, you can move him around, he can cover the best receiver on every single team. So, you know, I'm sure they're in a tough negotiation, but I know that Mike probably has a great relationship with him and stays in communication with him.
Well, it's awesome to hear your voice. I know we're going to talk to you throughout the NFL season, and more importantly, appreciate everything that you do when it comes to this event every single year and bringing attention to the cause.
Thank you, guys. Really appreciate it. Thanks for having me on.
Bill, before you go, too, I just wanted to say awesome video of 7-year-old Logan March joining your team for this season with Team Impact.
Yeah, that's the thing. This program, you know, it's just and you guys, you know, Curtis and Courtney, you guys know, I mean, this is a special place. You know, Team Impact, you know, Greg, you know, at the gala that they had, what an incredible event that is. And so we were able to.
Your speech was, unbelievable speech, Bill.
Well, I appreciate that, but I mean, just being able to like really, you know, have a family like Logan's family, and then bring Logan on. He was so excited to be a part of the team. He's coming to practice this morning, and that's what it is. But at the end of the day, I'd like to combine that with winning, you know, because I think if you can have a winning program that does that, like, I think that's really good. You know what I mean? So like, I think these guys on our team are awesome guys, and not saying they deserve to win, but they're good guys who have worked hard, and I'd love to see them have some success on the field because we certainly have success off the field.
And if we want to win, we'll have Logan call plays and not Shime if possible, Billy. Okay.
Logan ran the offensive meeting the other day, and he was able to put a play in 5 minutes. So tell Shime, like, Shime,
he's hired.
All right, Bill O'Brien, you're the best.
Good luck.
Go get him.
Thank you,
All
guys.
Right.
Yep.
That is Bill O'Brien, the head coach of Boston College football, who will join us every Friday during the upcoming season. We are at Fenway Park, day number 2 of the WEEI Nesson Jimmy Fund Radio Telethon, and we will be back in 2 minutes no longer from Fenway Park next.
Legendary doesn't happen by chance. It
Telethon.
We are at Fenway Park where the Red Sox caught fire last night offense-wise and won that baseball game. Back at it again here tonight, and we are here all day long as a part of the 24th annual WEEI Nesson Jimmy Fund Radio Telethon. On the show this morning, coming up, we'll talk to Devin McCourty at 8:30, and we'll talk to Bill Chisholm, the new owner of the Boston Red Sox, at 9:30, and Sam Kennedy, the president of the Boston Red Sox, will be with us. When is that, Curtis?
That is at 9.
9 o'clock, Sam Kennedy. So a lot to do today and all day long here when it comes to what I think are clearly the two most important days of the year at this radio station. And you have somehow, I don't know how you did it, but you have donated over $2.8 million, $2,827,156 to be exact, so far this morning. So if you want to give, you could call 877-738-1234. That's 877-738-1234. You can also go to jimmyfund.org and give there, or you can text to give any amount when you text K-Cancer to 56512. That's 56512. There's a lot that we can talk about this morning when it comes to the Red Sox. Certainly we'll get to, if we can, we'll get to They Said It and Chad Tracy talking about those bats finally. That the fifth inning last night, and it was an excellent inning for the Boston Red Sox, knocking the ball all over the place last night. So
it's good to see them hitting at home, winning at home. Like that for the first half of the season was the biggest anomaly about it, because even bad Red Sox teams hit and play decently at Fenway Park. And yesterday it felt like, okay, they're back home. Let's figure this out. Where, you got Bayo out of the pen. Ken's probably jumping around the press box saying I was right. But
he looked good last night.
Ken?
I'm sure Ken looked good. I'm sure WEEI looked good collecting for the Jimmy Fund in the park.
How awesome is that at Wiggs, by the way?
Oh, that's great. He does it every year.
It's a good time. I love being out there.
Anybody throw you a hot dog at least for the effort? Or
no glizzies.
A doobie?
No, there was no glizzies last night for me.
Did you eat anything at the fest?
No. I was working.
Okay.
One meal.
I was working, Courtney. I was up and down them steps trying to raise money.
Good steps.
Yeah, and trying to get people to try that 50-50. So.
Yeah.
But no, it was a good time. The crowd was energized. It was a great atmosphere. The weather was perfect.
Yeah, rain stopped.
Yeah,
we got no rain yesterday. I thought we were going to get more rain yesterday.
Yeah.
It was supposed to be a washout.
Did you predict
I
it
did.
was going to be cats and dogs, and it wasn't?
El Nino keeps you guessing.
How's the weather for this week? Because I am on vacation. On my way to my adopted home continent of Maine as soon as we finish here today, and beautiful Ocean Park.
Tarps off as soon as you get in that car, I bet.
Tarps off.
I was not prepared for that, Courtney.
Yes.
It's going to be gorgeous. 80s, probably a couple of degrees cooler, so you're looking at low 80s, upper 70s for your trip to the adopted home continent of Maine.
The whole week?
Yep.
I look forward to doing nothing on vacation. Like, I will literally wake up, take Bullet on a little beach walk, grab myself a coffee, maybe a bagel at Ocean Park Sub and Grocery, and then sit on the front stoop and just watch people walk by. That's it. I will do nothing else. Maybe read a little.
You have never sounded older.
Yeah.
I will do nothing else over the next 5 days.
You're going to sit on the front of the house, not the beach?
Well, I'm talking about in the morning.
Oh, okay. Then you'll
won't,
head to the beach.
I won't make my way till sun is prime sun.
What SPF do you use?
I don't use any of that.
Baby oil.
I don't use any of that.
You remember his lead one time when people were coming after?
Oh, that's right. Sunscreen. You said sunscreen is obsolete.
Yeah, no good.
That's insane.
I like to infuriate those people.
It's a terrible thing to say.
It's really not. It's from science.
You should be wearing sunscreen every single day.
No. Says the person who got 97 boosters and
I got one booster
and followed science.
She wasn't here for that. That's why. Greg's lead.
It's okay to question.
Yeah.
It is okay, but like dermatologists have said, that helps with skin cancer. We should be wearing sunscreen every day.
Read the. Have you read the science?
I think I do research a lot when it comes to my skincare.
I don't think you read the science.
On the other side.
Yeah.
Right.
Well, there's two sides to every coin.
There is, yes. Two sides to every coin.
There is.
Depends on which scientist you believe.
Yeah.
All right, weather brought to you by Window World Boston, and there are 4 local showrooms that you can visit if you're looking for anything exterior for your home. And so sun out today, Curtis. Pretty nice day, and they'll be able to play baseball tonight here.
Hopefully make it 2 straight here at the Fens.
Yeah. But listen, you were talking earlier prematurely, I think, about your playoff rotation. You can clearly count on Brian Bayo for those innings that you need. I get Sonny Gray, 0 question there whatsoever. Peyton Tolley, 0 question there whatsoever. Also, every game, that guy leading in the dugout, standing on his tippy toes, rooting the guys on. Awesome addition to the ball club when it comes to Peyton Tolley.
Shocking. Peyton Tolley, totally. He's a glue guy. He's everything you want.
Unbelievable guy. But the question, I think, there's a bit of a question about Ranger because his last 3 or 4 outings have not been necessarily what he was prior to that. So
Ken and I disagreed on Saturday. I would go Sonny Gray, Peyton Tolley. And he was saying Suarez would be the number 2 starter in the playoffs. I would there's something about Tolley. I think he gets elevated in those moments. I would love to see him there. I also, We should, like, Breslow's, this roster, if they make it, right? They're 6 games up with, 38, 40 games to play. They should be in the playoffs. If they make it, this is a great roster for the playoffs.
Yeah.
You have 2 front-end pitchers. You have a great closer. You have how many arms do you have in the pen that you could throw at people, whether it's Bayo or
a lot?
Yeah, you got a ton.
So last night I'm watching the game, and they're getting all hopped up because Trevor Story is around. And so, do you want Trevor Story back? I mean,
he can. We have a couple people. There's a spot open here. Let's get some answering calls.
I just wonder if you F with the mojo a little bit, and you got, honestly, Monasterio. What he's done over there has been. He was great last night again.
But I think the one issue
defensively great last night again.
Right, but I think defensively is the one issue that they have with him. His bat has been good. I think that a lot of the questions are going to be asked about those guys when Roman Anthony comes back excuse me, do you put him right into left field?
No, I don't think. I mean,
big day for Roman though. He's in Portland today. You called it.
Yeah.
Scoops Greg.
Yeah. But Chad Tracy said they'll platoon him a little bit in left, and he's gonna DH. And he is going to lead off, which I think makes sense for that. At least that's what Chad Tracy said. So
I mean, this is really, if he's able to get, what is it, a week or two? How many rehab?
35, 40 at bats.
So is he going to do Portland and then Worcester and then come here?
My guess would be that he is on this team when you play the Yankees on August 28th.
Love it. And my guess is he'll just stay at Tristan Costas' house in Worcester when he's there.
Probably.
But that is, of all things, I mean, it's been unbelievably great, historically great in the history of the franchise, 32-5. You've never done before, never be done again. Then they had the swoon after. It feels like this is an opportunity for you to sort of figure things out, build the roster where you need to be. If Roman Anthony is hitting leadoff, if you have the rotation of at least Sonny Gray, Peyton Tolley, Ranger Suarez in the playoffs, you have Chapman in the back end, you have a chance. Who's better in the American League than you if that is all going in the right direction?
No, and I just worry about when it comes to Trevor Story, whether bringing him back ends up screwing with the mojo a little bit.
I have no desire to see him again. I mean, I'm not it's not personal, but I have no issue. This team does not need Trevor Story.
Yeah.
Do you think?
No, I would go with the guys. I would dance with what brung you.
Right.
Yeah, and those guys would just be like, I think even Story, I think Roman Anthony, I think those guys would be there if you needed a pinch hit.
I disagree on Roman Anthony. You have like a big issue with Roman.
Yeah,
you didn't even want him to bring Roman Anthony back.
Well, I don't
keep bringing him.
Yeah, because I don't get how.
Pinch hit.
No, I don't. What's funny to me is that you don't want nothing to do with Trevor Story, who had a really good season last year.
Prior season.
No, last year.
He had an okay season.
No, he led the team in home runs last year.
Leading the team was 25 home runs.
Yeah, so
I'm the second tallest guy on the show.
It's like
he was one of your better hitters last year, right? He had 25 home runs. He had 30 stolen bases.
Roman Anthony is the future of your organization.
I'm not saying
he stays healthy.
Yeah, right. So he deals with health issues, and prior to him getting hurt, he wasn't giving you anything.
He's 21 years old.
I understand that.
He's making.
But we're talking about the postseason,
right?
Here,
and I'm saying, as an organization, if the Boston Red Sox want to get where they need to go, then Roman Anthony has to be at least attempted to be in the middle of it.
But if they're saying, if Chad Tracy is saying,
Trevor Story is an afterthought,
right? But if they're saying Roman Anthony's not going to be your everyday left fielder,
well, he's trying to mitigate expectations. He's trying to say, if the DH is open right now because of the injury to Yoshida, so. You can have him be
it's a perfect spot for him
both
to come back.
DH and left field. He's playing every day. He's just not in the field every day. It's not that he's saying he won't be. They want Roman Anthony to be here playing every day, whether it's in left field or DHing. That is their best team.
All right, well, we'll see. I think that they want Trevor Story to be starting at shortstop.
Maybe. I think that I disagree with them on Trevor Story. I agree with them on Roman Anthony.
I think that they feel like he is their best defensive shortstop.
All right, well, you can ask Sam Kennedy about that. He'll be with us at 9 this morning. We are at Fenway Park and back in exactly 2 minutes on the Greg Hill Show at WEEI.
time for
They said it.
They Said It.
You know, some of these rats around here.
We scored 16 at Yankee Stadium. Suck on it.
Duval.
Humbly, one of the best basketball players in the world.
They Said It.
On the Greg Hill Show.
They Said It is brought to you by Catches Law. At Catches, they are ready to stand beside you during your toughest moments. So if you've been hurt at work, you've been hurt at a business, you need advice, you want to find out how you're going to get better and how you can take care of your family while you can't work, Catches is ready to help. Just go to catcheslaw.com. That's Catches with a K at catcheslaw.com. What are we going to hear first this morning, Shime?
Well, Greg, let's hear from the interim manager of your Boston Red Sox, Chad Tracy, on the bats getting going in last night's game.
Yeah, I mean, no secret over the last week or so that grinding offensively, and we weren't today. So it was great to see up and down the lineup, contributions everywhere, hard hit balls, really, really good offensive output by the entire group.
Diamondbacks helped you out a little bit. Some inconvenient errors last night by the outfield, but in general, you throw 11 up, you're going to win baseball games, Curtis. That's the way it's always been in this game. So,
and this team is really good against teams that are over 500.
Yeah, they are.
They've struggled against really bad teams.
I know.
So weird.
Yeah, it's unbelievable.
They're 10 games over 500 on the road. They're barely 500 at home. They beat good teams. They lose to bad teams.
Oh, you had that stretch where you were beating the Dodgers and
the Yankees, the Rays.
Yes, and then you come back and you lose a couple series to teams that are under 500. But listen, it's a long season. If they can hit the ball, you got the pitching, and you are right there. So what's next, Shime?
Well, Greg, one of those guys who is hitting is Wilson Contreras. He talked about finally being able to get to 25 homers on the season. Here was Wilson Contreras.
It feels good. It feels good to finally overcome the 24 homer, which is my top. I always was wondering if I had a healthy season, healthy full season, what the number is going to look like. And thankfully this year it's been one of the best years of my career. I've been healthy. Right now I'm trying to stay healthy, trying to stay on the field. But it's a dream coming through. I mean, overcoming your own stats means that you're putting up the right work. You have a good work ethic, and the most important thing is that I'm helping the team to win.
Credit Brez. I mean, we had questions about the departure of Alex Bregman and about Wilson Contreras as a veteran presence here. Would he be able to lead this team? And it seems like he is, not only by example, but also with his great leadership skills. Yep. So
I would like to hear from the guy who called into the Flying Bridge berating me for saying Wilson Contreras was better than Pete Alonso.
I don't remember that. They did that.
Oh,
that,
yeah.
Oh, yeah, I remember that guy.
Yeah, he was very angry. He actually called in to apologize briefly. It wasn't enough.
Well, Wiggy, you wanted Pete Alonso.
I mean, we all wanted Pete Alonso before the season.
Yeah.
No one I think this will be, if he does hit 30 home runs this season, I think this will be the first time in his career that he's went over 30 home runs. So, I mean, going into the, in the offseason, we all wanted Pete Alonso.
Absolutely.
No one, I mean, that would be like, us going back and going out. And I think Pete Alonso's probably somewhere in the 20s when it comes to home runs, too. So,
right.
But Contreras has done an unbelievable job. He looks like he's going to hit 30. Abreu looks like he might hit 30.
Is it accurate? Did I see last night that Vladdy G, has not hit a home run in a year? It's been a year.
Really?
Yes, I think so.
Wow.
Yes.
That would be stunning if they paid him, $500 million, and they paid him for his bat.
Not a lot. It's not a lot in Major League Baseball.
No.
Yeah.
Christian Gonzalez chose the wrong sport.
Yeah, so that would be, that would be crazy. I would have never thought that.
Yeah.
By the way, quickly, Vrabel got to be pissed at Billy O for saying he's the best corner in football. Not exactly helping the negotiation.
Yeah, I mean, we go back and forth on that. I don't know. He's certainly top 3.
Everybody sees it. I mean,
you say he's the best.
Yeah, all right. If he's top 3, right, and however you want to shake it up, the question isn't whether or not he's number 1, he's number 2, or number 3. The question becomes, he then sets the market over the guy who just said it. So, that to me
he's better than Witherspoon. Can we all agree on that?
I would say that, other than PFF, which is the only what do they call those sub-stackers? They have him at number 8. But I would think most of the NFL analysts think that he is. So it's going to be interesting to see. Like I said, if this deal doesn't get done by Friday, I will really.
You said tomorrow.
Yeah, tomorrow, and I gave him 20, and I gave him what was that 48 hours after that. But
yeah,
I will be very disappointed.
I will be listening on the Odyssey app on the front porch tomorrow morning in Ocean Park.
Yeah,
and hopefully you nailed it on that. So
I don't know.
It feels like it's not happening. And I was with you. We were on the air when the Witherspoon news broke, Ken and I thought for sure this meant the deal would be done this week, and it feels like it's nowhere near it.
Greg hit it on the head on Friday. That's exactly what the issue is, and it's not. It had nothing to do with Witherspoon and waiting for that deal to be done.
It has everything to do with wanting to be the highest paid player at the position for the next 3
in perpetuity.
In perpetuity.
Like, come on,
I want to be the highest paid player in the NFL for the next 10 years.
Right.
That's the deal I want.
No matter what, Mahomes sucks,
and that's what I want. And until then, I have my tweet my hammy again.
Right.
And gosh darn it, someone's going to give it to me.
Yes. All right.
Keep open.
That is it for now on They Said It. Shine, thank you very much. We are at Fenway Park. It is day number 2 of the 24th annual WEEI Nesson Jimmy Fund Radio Telethon, and we will be right back. $2.8 million so far. That's day one, and so far this morning. We'll get an update soon, but incredible so far. And if you'd like to give and you haven't done that yet, there are a bunch of ways you could do that. You could call 877-738-1234. That's 877-738-1234, or you can donate online at jimmyfund.org, or it's really simple to just text to give any amount. You can text K-Cancer to 56512. That's 56512 to make a donation. And we are joined here this morning by Catherine and Emily, who both work at the Jimmy Fund Clinic at Dana-Farber Cancer Institute. Good morning, guys.
Morning.
Thanks for being. Oh, you did that simultaneously. Do that again. Everybody say, go ahead. Ready? 1, 2, 3.
Morning.
Morning. A lot of what you guys do is alleviate some of the procedural stuff that patients and their families have to deal with.
Yeah, so my goal as a child life specialist is to make clinic as safe and as environment for our patients as possible. And we do this in many ways through play and normalization. We have, if you see clips of clinic, we always have arts and crafts and toys and things to allow our patients to just be kids while they're in our care. And then we also do some of the more difficult things with our patients, like preparing them for those tough procedures and also going with them and supporting them and encouraging the use of coping skills during their procedures.
Just looking at us, the four of us, who would you guess would be the best at arts and crafts? Who would you guess?
I might say you.
I was going to say Courtney.
I was going to go with Courtney.
Yeah. We're going to go with Courtney, right?
I am an arts and crafts girly.
Of course you are. Etsy, am I right?
Big time.
Yes.
But I'm also
Origami.
somebody who does not like needles, does not like going to the doctor, and so we've all done the Jimmy Fund Clinic trip, and so we've been able to see how beautiful of a space it is, and these kids that are fighting this unbelievable battle, and they all have a smile on their face. So how do you guys make that alleviate the pressure of how scary something like that is for a lot of these families?
I think it's just getting to know them and spending one-on-one time with them in clinic. Specifically within our spaces, we have arts and crafts, we have toys, we have medical play kits and stuffed animals that have a port just like they do. We sit with them in their infusion chairs and play video games, and it's just normalizing it and playing with them, spending time with them, and just making the day go by quick for them.
You know, as you do this job and you're with young kids who are dealing with something, and sometimes it might turn out negatively, how do you personally deal with those emotions? Because I guess the emotions must be all over the place for you to see them through their journey, and you're hoping there's light at the end of the tunnel. But in some of those situations when maybe things don't turn out well, what's that got to be like for you every day going to do that job over and over and over?
Yeah, it can definitely be difficult. I think we're inspired by our amazing patients and families that we get to work with every day. That kind of keeps us motivated and loving coming to work every day, and just seeing their strength and their resilience is amazing.
And we're there to make them happy. We're there to make their clinic time enjoyable and just be there for them during the toughest times that they're going through.
What a combination. Like, you have these doctors. We heard yesterday from Rob Hale, who said there was an oncologist who spoke at a convention about a new treatment for pancreatic cancer, and that this oncologist received a 10-minute standing ovation from 9,000 other oncologists. So you have the doctors and researchers that are the best in the world, and simultaneously you have care where people are so consumed with the happiness and emotional state of a pediatric cancer patient that they're sitting with toys and stuffed animals that have ports like they do. Like, that is unfathomable grace and kindness. Like, how do you find your way into these positions? What about you was that drew you to help kids with this moment in their life?
Yeah, so personally, I was a caregiver to my grandfather who had cancer for 9 weeks during his journey. And today is actually the 9-year anniversary of his passing. Oh. So it's very special for me to be here. But if you asked me 10 years ago and said, where are you going to work? Or if you told me I'd be sitting here with you today and I work at Dana-Farber, I would laugh. I would never think that I would end up here. And it's my personal experience of being his caregiver and being able to take care of him during those 9 weeks that led me to Dana-Farber. I ended up getting 2 internships in the Blum Pediatric Resource Room where I work, and it totally changed my trajectory of what I was going to go to college for. So I changed my major, I got my internships, and I finished school and emailed my boss and said, "Do you have a job for me? I really want to work at Dana-Farber." So it's a special place.
Amazing. Well, the work that you guys do is incredible. I don't know how you do it every single day. For those that are listening and thinking, hey, I think I want to make a donation, that money helps you guys do what you do for those patients and for their families every single day.
Yeah.
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 I think watching the transition from patients coming to clinic for the first time, they're so scared they don't know what to expect, to fast forward a few months. Like, some of our patients are running into clinic. They're so excited to see their care team, Opry, our facility dog. And it's like funny to say, but a lot of our patients get upset when it's time to go home for the day. And
every day it happens.
I think
that's an incredible thing to have accomplished. That's an amazing thing to have accomplished.
Yeah, that's what I think really sets the Jimmy Fund Clinic apart, and we couldn't do any of that without donors, and we're lucky to be a part of it.
Yeah, and all the donations fund the fun things we get to do in clinic every day. They help the resource room supply iPads to kids to keep them busy in clinic. It helps us with our support groups that we run, and it helps us send college care packages to our young adults that are in college during this time. So the money is well used in the Jimmy Fund Clinic.
Yeah.
Guys, thank you both for doing what you do and for sharing a little bit about it with us this morning.
Thanks for having us.
All right.
Thank you.
Can
Great job, guys.
One more good morning for everybody.
Morning.
Morning. All right. It's day number 2 of the 24th annual WEEI Nesson Jimmy Fund Radio Telethon from Fenway Park, and we will be right back.
If you are in the market for a diamond for any occasion, please visit
brought to you by Arbella Insurance, and we are at Fenway Park, day number 2 of this extraordinary effort from all of you. You somehow were able to give have been able to give, hold on, Tote Board is changing as we speak. You have been able to give over $2.9 million at this point. So we are currently looking at a total of $2,900,382 that you $900,382 that you have given so far. It's incredible, and we are making a push to beat last year, an historic donation total last year of $5.7 million. And we're joined here now this morning by our pal, good friend of the radio station, Sean Flaherty from Catches Law. Good morning.
Good morning, everybody. Good morning. These are just such special days. I heard you say it on the radio. The 2 best days in Boston, and I agree.
Yeah, they really are, and we're fortunate because I say it all the time, and people say you're a homer, but I think we live in the most generous region in the entire country when it comes to people giving over and over and over again, and you guys see that all the time because you're involved in a lot of different things.
We try to give. We try to give as much as we can, especially to great things like this. I think you guys are great, and I can't believe Wiggy was out last night.
Yeah, he's out.
That's why we raised so much money.
Yes, that's
right. I do my part.
You put you put Wiggy out there.
Yeah, he did it last night.
Mm-hmm.
What section of the park did you have?
We were right over, right to the right field behind the bullpen.
Oh, bleachers.
I don't know. Yeah, I don't know.
So
Yeah,
it's
I
like
don't know.
41, 40, somewhere around there.
I don't
Greg's
know
never
where
been to the
hell I am.
bleachers.
Yeah, I don't know where I am. Yeah, we were down from the bleacher creature section. So.
I kept waiting. I was watching the game, and they were showing everybody collecting.
Right.
And I kept waiting them to show Super Bowl champion Jermaine Wiggins.
Yeah, we were doing our part.
You should have been mic'd up for Nesson.
I know.
Yeah,
it would have been great.
I mean, we had somebody there filming and doing like social media stuff, so it was a good turnout. But we do it every year. Every year we're right there. We're back. We're trying to raise money and help out.
That's great.
Yeah.
How much did you get personally?
No, I don't get anything. I donate is what I do because I try to win the 50-50 like everybody else.
Well, we appreciate the support when it comes to catches. You guys are always here for us and always here for Jimmy Fund and Dana-Farber. So we thank you for that.
We love being here. We love you guys. We love the show, and I think this is about the best thing you can do. It's so darn cool to try to help out.
Let's get to the most important part. Did you bring a check?
Yeah, I did bring a check.
Oh, you brought a check?
Right.
Do we have a big check?
I think we do. Vic's got it there.
Oh, okay. Hold on.
It might be hard to see. $25,000.
$25,000. Look at that.
Wow. Bring that thing in.
Woo!
Hello, Vic Tuttle.
Hi, Vic.
All right, there we are. So take a look at that. That is $25,000 from
$25K
from everybody over at Catches.
That's right.
That's amazing.
Yeah,
good stuff.
Awesome.
Yeah,
awesome.
We're happy. We're happy to give.
Now,
Awesome.
Sean, before you go, I don't know if you can see it. I have a pretty big knee injury that I suffered at the hands of the city of Boston sidewalk. So I don't know if I can sue.
We can.
Okay, good. Because I just got to get the footage.
We got to put them on notice, though.
Okay.
There's an issue when it's a municipality. We have to let them know pretty quick. So
Okay.
we will.
Okay, I'll get you all the info by the end of today.
You see what they gave the lady at the tea. So
I know.
jump on that.
Pull my hair into $500,000.
Jump on that.
When I was pregnant, Wiggy gave me the norovirus. Could I sue him for
Yes.
that? Okay, that's
Yes.
good. See?
Intentional.
And then I'm going to countersue her for defamation.
And I'll sue for the headache.
$250 million, but I'll settle out for your house.
Wiggy's lifelong dream has been to be able to successfully sue someone.
Wiggy, we can figure it out, buddy.
He talks a lot about it, as you know.
I know.
You listen to the show. So.
I mean, the one lady, she sued Red Bull because she didn't get wings and won $13 million. There's got to be something out there.
He's a Super Bowl champion from East Boston, but his
That's
goal
all right.
is to win a lawsuit.
One lady sued the car company because she had sex in the back seat.
Yes.
Got something.
That
Like,
is
come
People
on.
do that?
Yeah. They sue for anything nowadays, believe me.
Well, it's you guys. Those listening may not know it, but you guys get involved in all kinds of efforts when it comes to charities around here. So we appreciate the fact that we get to be a part of your generosity.
We do, and I heard Coach O'Brien on earlier, and let's hope that BC team for these two at least can have a great year. He's a great guy, and
I mean, for BC, a great year is 3 wins. So
Oh,
that should be,
we're on the up.
Yeah,
It's been rebuilding.
It's going to be a good year, and we'll have more wins than Bill Belichick in North Carolina.
Yeah.
So
All right. That's a challenge right there.
Listen, you guys.
That's a Vegas prop. Yeah.
You guys are partners with the Patriots. What's do you think the Christian Gonzalez deal gets done?
Hold on, partners with the Patriots and the official law firm of the Boston College Screaming Eagles.
Let's go.
Yes,
We're back.
Absolutely. Yes, I mean they got to find a way to get the deal done. I don't know if he's the best corner in the league, but if he's not, he's top 2, top 3, and he's an absolute stud. They've built the defense around him, so give him the money and go. Right?
That's it. Just pay the guy.
I think Jonathan can pay him.
He can pay him. He can come up with the money.
He can come up with the money.
It's not just. I think it's not just 1 year.
I think it might be
it's multiple years that he wants to be the man. So I don't know.
As Curtis says, think of all the money they're saving with Drake May right now, right?
You have a ton of money. This is the time to do it.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Because Drake May's going to cost you an arm and a leg.
Oh yeah.
I think they can afford it. I don't know. I think they can find their way to.
They might
squeeze
be
out
able
the cash.
to shake the cushions.
Right.
It's not like the NFL doesn't make any money. So.
No.
In Germany, they do.
Can I get your opinion? As this will be like ask an attorney.
Sure.
Because everybody has been watching this Lindsay Clancy trial.
I know.
Is it?
I haven't, but
I haven't either. But Curtis and Courtney are obsessed with it.
I'm sure.
And it's.
I know a lot of women that are just tuned in every day.
Are crazy about it. Is it a newer thing, and is it because trials around here are being televised more, where there's so much questioning of who's in court, who's being charged with what? It seems like it's way more than it used to be.
Absolutely. One of my favorite stories is, we're in a law office. We actually try probably more civil cases than any firm, in Massachusetts, certainly in this region, and probably in New England. So we're in court every day. So all the lawyers at Catcher's Law Group are in court really every day, including myself. I'll be in later on this afternoon, right? And during the Karen Reed trial, I would walk through the hallways like at my office, and every assistant, every paralegal, they're all working on real civil cases that are really being tried, and every one of them had the Karen Reed trial on their computer. And not that I care, but I'm walking by, I'm kind of in charge, and they don't even click out of it.
Right. Yeah.
There's just no. We're watching this, and we don't care that. And I'll tell you, it's taken on a life of its own, really. And I'd say probably of recent. Just a ton. I mean, people are just really, really into.
But is it a bad thing where people are like, you have basically, I was wondering the Karen Reed trial, these guys are one now during this trial where they're amateur at-home jurors, right?
Yeah.
Basically, is that a bad or a good thing for the legal
The
system?
one thing I want to caution everybody to, and again, I'm not really in tune with this case.
Yeah.
I know
just
a lot. I know a lot of the players just from I know Kevin. I know the
who's been killing it. Like he's really done a great job.
Really good defense attorney.
Very good.
Yeah. But before this, in the history books, he'd go down as one of the best to ever. Certainly Massachusetts ever.
One of the best defense attorneys.
Kevin Reddington's an amazing lawyer.
Yeah.
An absolutely amazing lawyer.
Seems like a good guy too.
Yeah, he's a good guy, and Brockton, and all that kind of stuff. But I would just caution everybody that all the things that you see can be taken a little bit out of context, and they may not necessarily all be accurately portrayed. And remember, a lot of the things that everyone knows don't necessarily come into evidence at the time of the trial as well. And so things that the judge might be instructing the jury not to listen to or not to hear. And again, as it pertains to this case, I can't really comment because I can't say, this particular fact they didn't hear because I haven't been in tune with it.
I just don't know. In both of these cases, it's really interesting to me that you end up with people who are not on trial who essentially the social media world deems them to be the person or people responsible.
Yes.
It's really.
I just think it's because we're tribal. Like in all things, people have to have a side. There has to be a culture war. There has to be this side or that side. It has to be sometimes based on gender, sometimes race, sometimes on how much money you have versus the other. Like, and I think it goes back to during the pandemic, I failed, but body moving, like those where the people literally were using Google Maps and cameras to solve crimes in other cities and creating these groups. Like people connect and create community over something as sick as a murder trial.
Everybody becomes a detective.
Right.
Yeah.
They do. They do. And I think social media just really ramps it. And if you agree with one side or the other, you're going to just continue to be just fed more and more of that side.
Especially right now, like my entire algorithm is people thinking one way or the other about this case.
Right.
And once you get yourself into that rabbit hole, you can't get out. It's just, for me, it's unbelievable that it is.
So your algorithm's like up a baby and
not even like nothing about it's literally just the Lindsay Clancy trial, and before that it was the Karen Reed trial, and it's a national story now. But to have back-to-back Massachusetts-based trials that are being broadcasted across the country, it's putting a spotlight here.
Yeah. Hey, listen, but from what I know about it, which you could fit in a thimble, if we can shine some light on mental health and the problems that there exist in this country throughout all mental health, then maybe it's a good thing.
We will let you go and start working on Curtis's lawsuit. He will,
I'll
he
be
will
in touch.
Settle.
Put him on notice.
He'll settle for $15, just as a heads
that's
up.
what I make an hour.
But we appreciate always you and everybody at Catches. You got a great crew over there.
We do.
Thanks.
And we thank you guys for doing this. This is amazing stuff, and you're doing God's work. Thank you.
Thank you, Sean.
That is $25,000. We can add that to the tote board from Catches Law, and we are at Fenway Park, day number 2, WEEI Nesson Jimmy Fund Radio Telethon. We will be back in 2 minutes. Mason.
Hi.
And you brought the whole family.
Yes.
So we got Mom.
Yeah.
Lindsay. We got Dad, Charlie.
Yes, sir.
And then we got your brothers and your sisters over here. Everybody is here supporting.
Yes.
And thanks for being here and sharing a little bit about your story with us.
No, thank you guys.
I had read that you were skimboarding in my adopted home continent of Maine, and fell a couple times and felt kind of a pain that you might not normally feel when you fell. Is that true?
Yeah. I was fun. I kept doing it, and then it wouldn't go away. So we went to the hospital multiple times. All the times they said it was fine up until I broke it.
Yeah. Mom, I'm sure Mason was telling you, hey, I'm doing this, and I'm feeling not like I should feel here.
It started in July when he was skimboarding. He wouldn't give up, like he was saying, and he kept falling and falling like a kid that didn't want to give up. And we got home, and the doctor checked it out, said it was fine. Then in October, he kept complaining about it. We brought him again in October. They said, again, it's fine. He's a kid. He's growing. He's a big kid for his age. And then in December, it was snowing, and his brother asked him to go out and play football. And he came in almost in tears, and he said, Mom, my arm's broken. It's hurt really bad. It bent backwards. And I said, all right, let's figure this out. Finally, somebody's going to have some kind of answers. So Charlie had brought him to our local hospital. I stayed with his brothers and sisters to get them ready for bed. Dad called and said, they're admitting him. I said, for a broken arm. I hit the floor. I started to pray. And I knew in my heart something wasn't right. The next day, they did MRIs and told us, your son has cancer. How do you want to tell him? So we brought him in, and it wasn't even affirmative. We said, Mason, we think you have cancer. He was super strong. We didn't know where to go. We're in a small local hospital. We ended up in Boston, sitting in the Jimmy Fund waiting room a few weeks later. And I remember looking around at the families, thinking to myself, how are these families smiling? How are they surviving? How are they doing this? I can't even breathe. I feel terrible, and I'm so scared. We walked into that room with the doctors, and they completely wrapped us up in their arms and made us feel so much hope, and that we were going to be okay. We were going to be a family, and we were going to get through this. And they did, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Every day we walked in there, we felt safe. We felt cared for. The brilliance that is in Dana-Farber, there's nowhere else like it in the entire world. If your child is sick, get them here. Please bring them and just talk to them. They will make you feel heard, seen, cared for, and you're going to be okay.
Charlie, I gotta ask you a question. You know, as father of three, you feel like, all right, I'm the provider, I'm the protector. What's that feeling like when you know you get this news and you still have to like be strong and kind of have this look of we're gonna get through this, knowing like deep down inside you could be falling apart, but everybody looks towards you, especially when you have a young son, and you want to kind of like show that like, all right, we're gonna get through this. What's that feeling like for you as a father?
It was one of the hardest things I had to do as a father so far. You know, at first I felt like I failed because of the nature of the injury, and then finding out he had cancer, I was like, should have saw this a lot sooner, you know. And then just the emotions start taking over, and then being able to like listen to everything that was going on that the doctors were talking about and stuff like that, and the reassurance they gave us kind of took some of that weight off.
Mm-hmm.
Because the doctors were like, we got you, we'll get through this, it's curable, we're going to make this happen. And right then and there, it took a lot of the pressure off of me, knowing that these people in their brilliance they put 100% into Mason, and they were going to take care of it. And that's kind of relieved some of the stress of being a dad and allowed us as a family to be around Mason and take care of him and get him whatever he needs during this period.
Lindsay, you bring up the fact that you don't just have Mason as a child, though. You have these other beautiful children, and obviously a lot of your effort needs to be in Mason and getting him well again. But could you explain to us how the Jimmy Fund is able to not just support you both as parents, Mason and his journey, but also the rest of your family?
Absolutely. We have a large family. Our family is a family of 6, and the 4 children came to clinic. I think they might have missed 2 treatments of Mason's. They were there day in and day out, and Lisa, her staff, the nurses, everyone took care of the other 3 children as though they're just as important as Mason, who was fighting this terrible diagnosis. They would do arts and crafts, play cards. The care that they took for our other 3 kids was equally as important and as how they were taking care of Mason, and it showed. I will forever be grateful for the care that they gave to our family.
Mason, your final chemotherapy treatment was last month?
July 13th.
Awesome.
That's
great.
awesome. And you also went through surgery during this.
Yes, 4.
How are you doing?
Perfect.
I saw they always tell us, they say, hey, these are some of Mason's hobbies, and one of your hobbies is going to Disney. Like, you like to go to Disney.
Yes.
That's a good hobby to have. I like that. It's a great hobby to have.
Yeah.
What's your favorite part of Disney?
I like Star Wars, so
right.
the Galaxy's Edge, that's one of my favorites.
Awesome.
Nice.
All right. Big Star Wars fan?
Yes.
The original 3, I only seen the original 3. Like, that's the Luke Skywalker, Chewbacca era from the 70s.
Oh, yeah.
I know there's been a bunch of them now, right?
Yeah.
So, which one's your favorite?
I like the Clone Wars a lot. That's really cool to me.
Well, he hasn't seen
Is that the one with Sam Jackson in it?
I don't know. Shime.
Okay, all right.
Shime could tell you.
Yeah. I'm more of a Marvel guy, so that's my world. I'm big into the Marvel comics.
You said when you arrived, you were, and I assume I can't even fathom the pressure, stress, fear, all of that at once, and you see these parents that are looking like they're ready to go to dinner in Boston, like just relaxed, happy. How did the Jimmy Fund Clinic take you from how you arrived, which was fearing for the life of your son, what am I going to do, how am I going to live, whatever, to being where those other parents were? Like, what's the process? How do they explain it to you? Where you were at this other hospital compared to where you arrived at the Jimmy Fund and understood how you were going to treat this cancer?
I think one thing that stands out is that they meet the families where they need to be met. I like to be explained to. I like to know 100% what's going on and what decisions, and I am extremely hands-on, and that's how I process things. And all the doctors and the staff made sure that I had every little bit of information that I possibly could and that we could. And Mason wanted to know some, but not everything. And they met him where he needed to be met, and they're very good at reading each individual. And our younger kids, arts and crafts, they didn't focus on the diagnosis as much, and they really take time in knowing what each person needs, and they it's such a positive outlook there that within a week, I would say, so much of the pressure and stress, because I knew that all we had to focus on was our mental health, really, and just making sure that we were getting through it, because they were taking care of him physically. And that relieved so much pressure off of us as parents, knowing that we didn't really have to try to navigate the medical field. And his medical team was absolutely phenomenal, and they would come and visit. They go above and beyond. After the surgeries, they would come and they would check on him and they came after hours just to check on him and to see how he was, and they would follow him through the day with his surgeries, and they treat you like family when you're there. It's like one of their children is sick. He's not just a patient to anyone there.
Now that chemo is over and the surgeries are over, what does the future look like the next couple of months for you guys?
Just scans, really.
How nice is it, though, to be able to, that's one of, I think, the nicest things is we've really been able to get back to, after treatment ended, we were really able to get back to being a family again, and the feeling that we have right now that we're home, we miss them terribly because they are like a family to us. But it's really nice to have life back.
It's okay.
Oh.
It's okay. Do you find it?
How blessed are you by these two and your family?
I'm so blessed.
Yeah.
Do you find yourselves, because I know when you guys talked about the first time being in there and you saw these other families, do you now find yourself in a position kind of seeing this journey and being through it to be able to now maybe help some families that come in and were just like you, kind of in this tornado of emotions and not knowing where to go? Do you find yourselves now saying, hey, there is light at the end of the tunnel, here's how we can help, and here's our journey? Like, do you find yourselves doing that a lot now?
So we've been asked actually by Mason's medical staff for a little boy named Dylan. He was here at the game yesterday, and they wanted us to talk to him and mom and things like that to just help them out, you know, because they were new to the thing. They're from Florida. They came up just to be here at the hospital. So we've been able to help out once so far, and we're just standing by to help anybody through this journey, to do whatever it takes to maybe relieve some of the anxiety and stress on somebody. Like, and we've told Lisa and everybody at the hospital, whatever you guys need the rest of our lives, we'll make sure we take care of it for you.
That's amazing.
What's amazing, too, is if you go look at a Super Bowl champ, Mark Herzlich, he battled Ewing sarcoma while he was in college, and he has had a great life ever since. So
come on the other end very well.
Yeah.
Well, Mason, thanks for being here and sharing your story with us.
Great job, brother.
Yes.
Thank you, guys.
Your family, are you guys adopting? Because I would love to.
You can come to Disney.
I would love to come. I would like to. You guys are incredible. Hello to the brothers and the sister over there. Hi, guys. You guys are awesome, and hearing your story is incredible. So, good luck. Stay in touch with us and tell us what's going on and keep us up to date on everything.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
All right, that's Mason and his family. We are at
Unbelievable.
Fenway. Yeah.
Good job.
Awesome. We are at Fenway Park, and it is the 24th annual WEEI Nesson Jimmy Fund Radio Telethon. We will be right back in 2 minutes. day number 2, and we're at Fenway Park here, and a lot going on. But we are sharing stories, and we are talking to those who have done so much for those that are fighting cancer, doctors, nurses, everybody at Jimmy Fund Clinic, Dana-Farber. You'll get to hear those incredible stories all day long here. We're going to talk to Devin McCourty coming up, and we'll certainly talk about his involvement when it comes to Dana-Farber and those who are fighting cancer. We'll talk a little football with Devin as well. Sam Kennedy will join us at 9 here this morning, and then at 9:30 this morning, we'll talk to the new owner of the Boston Celtics, Bill Chisholm, for the first time on the WEEI Nesson Jimmy Fund Radio Telethon. I literally just got a text message from our guy Tom at the Brunswick, where we do a road show every year.
Okay.
And he is donating $30,000.
Wow.
Because he's listening up there right now.
Holy
That's amazing.
So yeah, we got to connect. We'll connect up with Tom at the Brunswick, and that's the extraordinary thing about this, is that you guys give over and over and over again. So,
amazing.
Wow.
It's really to be where we are right now, I think is really good. Over $2.9 million donated, but we got a long day to go. And
I think that puts us over 3, given the Sean Flaherty and that.
Oh, yeah.
I feel like
we should be pretty. Yeah, next time we get. Okay, well, I'm looking at the tote board right now, Curtis, and it's possible that thing is going to say over $3 million. So,
we'll see.
Yeah.
And how amazing was that? Like,
yeah, that was impressive.
Mason's story and his family. Wiggy kept bringing up how amazing his family was, but there's so many stories you hear about people going to a doctor and saying, "Hey, this doesn't feel right. This hurts. This is bothering me," and they're saying, "You're fine. Yep, he's growing. And to have parents that continue to bring you back and say, "No, this isn't right. Something is wrong with my child. You need to listen to what my child has to say. He is not making this up. He's not just a growing boy."
Right.
And taking what your child is telling you seriously and bringing them to the Jimmy Fund. It breaks my heart that not every person in the world has that type of support.
Yeah, during the game last night, Dave and Brooksy had Maria Menounos on, and she was talking about that very thing, which is listening to your body and not being. She was talking about women particularly having a fear of speaking out about things, and about that we all need to overcome that. And if there's, like, best, if something is not feeling the way it ought to feel,
right,
that you need to not be afraid of what the result is going to be. You need to go and get checked out, and they're ready to help and do that here. And we are fortunate to have the best in the world right here at Dana-Farber.
Even if your body's not feeling a certain way, go and get checked out. I think a lot of people, especially as we tend to get older, but even nowadays, we had the doctor on yesterday, some of the younger people, just go and get checked out, whether it's once a year, once every 6 months, because if you can catch it early enough, then there could be a good chance for you.
I just had trouble getting out of this chair. Do you think that's related, or do you think that's something? Do you think that's caused by something else?
That's a you problem.
Yeah.
No,
I would say it would be the thing around your
Okay, Slim.
Yeah. I would get the gas situation checked out, but other than that, I think you're.
No, Greg, like, you can't say it enough. Hearing Mason's mom describe falling to the ground in her home when she heard her son was being admitted. In that moment, every parent, I was a puddle, every parent on the planet would literally do anything to get their child well. And today, you have an opportunity to pay that forward, so that if and when, God forbid, someone you love, your child, someone in your life, is in that spot, they are more likely to be saved, healthy, happy, and cured.
Right.
Yeah.
And there's literally nothing in the world you would do that you wouldn't do, that if you were in that position.
Right.
So today, say, okay, I got $20, I'll donate $20.
If you're like driving around and you're listening, you hear that story, and You know, I thank God every day that I wake up, right? And we sit here and we might bitch and complain about certain things.
Never.
But you're always looking at it like, you know, when I was talking to the dad Charlie afterwards, and I can't even imagine, you know what I'm saying? Like I can't even put myself in his shoes, but to see the strength and the faith that, you know, so many people have, and to think that like so many of us complain about the littlest stuff, and like, yo, be grateful every day, because there are parents and there are kids and there are people, whether it's adults, that deal with stuff every day that we don't even know how. I said to him, like, I don't know how you do it. I couldn't even imagine.
Can't
Puts
even
life
think
in
about
perspective.
Huh? Yeah.
Puts life in perspective.
Yeah, right, exactly.
But it hits the strongest people. Like, it hits these people. They're like a brick wall, the people that have been forced to deal with this illness. It's unbelievable.
Well, there are a bunch of ways that you can give, and thank you if you have already, and if you haven't, we are so appreciative that you even consider giving. So you can make a phone call, 877-738-1234, and make a donation there. That's 877-738-1234. You can donate online when you go to jimmyfund.org. And maybe the easiest way, based on how we all communicate right now, is you can text to give any amount when you text K-Cancer to 56512. That's 56512, and just text K-Cancer and give any amount for this year's WEEI Nesson Jimmy Fund Radio Telethon. We're going to take a break from Fenway, and when we come back, we'll talk to Devin McCourty, his feelings on this and what he has done when it comes to years past and to visiting those who are fighting cancer. And we'll talk a little Patriots football with Devin McCourty and the NFL as well, coming up next. Nesson Jimmy Fund Radio Telethon. We are at Fenway Park, and you guys have donated nearly $3 million. So latest update on the tote board, $2,951,915. We are joined right now by a friend of the show, Devin McCourty, who has, while he was here as a New England Patriot, spent an awful lot of time visiting patients who are fighting cancer and has great experience when it comes to Dana-Farber and Jimmy Fund, and also can talk a little bit about our beloved New England Patriots. Devin, good morning.
Good morning, Greg. How you doing?
I'm doing good. How are you?
I'm great. I'm knees deep in on youth football, so that's all I'm doing right now, locked in.
Okay, are you the head coach, or are you just handling the defense?
Head coach, president, you name it. Whatever title they have, I take it on. So we're all over the place.
Yep, you guys are all the same. You do that so that your kid can start. I saw it for years. It always had. I was never the coach, and it's and Brees always had to fight for a starting position because of that. Because I was never the coach.
No, I'm different. My actual football career was good. I don't care if my kid sucks. I was good.
By the way, not only was the football career good, but the broadcast career is coming along nicely. You were fantastic on the game the other night.
Appreciate it, man. Yeah, it's been fun. We got a good group of people having fun with it, man.
Where are you currently on this football team, and what you saw the other night, and what's your expectation on it's the expectation is high here because they made it to the Super Bowl last year. Where are you thinking after seeing them play the other night?
I think the expectation should be high. I think it's a good football team. I think it's a team that made the Super Bowl last year and got better. I think where will you see that? Like, will the record show that? I don't think the record will be better than last year. But I think this team is better. I think when you watch just the preseason game and you're watching Mac Hollins, Kayshon Boutte, Kyle Williams, you're watching them out there playing, and it's like a reminder, like, oh, man, like 3 other receivers didn't play tonight too. Like, that's a totally different feel from last year, the different weapons. I thought Lomu, I thought he played decent in the game for a young player who's played multiple positions all throughout training camp, even during the game, talking to Coach Doug Marrone about the offensive line. Like, put it simple. Like, guys need to play multiple positions, even talking to Braves. Like, that's how you build a team, guys playing multiple positions and the work they put in. But I think, they have to keep working. I think the defense, one key thing for me to see is, like, how many reps can that secondary get together with everybody on the field playing together? Because I think they're going to be the backbone of the defense. They're going to have to play at a high level, especially early on in the season. And I think that's going to be the key, just building that communication, getting to know each other. Secondary and offensive line, the amount of reps you get together pay dividends throughout the season.
So then what is Robert waiting on then, Dev, when you look at Christian Gonzalez, when he's basically the glue to that secondary? What are you waiting for? What's going on with him? And is there a chance that they don't get this deal done, and now that, like you said, he holds out for week 1? What do you think's going on in that situation?
Giving out that big money's tough, man. It's one of my biggest gripes with how ownerships work and how they make guys wait. And they do all of this just at, like, I don't know, hopefully it doesn't take this long, but, like, a lot of these situations turn into a week before the season or a day or the morning of the day that the season's going to start. Like, it's how the league works with these contracts. Like, you hope once you see Devin Witherspoon get it done in Seattle, you're just hoping that's the next wrinkle. And now, like, Gonzo gets it done. But, like, sometimes a guy gets a deal done and one side is sitting there and that's the expectation. The other side's like, well, damn, I didn't think that's what the contract was going to be. So now that changes the conversation a little bit too. So hopefully you're hoping in the next week that this contract gets done. You know, I know he got banged up in the practice the other day. So, but again, once it gets to this time of year, how banged up are you? Could you go? Like, I'm all for guys saying, hey, I probably would go normally, but I don't have a contract. And now I just got dinged up, and I can feel how close that is to if I do get dinged up, it changes the conversation dramatically. So I hope this gets done, but I can easily see this taking and going all the way up until the night before in Seattle. I can see this getting done within a few days. I just think you never know with these contracts. I think it will get done. I can't tell you when it'll get done. It's hard to get a sense for it.
Devin, Bill O'Brien was on earlier this morning calling him the best corner in the league right now. Do you agree, or where do you have him ranked?
Yeah, like, to me, you put all those guys. You put Surtain, you put Stingley. Witherspoon's a different kind of corner. He's a guy that plays inside, outside, blitzes, depending on what you're looking for. I think he's up there. But to me, Gonzo's up there with you can name any corner in the league. And I think there's a conversation on do you take them or do you take Gonzo. I think publicly everyone's going to say Surtain, but I think he's right there with him. So to me, like, it's going to be tough. I think for the Pats, like, he's gonna say, I want to be the number one corner in the NFL, and that's not going to be something that someone's going to say, well, like, no, he deserves that. He's earned that pay. So I think that's coming. I think Billy O'Brien has a whole other problem coming to start the season. That's a wholly different topic. But
I was going to wait till the end, but I'm down to do another bet. Devin.
Oh, another bet.
Yeah, run it back.
Okay.
We've been in rebuild mode.
You guys are always in rebuild mode, even when I was in college. There's nothing better than seeing a little baby in a Rutgers onesie. So you tell me the size, I'll send the whole family Rutgers gear. I'm connected down there. We'll get you guys, looking really good in that Rutgers scarlet red.
Okay, and then if when Rutgers loses, then you need to wear some BC colors on Football Night in America.
How about a Wells Crowther red bandana?
He should be doing that anyways.
Yes.
Devin,
Wells is from Nyack, New York. It's the best thing I've ever walked through Boston College. Nyack, New York, home of the McCourties, home of Wells. So yeah, I'm all for the bandana, and I mean, I'm not going to have to wear the BC colors, but yeah, whatever you need, Courtney, to make you feel better at night. You guys have no shot.
I like that. Got some action going on.
I didn't know you guys were both from the same town. That's really cool. Devin, why is it? I thought the second Witherspoon signed that this was the last thing that needed to happen before the Gonzalez deal was finalized. What do you think is the holdup? Is it that Gonzalez is asking for too much more than what Witherspoon got, or that the Patriots, the guarantee isn't what Gonzalez thinks is right? Why do you think it isn't done today?
My guess would be language. I have to imagine that the Pats knew kind of where they were going to be at an average per year in new money. I always think a lot of times with these deals, it's the language of, I know we generally look at like, all right, this is the total, this is the average per year, this is the guarantee. But like within there, it's, kind of when things get guaranteed is your second or third year fully guaranteed. Is this guaranteed by the fifth day of the new league year? Like, it's those little kind of quirky things in the language that, I think if you get in the weeds of it as a player, like I think guys should be, those are the things that you're going to push to get. I know some guys push to get average per year and make that the highest. I think the really smart players push to get like your actual guarantees that are coming to you as soon as you sign. How do you get that as high as possible? So those sometimes to me are the things that you got to go back and forth on. I know the contracts that I've always done, it was that kind of language that as a player I always push for, of trying to get, and improve for the next guy who signs. That like, hey, this team hasn't done this in a while, or they don't usually do this. Those are the things that I think you try to push from a player standpoint. So that would be my guess on what's kind of holding things up.
Devin, during your time here, you had the opportunity to go and visit those that are fighting cancer at Dana-Farber, and just from the perspective of an athlete who didn't grow up here, as we were just discussing, where does that come from when you become a Patriot, when you come to this city, and what's that experience like for you?
Yeah, I think playing for the Pats is one of the most unique places to play in the NFL. When I was growing up, we did a lot of giving back. I lived in a community where a lot of people didn't have a lot, so we all helped each other out, and that was always a thing. But I think when I got to New England and I just saw the amount of players who were like, hey, we're going here, we're going to visit Dana-Farber, hey, we're going to Children's Hospital, we're going to BMC. Like, you just saw guys doing that, and you're like, man, I'll go. Like, even as rookies, we went, they took us into Boston, they showed us the hospital, we visited kids. So it's just a part of the culture, guys giving back, guys being in the community. When you talk to Mr. Kraft, he always tells you about Myra, his wife, and how much it meant to her that the team and the players were going to be in the community. So I think through that I've met, Greg, one of your board members, Ken Martin, who does a lot for cancer, whether it's helping people individually, hosting fundraisers. So I think meeting other people in that area, obviously what you guys do, it just keeps it going. And as players, you want to be a part of that. And I've always enjoyed that. I still try to come back from time to time to different events and stay visible and be able to help people out. So I just think it's a part of the culture that the Patriots have built.
Well, you're great about doing that, and you're great to check in with us. We really appreciate it. How many wins for this football team this year before you go?
I'm going 10 or 11.
Okay. All right. Wiggy would
I like
agree.
it.
You and Wiggy, spot on.
Yeah. I think they're the best team. I think they're the best team in the AFC. I don't know what your top three in the NFL are, but I think that they are the best team in the AFC just all over collectively.
Well, Devin doesn't have a dog in the fight. He said that to me earlier.
My bad.
Well, Devin, speaking
Man,
of the Super Bowl,
guys not letting that go, huh?
Nope, we're not gonna.
Some people.
No, we gonna beat that dead horse.
You've won Super Bowls here, but you've lost too. Is there like a mental hangover, especially for the younger guys on this team going into this season, or is that used as motivation for a team after a Super Bowl loss?
No, you definitely feel it, and I think it sucks, and that sting doesn't go away. Like, you're reminded every time you see guys when they get their Super Bowl rings, or you see Hard Knocks come on. Like, it's all those constant reminders. I've always thought of it, we were fortunate. We had the quarterback. With having Brady there, it helped you turn the page because you knew the next year you were going to have a chance to be right back in that game. So, like, if we all turn the page because we knew he was going to turn the page, then you could get back there. And I think this team has to have that mentality. Your guy was runner-up to MVP, for this season. If we get things rolling again, like we have the quarterback that can go win, don't worry about last year. Let's see if we could get back this year. And I think that's how you create that team that's in the fight every single year, that you're a hard out in the AFC Championship, in the Super Bowl. Like, you put yourself in that conversation every year. If you just believe, like, we have the guy, let's all raise our level to make sure we give ourselves a chance in the playoffs. And I think this team has that. They're one of the few teams that have a guy at quarterback that allows you to say, hey, we can be in this dance at the end.
Dev, I see Brian Hoyer here. He's going to join us next. One thing that we should bust his balls about when he comes on?
Yeah, I don't know how much you can say on the air, but, like, can we work on him and David Andrews teaching his son how to, like, take the quarterback center exchange? Like, let's work on that. We're throwing out, putting hands on sacks and all different things like that. Like, let's kind of get that figured out before he's about to be a freshman football coach at Xavier. Like, let's get that together.
All right. They're always in gun, though.
All right, we'll get on him about that. And Devin, we appreciate it. Thanks. Great to talk to you. We'll talk to you soon. All right.
All right, guys. Have a good one.
All right, that is Devin McCourty. We're at Fenway, and yes, Brian. How do you say it, Curtis?
The quarterback of the Cleveland Browns.
Brian Hoyer.
We have to get that in person drop.
We'll get that drop. Yeah, Brian.
Electric.
Brian Hoyer is going to join us next. We'll be. Really important people here with us. I'm going to start with Bill, who is the CEO of CMT, who is a huge supporter of the Jimmy Fund, this radio show. Bill, nice to see you.
Good to see you too, Greg. Thanks for having us.
And you brought Brian Hoyer with you.
I found him outside. He was hanging out.
Who have you ever heard the Curtis drop back when he was semi-conscious on this show when he was trying to pronounce your name?
No.
Oh, this is my. So you will never escape my life. For a minute, you're a great analyst, so it's good to have you. But when you were playing here years ago, I would be bombed at work every day. Nobody knew.
He's recovered, by the way.
Yeah, well, recovering.
Yeah, recovering.
And this drop is one of the drops that will follow me, and for some reason you have always stuck, so it will always be relevant. So this was me talking about you in about 2015.
Okay.
Brian Hoyer, the quarterback of the Cleveland Browns.
Quarterback of the, yeah.
I mean, how many syllables? So it's stuck, so we're happy to have you here, and we can use that when we introduce you on the show this year.
I love that.
Yeah.
Yeah, and we should talk about this year. Thanks to CMT, you're gonna join us all season long on. Are we doing that on Wednesdays?
Wednesdays.
Yeah. On Wednesdays.
Yeah.
Okay. So it'll
I'm excited. I mean, it's going to be a great opportunity to come speak with you. Obviously, I met Bill through a mutual friend of ours. You might have heard of him, Tom Brady. So he hooked us up, and we've been doing some work together. Obviously, talking about better drivers, safer roads. But obviously, with his relationship with you and your show, it's a great opportunity for me to come on and talk Patriots on Wednesday with you guys.
We are really excited about having you, and I know that when it comes to the Super Bowl, Tom does not have a dog in the fight, but he does have a dog in the fight when it comes to you and CMT. So that's good to hear.
That's two references.
I'm gonna get over it someday. I just don't know
we
when.
ain't never gonna get over it. We ain't never gonna get over it.
Wiggie's never gonna get over it.
No. You gotta die on the wall with the Pats, man.
I think I was with you at media at the in Super Bowl that came out. We talked about it then.
Yeah, we did. Yeah, we talked about
That's
it.
Right.
I mean, I only got one, and so when Vince and Teddy sat down and they were winning for all three, they really went scorched earth.
Yeah.
But I guess.
Hey.
What do you? So you were working the game last week.
Yep.
Obviously, didn't get to see anything from Drake May, but what you've seen training camp wise and from A.J. Brown, how different does that make this offense?
It totally changes the offense, not only what he brings, but what he brings and allows the other guys to do. And so I've been to a few practices, and you watch it, and I know you guys were talking about Gonzo with Devin. Like, those two going against each other every day, that's like bring your popcorn out, right? Like, this is like the best and the best going at it each day. Iron sharpens iron. AJ even joked before the Colts. He's like, it's time to go against somebody else. And that clip went viral of him against Sauce. And Drake's been sharp. And I got to talk to him a long time before the game because he wasn't playing, and I was out on the field. And just the confidence coming off of him is it's incredible. And I think going through that first year, playing for Josh McDaniels, having the season that he had, I mean, a few votes away from winning the MVP, go to the Super Bowl. He learned so much in that year. I think we're going to see another big jump from him this season.
Well, that's the thing that, is interesting that you're here. You can actually touch on it and talk about the freedom that he might have to go from Josh McDaniels' first year as the quarterback who's just trying to, learn some stuff to now I know the offense kind of like I know the back of my hand. And what type of freedom does Josh allow you to have when you're the quarterback and he knows you understand what's going on out there?
Yeah, I mean, Josh makes it hard on you, right? And we had Josh on our podcast last year, and he goes, when I came in, I asked Drake, I go, do you want to learn the easy way or the hard way? And he goes, I want the hard way. I want to learn how to do everything. And so last year was really about putting those pieces together, and I think at that point, Drake understood the what of the plays. I think this year he's going to understand the why. And so when Josh calls a play in, he's going to understand exactly why he's calling that play. If the defense presents something, he's going to have the freedom to change it. And there was a play, it was a touchdown to Kyle Williams against the New York Giants last year. It was a Thursday night game. And remember a few weeks before they played the Bengals, and it wasn't a great start to that game. There was a lot of these blitzes. Well, the Giants came in, they tried to really steal that copy of that defense and put some pressure on them. And the touchdown to Kyle Williams, you see Drake get up there. He's like, hey, easy, guys. Got to change the protection. Here comes this blitz. He signals the route. Boom, touchdown to Kyle Williams. We're going to see that a lot more often this year.
For Drake to be able to come into this season and say, Mike Vrabel said it during a preseason interview, that he hasn't earned anything yet. He hasn't done anything yet. Like, you look at a young guy like that, and he has done a lot. How special is it to have a young quarterback that can not only be talented on the field, but be a leader, not be too full of himself, and still try to get there? It's
so unique, especially in this day and age, right? The humility that he brings. And I always joke, he's the youngest of 4 boys. Like, he got beat up on. They kept him humble, and it's genuine. I mean, every time I've talked to him, it's just – shucks, like he's kind of got that mentality, which I think his teammates look at, and it's very endearing. Here's a guy who,
but it's not fake. It's like
not
his
fake.
Real, it's his real, like,
it is. And Bill knows him through.
I know
Best
Drake
Buddies.
really well. We're on the board of Best Buddies together, and he is exactly what you see.
Yeah.
All the time.
That old country boy.
Yeah, he's just a good kid. His wife's a good kid. They're just nice people. They do it right.
And just like I know Devin was making fun of our video that got posted of my son taking
what was that? What was that all about?
We recorded down at practice last week. And while we were walking over, we walked through the bubble, and my son, he's getting ready to play football. He's got his football with him, and David's like, "Come here, let me teach you how to take a snap." So the first one didn't go so well. He fumbles the snap, and we teach him. I take one, I show him, look, you got to get up in there. You can't be shy.
You got to get up in there.
You got to get up in there, and I don't know what the rules are. I'm going to learn along the way.
You can say anything.
And I said, look. You got to, if you feel sack, you got to, like, you're good. You know what I mean?
We know what kind of sack.
That's just part of the job. Amen. Like, you can't be shy when you're those two guys. That's why David and I have such a great rapport,
Right.
And
Never
so
be shy.
I showed him how
Oftentimes,
to do it.
you were he was asking you about snapping, and there was no ball involved.
Well, there actually may have been.
At walkthroughs, you got to simulate it somehow. But anyways.
This is must-see radio right here.
Exactly.
This is some good stuff.
We love the double entendre.
So, we're doing that. We teach him how to take the snap. But it was a great opportunity to be down there, be at practice. It was against the Colts. You got to see a lot of great matchups that they did. So we had some fun with it, that's for sure.
Is the boy going to be good?
We're working on it. It's always about, look, every day a little bit of improvement. Every day a little bit of improvement. 1% better every day. He's working hard. He doesn't always love getting coached by his dad. I said there's got to be a separation. When we're on the field, I'm the coach, and on the way home, I'm
It'll pay off. It'll pay off as he gets older. Remember, the game's played from the neck up.
Yeah, one of those guys who makes him walk home beside the car. If
that would have been more like my dad. No, I'm a little softer than that.
Yeah, you got to be easy on him nowadays.
Hey, you and I talked briefly about this recently, but what is it about here?
Yeah.
If there is anything, maybe I'm a homer. Maybe it's the same everywhere else. You grew up in Cleveland. You were there, so maybe it's the same. But what is it about coming here, playing for the Patriots, and the obligation that you end up feeling when it comes to getting involved in the community?
Yeah, look, I'm not from here, but I've decided to make this my home. I love this community. I love this city. And not only did I grow up in Cleveland, but I played for 9 different organizations and 9 different cities. And the one thing you'd say about Boston is so unique. You have 4 organizations that are at the top of their level. And I know that fluctuates a little bit, but it creates such a sense of community. I was telling you, it almost feels like going back to college, because the football players, like the Patriots hangs out with the Bruins or the Red Sox or the Celtics, and we all are here to support the community. And so that's with the Jimmy Fund and Dana Farber. And I know Devin kind of stole my thunder, but I came into the Patriots when Myra Kraft was there, and her emphasis was volunteerism. And so as soon as you come in, you're going to visit the cancer unit at Boston Children's, Dana Farber, and you really understand how important that is, and going to see these kids and their families. I think that's the one thing that gets lost. Like, the families are going through it too, and so it's such a unique community. Like you said, I grew up in Cleveland. We didn't have any good teams. You guys have 4 of them winning championships. It's truly unique, and like I said, I made this my home because Boston is one of the best, if not the best, sports city in America.
Awesome.
And CMT, always very supportive, and I know you're here today, Bill, and you guys want to support the cause today.
Yeah, for sure. So Cambridge Mobile Telematics, CMT, is our company. We started here 18 years ago. We're very big in the community. We're doing a lot with your radio program, and I'd like to say to everybody, we're doing a lot with your radio program, not radio in Boston.
Yeah.
Well, there's a big difference there. What you all do is amazing, and we're grateful to be part of it. So CMT is going to make a donation of $10,000 to the Jimmy Fund.
All right.
And my wife, Susie, who's either watching or listening right now, I'm not sure, we're going to match that as well. We'll make a personal donation on top of that for the Jimmy Fund. So
That's awesome. All right, so that's $20,000.
$20,000.
That
And
is awesome.
by the way, where are we at right now? What's the number?
$3 million.
$3 million.
It's unbelievable.
Yeah.
It's unbelievable.
Well, people might not know it, but long ago, when I was just a young man, you were a sales guy at WEEI. Am I right? Am I right about that?
You were right about that. I started my career. That's right, Kurt.
No way.
Started my career as a sales guy with Mike Xavier Kellogg right over there.
What was the decade?
It was 1855.
Was it the 80s or the 90s?
Who was president?
It was the 90s.
It was the 90s. Wow.
It was amazing, and yeah, I mean, people, if you're running a company out there and you want to find a good salesperson, find a radio salesperson because they will absolutely dig and grind and make it happen.
That doesn't mean that you want every radio salesperson from other stations who listens to this show and then tries to poach all of our partners to call you. Right?
No, in fact, if they call me, they won't get me. They'll get Mike Kellogg, and he'll say, "We're good, thank you so much." To be clear.
I just want to be clear about that.
To be really clear about this,
they can stop calling our partners. They're doing business with us.
I get television stations calling me. I'm like, no. I work with Greg.
Yeah,
there's a difference.
There you go.
Fantastic.
Foxhole guy.
That's it.
But I'm excited because, Greg, I first came across you, I guess, 18, 19 years ago at the Matt Light shootout. And
yes.
We've met, forever and obviously interacted, but it'll be exciting.
Probably look just the same, I would say.
Yes, I would agree with that.
Yeah, really.
So let me ask you a question.
Maybe gained a couple pounds.
No, you look great.
Happens as we age.
Bigger wallet.
So I have a question. Brian's a great analyst. Like, why did it take us to get him on a Wednesday show?
I don't know.
I'm new to it. I'm picking and choosing. I got to coach freshman football.
There you go. A lot of time.
I got other things that I'm doing. So.
Did you have a hard time? Guys always say they have a hard time early on when they jump to broadcasting, criticizing other players.
To me, it's not about being critical. It's about being analytical. That's my big thing that I've tried to hold true. And I'm fortunate enough, especially being here and watching, with Josh McDaniels, I know that offense. And so I know what they're attempting to try to do. And so it's not about being critical. It's about being analytical. Great instance. In the Super Bowl, Drake goes to throw. It gets tipped. I don't know if it was a fumble or a pick six, whatever that was. Well, in that protection, you got to take account for Witherspoon coming off the edge. So that's not being critical. That's understanding, okay, he's there. He's going to improve for that. Obviously, you don't want to have that happen in the Super Bowl, but that will forever stay with him, right? I don't know if you saw, I forget where I read it, but he did an interview and just talking about, the lasting effect of when you lose a Super Bowl. You guys asked Devin about it. I was with Devin on two of those losses, the second Giants Super Bowl and obviously the Philly Super Bowl. And it's like those stick with you every single day you come back to work out, every single practice, and so for Drake at his young age and with his attitude, that is going to resonate with him. And I guarantee he's never going to get caught with that slot nickel coming off the edge ever again.
Because you're going to make sure that you don't make those same mistakes because that's what you're always thinking about. Oh, if I would have did this on this play. And so now when you're coming into, with his second year in the offense. But to me, the biggest thing, and I've been part of this, and having the ability to have a guy like A.J. Brown.
Can we not get back to A.J. Brown? We just talked about the Super Bowl loss in Philly. We have to do this with every guest. Why didn't Butler play?
To this day, I do not know.
Okay. I have to ask.
Remember Malcolm came back? What was that, like 20?
Yeah.
And I'm like, dude, you're back. Like, what's the deal?
We just have to ask. It's like my moonshot. I need to find out.
We got some guy working on the case.
Right.
We got a guy working on the case.
I think there's two people who know, and that's Malcolm Butler and Bill Belichick, and I think that's it.
Yeah.
But if it was so egregious, like we all know the personal thing it might have been.
Yeah.
If it was that, I don't think he ever would have brought him back.
That's why I was like, Malk, like, what's the deal?
Right.
Yeah.
And that was
and
like,
Malcolm doesn't tell anybody.
No.
So
Netflix, we got to get them on it.
That's why I think it was more on something the player did, and it was a punishment, and then it was like, all right, I'll give you another opportunity.
But why dress him? Why dress him if he's not going to play?
Well, I mean, I ran the scout team that week, and Malcolm was making a lot of plays. So And offensively, like, we didn't notice it until probably deep into the second quarter, because at least with the Patriots, as I talked about, I played on a lot of bad organizations.
Yeah.
But when you're on the Patriots offense, when you come over to the sideline, Wiggy, like, you're not watching the defense. You are locked in on your position coach, or Josh is going down and saying, we're going to run this. And so you very rarely ever watch the defense. Really, the only time is there's an interception, you hear the roar of the crowd, you look up like, all right, we got to go. But, like, you're not watching
who's out there.
No.
Yeah.
Like, if you were out walking around while that you'd be getting mean mugged. Like, get back over to the bench and figure out what we're going to do next. So we didn't even realize really until halftime, I would say, what was going on.
But you believe if he played, you win the game?
I mean, definitely would have helped. That's for sure.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, look, it was just one of those nights where offensively, you guys ever seen, I think it's called For Love of the Game with Kevin Costner?
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
You know when he's, like, in the zone and he's, like, like, that's what Brady was that night. Like, he'd come over and he'd just look and he'd be like, got it. And no one talked to him. It was like pitching a no-hitter. And so if we just get one defensive stop that game, I think it totally turns the tide.
I also would like to talk about the fact that on the Philly special they cheated. It was they moved.
Yeah, legal formation.
The two people moving at the same time.
All right, we all missed that.
Yeah. No, I'm on it. Wiggy, I'm on it. All my guys in Philly, they're killing me. I'm like, you cheated.
The Zebras missed that one.
Take it away.
All right, guys, thank you. Thanks for everything that Cambridge Mobile Telematics does for us, Brian, every Wednesday during the season.
Looking forward to it.
Okay, we can't wait. We are at Fenway Park, day number 2 of the Jimmy Fund Radio Telethon. We'll be right.
No subscription needed. The Sox play here. 93.7 WEEI FM and HD1, Lawrence, Boston, and Odyssey Sports Station. Now, here's what's in our feed.
And the feed is brought to you by Subaru. Brian Bayo shined once again in the Red Sox win last night, striking out 3 overs, 4 2/3 innings pitched. Here's Chad Tracy on how great Brian's been.
It's huge. We've talked a lot about the starters and, like, how do we do things to be able to insert things to get them more rest. And, like, you saw it tonight, like, Gamby was awesome. 4 hitters, gets them all out. Bayo comes in and gives us length and sets it up for the backside. And hugely important. And he's been very, very good in that role for a while now.
With so much to love, don't miss the Subaru of New England A Lot to Love event. Love all the new 2026 Subaru Outback has to offer, like symmetrical all-wheel drive. Buy with 0.9% financing or lease for just $299 per month. For complete details and to find your authorized Subaru retailer, visit SubaruofNewEngland.com. I'm Courtney Cox. That's what's in your feed. Now back to the Greg Hill Show.
Fighting for those that inspire.
Please help WEEI and Nesson Strico Cancer.
Please call 877-738-1234 to make a gift.
Now, the Greg Hill Show and the WEEI Nesson Jimmy Fund Radio Telethon.
We are at Fenway Park and with the guy who has the keys to the whole place here, Sam Kennedy. We got a lot of Dana-Farber doctors around here, so you and I probably should not refer to each other as doctor today.
Already.
We are just on a different level. We're at a different level. Our expertise is limited to orthopedic injuries, and with those, we don't even know what we're talking about. So it's all good.
But listen, obviously, it's incredible. This is 24 years old and over $80 million donated. We just went over $3 million. The longest-running partnership between a sports franchise and a charitable organization in the country started in 1953, and you've been able to watch it grow. It's extraordinary.
It's really amazing. You think about 73 years old. As you said, no professional sports team has had a relationship like it, and it was really a priority. Speaking of old, you and I go back a long way, but 25 years ago when we came in, I remember the late, great Larry Lucchino, who was treated multiple times at Dana-Farber, stating very boldly that we were going to enhance the partnership with the Dana-Farber Cancer Institute and the Jimmy Fund, and that's exactly what Larry and John Henry and Tom Werner set out to do, and I'm glad they did. It's been remarkable, and we just got to keep this going. Thank you guys, everybody at WEEI and Nesson, for keeping this tradition. Thanks to all the volunteers back there and everyone who's donating. It really is a special 2 days.
Big and small people step up. Rob and Karen Hill stepped up. They do so much for the community, and
is there a Mount Rushmore for philanthropy in Boston? Because we should start with the Hale family. It's just unbelievable.
And it's not just this. It's everything. It is everything.
It's everything.
You and I are on a board that Rob started, and Rob starts the meeting off and says, I'm going to start off with Karen and I are going to start off and donate $100 million. This is to Children's Hospital.
Yeah. Greg and I walked out the side door.
No, I always describe it. It was like the Simpsons, and the bush.
Oh yeah. Homer's going into the bush.
Sorry.
You and I were like Homer backing into the bush. We're like, and sorry, we're not on that level. But they give so much to the community. It's incredible. So
we're all so lucky to live here, and I mean it really is the most incredible place to live and to work. And we have our sports and all the amazing things in Boston. But if you're lucky enough to be here, and for this disease has affected everybody sitting up here, everybody listening, and when it hits you, when it hits home. It's the scariest thing in the world, and we all have a responsibility to do everything we can. So you said it. Big donations are great, but small donations are equally appreciated. We just need them en masse. We need everyone. Give as often as you can, any amount. Let's keep those totals going. Try to get back over that $5 million mark.
Bats got going last night here, and that's what you need to make happen.
I think we talked about this last time I was on. When you figure out this sport, you'll let us know. I mean, it's just night in and night out. You don't know what's going to happen. I've never been a part of a season like this.
Anything like it, right? This is bizarre.
No, 25 years, and we've seen a lot, Chris, but I have never seen such frustrating, maddening performance in the beginning of the season. Then the
exhilarating
July, it was just incredible. And then we scuffled the last couple series, and then it was great to see us get back on track last night.
Go ahead, Courtney.
I was just going to say, it's such an awesome time for somebody to join the organization, too. Like, you look at Adley Rushman. Obviously, the games weren't going your way when he first came to the team, but now you're turning things around. But for him to be on the Jimmy Fund last night, I was watching him on Nesson. it's such an important way to get into the organization. For a guy like that to be able to speak on how important the Jimmy Fund is for the Red Sox after being here for just a few weeks.
You're absolutely right, Courtney. I was listening to or watching Andrew Monasterio with you guys yesterday, or at some point. It's all a blur. But to hear him talk about what these fans mean and what it's like to be in Boston and what the Dana-Farber means, and then driving home, I'm listening to Mickey Gasper talk about growing up here and how he was in tears standing out there for the national anthem after seeing patients and kids coming in. It's like, man, these guys, they get it, and they're new to the organization, but they really just immediately get what's going on here and what makes this place so special. So you're right, and Adley is going to be a great addition for us right now. We're glad to have him.
How do you get, because I was at the game last night, and the fans were into it, and we're here every day, and fans get frustrated, the expectations, there's no patience because, baseball is just so up and down. You talked about, how do you make sure as an organization, as an ownership, as players, like, you guys don't get caught into that, like, that being impatient because maybe a series or a stretch isn't going well for you and not hitting the panic button?
Well, I'd say we're not that great at it. We are emotional and passionate. Our baseball operations group have to be dispassionate and really think about the short term and the long term. That's our collective job. But I'm lying to you if I sit there and tell you we don't get too high or too low. You want to be consistent, but it's so personal. It means so much. And I don't know, maybe as we're getting older, you appreciate every single day that we have the opportunity to work here. I come in here every morning, 25 years, and just you never, ever take it for granted. So it's really tough, Wiggy. And the one thing I do know is after 30-plus years in baseball, after 162 games, like, you are who you are, right? I mean, we thought coming out of spring training, this was a team that was going to be in the postseason, and we'd be good enough to take that next step in October, whatever that means, because the randomness of the postseason. We still believe that, but were we doubting, May and June? Yeah, I mean, it was brutal. Like, I haven't seen poor performance like that in a long time. And then all of a sudden, we turned things around. So it's just been it's been a great year, but it's also been very challenging.
Isn't it nice now when you come in to work every morning, the driveline guys aren't around telling you what door is the most analytically feasible that you should go in?
I tell you, if I see a driveline person today, that'd be the first time I see a driveline. I know there's a lot's been made about driveline. I don't know where
they have nothing to do with anything.
I don't know where their offices are. Oh my goodness!
Can I go? I'm gonna
talk radio, driveline.
I know it's so annoying.
We have a job to do. I get it, but like let's talk about like facts.
I sit here and go.
God.
I look and go, hey, there was an unbelievable turnaround on this baseball team. Is it Chad Tracy? Is it the fact that Kyle Boddy is not around as much? So it's interesting for us to just ask.
Of course, no. I think what happens in professional sports is individual people get way too much blame and way too much credit for when things are going well. That's just true. I mean, but I get it. In the media, we have to point to certain things. The truth is, there's contributions coming from all across the organization. Like, look at our man Eli last night. Like, I mean, you pick a guy up at the deadline to come in and help out with defense and with speed on the bases, and comes up with a huge hit. Like, it's just contributions come from all over the place, and so I do think that we assign way too much blame and we give too much credit. So it's a bunch of factors. Look, starting pitching, a great bullpen, great defense. That's what this team was built around. And ultimately, if we're successful this year, it will be because of those factors, I think.
And Sam, not to be too optimistic, which I usually am blamed for.
No, I'm blamed for that.
This, looking at it objectively, the way the team is built right now, that's how you want to play in the postseason. Great starting pitching, nails at the end of the bullpen, great arms that are ready, you get diverse guys coming out of the bullpen, some timely hitting, leadership with Contreras. You got we got Rutschman in now, who's got that catcher leadership that Tech used to bring. Hopefully, what do you think about the optimism that fans feel about a potential deep playoff run?
Well, I think the optimism is expected, just given what happened, given the run we went on, and we sort of saw the potential of what this group can do together. But in my experience, the number one thing is pitching. I remember 2015 and 16 when we brought in Dave Dombrowski, a Hall of Fame general manager who did an amazing job here, and his sort of first comment in our meetings was like, we have a very talented team. We have a great group of young players, but we need top of the rotation starters. We need lockdown starters to come in here and make that push into October. And Brez feels that way as well. Obviously, building out the pitching infrastructure, it's everything. And you said it, Chris. You get to the postseason, it's a different game. Guys only go a few innings, and so we need to have really, really deep depth in that bullpen and with our starters, and we need good health. Got to knock on
wood.
Speaking of health.
Yeah. Last week you're on, talked about John Henry, that the family will not sell this team. You can also, what's going on with Liverpool? Did you guys just take an investment, or are you selling Liverpool?
Yeah, we took on an investment that was consummated last week, which will help support the team. But as we've been screaming from the mountaintops for the last 16 years since we've been involved with different sports. Each individual team operates on their own, so no impact on the Red Sox. And I think I made it pretty clear about the Henry family and their commitment to Boston and the Red Sox, and I don't see that changing ever.
Awesome. All right.
You talked about pitching, you talked about defense, but the bats are starting to get hot right now, too. You look at Wilson Contreras. Just what has he meant for this team, not just on the field? He seems like a great leader in that clubhouse, too.
Incredible, Courtney. To get at that 25th home run, big question in spring training was offense. Where is it going to come from? Him having a career year, getting that 25th home run was huge for him, but the leadership that he brings has been absolutely huge. Emotional player, plays with a lot of passion, and he loves playing at Fenway Park, and he loves these fans, and that's the kind of player you want in Boston. And before you kick me out of here, by the way, can I just say that this disease has, again, it's affected all of us, but I want to give a shout out. My best friend from high school, we lost to a glioblastoma diagnosis, 2013, Ben Crawford. He lived through that season. He passed in 2015, but Lori Glimpshire and Lisa and everybody at Dana-Farber were so helpful. And anyway, my incredible wife, Amanda, and my two kids, Jimmy and Allie, who are not kids anymore, they're adults. We want to contribute to the Partners Foundation. Very small, not like Mr. Hale, but Amanda and I want to make a $10,000 contribution.
That's awesome.
So I want to thank you guys.
That's awesome.
And Ben Crawford, I love you, bro. Thank you.
And how great was Alex Cora writing a check for $20,000 this year?
It's amazing. He's a part of the Red Sox family, and we're really grateful. Making change is really hard, but we're so grateful to Alex and the Cora family for stepping up as well.
All right. Well,
thanks, Greg.
These are the best 2 days of the summer.
Absolutely. Thank you guys for what you're doing. It's a grind, but we appreciate it. Let's keep those donations coming in. We really appreciate it.
All right. That's
Thanks, Sam.
That's Sam Kennedy, president of Boston Red Sox. We're at Fenway Park. We'll be back shortly.
Download to see if you qualify. Not all customers will qualify. Transfer fees may apply. No Albert subscription required. Albert is not a bank. Albert Instant Loans are issued by FinWise Bank, member FDIC. Not an actual client. Terms apply.
Kylie, what's wrong? I just got hit with a car repair bill. I'm behind on rent, and I feel like I can never save any money.
Have you tried the Albert app? Albert is your financial assistant, helping you find ways to save and create custom budgets to actually grow your money. Plus, you can get up to $10,000 for big expenses, or advance up to $1,000 fast when you need cash right away.
Albert can get me up to $10,000?
Exactly. Albert spots you in a pinch and helps you grow your money in the long run.
I'm downloading Albert right now.
Download the Albert app and use promo code INSTANT to borrow up to $10,000 for whatever you need. The Albert app helps you budget better and save.
now. Scheduling my appointment.
Good idea. And happy 50th.
We need your help. Dial 877-738-1234 to make a gift.
Now, the Greg Hill Show and the WEEI Nesson Jimmy Fund Radio Telethon.
Day number 2 at Fenway Park all day long here on Boston Sports Original WEEI. Jones and Keefe coming up at 10. Bunch of ways to give, and we're going to keep telling you because we know you want to be a part of this. We are well over $3 million that you've donated since we began yesterday at 6 a.m. And so you can call 877-738-1234, make a donation that way. You go online and donate at jimmyfund.org. That's jimmyfund.org. And you can text to give any amount. Just text K-Cancer to 56512 in order to give. And we'll throw in Sam Kennedy's $10,000. That's great. And we'll just keep tabulating, adding it up here. Bill Chisholm, the new owner of the Boston Celtics, is going to join us in a few minutes, and we'll talk to him about this and about the Celtics and all that stuff. So all of that is coming up this morning.
Unbelievable. Probably right around 3.1 now with those donations, and you're looking at over halfway to where we were last year, which was record-setting. So it's a long way to go, as you said at the beginning of the show, but we're on a good path to get there.
Listen, if we don't get, I'll just stay. I won't go on vacation if we don't get the amount.
All right. Well, then people will stop giving because they don't want just me and Courtney.
No, that's not. I was going to say they don't want me. I say, all right, we're going to take a quick break. We're back with Bill Chisholm coming up next on day number 2 of the WEEI Nesson Jimmy Fund Radio Telethon from Fenway Park. us now for the first time on this show, the new owner of the Boston Celtics, Bill Chisholm. Bill, good morning. Thanks for taking time out to join us on the Jimmy Fund Radio Telethon.
Thank you, Greg. How are you guys doing?
We're doing great. We are just over $3 million donated since we began yesterday at 6. And Celtics have a long history of supporting this, being a part of it with the Red Sox, and supporting Dana Farber. And I'm sure you got the lay of the land when you got here, and it's important for you that the team continues that support.
Yeah, absolutely. I think, I don't know, you probably know, I grew up in the North Shore, and some of my early memories are going to Red Sox games in those red boxes. So I've put a few quarters in there over the years, and even in the Celtics, this gives me a chance to be even more involved, and really excited to do so. And I look at the connection between, these sports teams in Boston and philanthropy, and I think, the Red Sox and the Jimmy Fund, that set the standard, and, really pioneered for all the teams in Boston. And, Celtics with the Shamrock Foundation kind of followed the Red Sox and the Jimmy Fund lead. So it's really excited to be on here with you guys. Appreciate it.
Well, there's the long legacy of Celtics players getting active in the community and doing things. How does the team instill that when it comes to these? But maybe they don't have to. Maybe it's just natural with guys. But how do the Celtics make that a big part of what these guys do? Yeah. I mean, I think you kind of hit on it a little bit. It's first. It really starts with picking the right guys. When we look at players, I mean, the first question I ask is about the character of the players. And so I think the folks we bring in have that to begin with, because there's a bigger job than just putting the basketball in the hoop. It's being a good teammate. It's being a good member of the community, and we'd certainly screen for that on the way in. And then I think the other thing I'd say is, to instill it, it's a lot of leading by example. And if you look at, what you look at Jason and Jalen and Derek and those guys, they're out in the community. They're doing their part, and I think that sets an example for the younger guys. And it's a little subtle thing, but you may or may not notice the first thing that the rookies come in. They don't do a press conference. They go out and do a community event. So you see Chris and Dylan out there, a month ago or so. That's really important. And I think we start with the right people, and then we instill it with that leadership with the older guys. And yeah, it's an important part of the job. You brought up growing up on the North Shore, being a Celtics fan. You bought this team exactly a year ago tomorrow, I believe. Has it been what has owning a franchise been what you expected it would be like? Yeah, I mean it's been a crazy year for me and my family, and yeah, it's a good chance to reflect and be grateful for where we are. It's been, I've been literally living the dream. A year, 18 months ago, I'm in my driveway doing pump up videos, pregame pump up videos in front of our old basketball hoop for my family, and here we are. So it's been an amazing experience, certainly exceeded expectations. Just a lot of joy for our family and friends, and that's been great, and so certainly exceeded expectations. But it's been hard too. This summer was some really tough decisions, and ones that kind of broke my heart personally. So that I expected it to be hard. I expected to be some hard decisions. I guess I didn't necessarily think it would happen quite so quickly and with such magnitude. But yeah, and it's just a crazy year, and so grateful to have had this year, and looking forward to a lot more. So when you talk about heartbreak, Brad comes to you and says, "Hey, here's what we're thinking with Jalen." You talked in that press conference about sort of almost needing to be convinced, or is it hard to separate? Is it hard to separate the fan part of you from the owner part of you when it comes to making that decision?
Yeah, I mean it's a really good question. It's one that I struggled with at the time, and like you said, I have so much. I truly believe we have the best front office in the NBA, and I think it's a source of advantage for us every day, and so I definitely have a level of trust in Brad and his team. But man, as a fan, that was tough, and I really I really need to be convinced, and to take the fan passion out of it, because I'm a super fan, was tough, and to frankly to put aside the. And you have to kind of I think you have to be a sociopath if you don't worry a little bit about what other fans are going to think. And so to put all that to the side and just, do the job. I step back and realize, you have a responsibility, to protect and advance the legacy of the Celtics. And, we've got the best, brains in basketball. And this is something that they had conviction around. And I needed to be convinced, and that's my job. But they did convince me, and we did it, and we did it with conviction, and I think we'll see where it goes, but we feel good about it. But all that stuff is tough. I mean, it's really tough on a personal level. I really like Jalen as a person, as the role he played in the community, and obviously the role he played on the court. Will be sorely missed.
Bill, speaking of Brad, to buy a team with such great leadership like Brad Stevens, like Joe Mazzulla, what's that working relationship been like this past year, and where do you see the future with the three of you?
Yeah, I mean, I should have mentioned Joe as a source of real advantage for us, because he's tremendous. But I would say just first of all, for me onboarding, I look around, you see, and I don't other teams, and they have turnover and kind of replacing folks here and there. I mean, this was pretty seamless for me to come in and have A+ people throughout the organization, and it's the Boston Celtics. I mean, we should have that quality and that kind of that excellence in the leadership, and we certainly have it, and that's made it much easier onboarding for me. And one of the things that you kind of realize is you realize you don't know as much as you think you do when you come in the door. And thank goodness that these guys were here to help onboard me. And as I said in my original press conference, it's really I want to do this in a collaborative way. I'm looking to them to make the recommendations, and I'll pressure test those. But it's been great, and they're really great basketball minds, and on top of that, they're really good people, and folks that I really have enjoyed working with, and I think they stand for what the Celtics should stand for. Is that that commitment to excellence and doing it with real leadership and real character. So it's been fantastic.
Bill, you talk about your passion and your love, but understanding you're also an owner. As a fan, a diehard fan, I think the most important thing is seeing another banner get raised and put up in those rafters. For us fans out here, what in your mind, what do you believe that you want to see with the Celtics team? And are you willing to do whatever it takes to, put this team in a position where they can raise another banner with you as the owner?
Yeah, I mean, that's it. I said before, and I'll say it again. I mean, we're not playing for second. We're playing. We're playing to win and to raise banners. And someone joked and was calling me at the beginning Billy Banners, because I said that, and that is I want to earn that. I want to earn that, and I haven't yet. And I think, we have the ingredients to do it, and certainly the commitment, and you have, the fans and the organization has a commitment for me. We'll do whatever it takes, and I'm desperate to win. And it's the Boston Celtics, and so we should and we will.
Bill, a lot of people a year ago thought the sale price was astronomical when you led the group that purchased this team. Well, I don't think they're saying that anymore after the Lakers sale. What did you make of that sale, and what does that do for your valuation of the franchise?
Yeah, I mean, it's pretty nutty, and I don't. I mean, I want to say this, but I don't want to sound, out of touch. But I don't really care that's the Lakers. This is the Celtics. It's out of my control, and frankly, I'm not going anywhere, so it doesn't really matter. I mean, if you're selling the team, if you're, then sure, maybe that's a consideration. But I'm in this for the long haul, so. Yeah, it's nice for the headlines and stuff, but for the day-to-day around the Boston Celtics, that doesn't really matter, and I'm not focused on that. And but it's pretty nutty.
We love that answer. That's awesome. It would be, speaking of down the road, it would be a long time down the road. But do you need to have your own building to compete financially in this league? No. But I do think we need to have an arena that kind of creates, is consistent with the quality of and the excellence of the Celtics. And we need to have, to create, the best fan and player experience we can. And do we need to own the building to do that? No, but we certainly need to have, the ability to influence that agenda. I mean, and if we need to own the building to do it, we'll do that. But I think the other thing is, when you do that, you got to make sure that you're not losing focus on what matters. You're not in the business of, running an arena. You're in the business of running a world-class basketball team that, is putting up banners. That's the true north. That's what we need to work towards. And if owning the building needs to be part of that, then great. But it's not a necessary thing. And, I think we've got a really good partner right now on that front. So, and we've got a really good location. So, just making sure that that we're all aligned around that objective, which is to create the best fan and player experience possible, and make sure we don't lose focus on what really matters, which is putting up banners. Last one from me: Celtics, Knicks, now the 76ers. Is this the best division? Is this the best division in basketball?
Yeah, I mean that's a pretty impressive mix, and they're just I think the entire league is upgraded. So I'm not sure how that really is going to stack up. That's why you play the games, and we'll see what happens. But what I am sure of is it's a good thing because we need that. We need that competition. We need that competition every night. And we need to become, playoff ready because we haven't gotten it done the last 2 years. And, I just don't think you can, kind of glide through the regular season and expect to turn a switch in the playoffs. We need to, get out there every night and get after it. And we need to play tough opponents. And so, bring it on.
Bill, it's been awesome having you on. Thank you for joining us. I know how important this event is to the Celtics, to you, and the support for the Dana-Farber and the Jimmy Fund is awesome. So we appreciate you taking the time to talk with us today.
Yeah, you bet. And thank you guys for all you're doing. And appreciate having the chance to catch up. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right.
Good luck.
Okay.
All right.
Okay. Thank you guys.
We got to take a Thanks, Bill. We'll take a break, but we can unpack. We'll get to that coming up.
When addressing the problem of erectile dysfunction, you want the right treatment for your specific medical situation because every case is different, and finding the right treatment can mean the difference between just an okay experience and an amazing one. This is Dale for Northeast Men's Health, and at our practices, we offer the full range of ED treatment protocols and can even combine therapies to help make those intimate moments special, both for you and your partner. At Northeast Men's Health, we're the leader in treating ED in the area. Our medical providers specialize in men's sexual health and understand that no two cases are alike, which means you'll get the right treatment for you based on sound medical evaluation and appropriate applications of medical therapies. Plus, we offer treatments that are effective in well over 90% of cases, which means if you're like most men, you'll get your sex life back. So call us. Your initial visit is just $99 and includes blood work, a medical consult, and if medically advised, a test dose. And if that test dose doesn't work in the office, your visit is free. Call 617-793-5000. That's 617-793-5000. Or go to northeastmenshealth.com. We have 7 offices, including our new office in Bridgewater.
Window.
Radio Telethon.
Jones and Keefe coming up in just a little bit. Before we turn things over to them, though, we are joined by Kirk Schaefer and his doctor, Dr. Jacob Laubach. Guys, thanks for being on this morning.
Thank you. Be here.
Thanks. Glad to have you here. Your story, Kirk, is interesting because you live in Florida.
I do.
And did you know all about Dana-Farber before your diagnosis?
I knew of Dana-Farber, obviously not like I do now. But I grew up in Michigan and originally and was aware of Dana-Farber and the connection with cancer.
It's an extraordinary place, and for those who are listening, it's and thinking about giving, maybe a little bit about your experience and what has been the difference when it comes to Dana-Farber for you.
Well, it starts with Jacob Laubach. I was when I was diagnosed. I had a friend who had a connection with an oncologist well known in Orlando, Florida, and he said you should get a hold of him, and I did. He happened to be retired, and he told me, he said, look, he said, if I were in your shoes, there's two people I would reach out to, and Dr. Laubach was one of them, and my wife and I made the trip up here and spent an hour with Dr. Laubach, and we were blown away. And it was very clear that this is where we were coming. And the thing about Dr. Laubach is he's obviously an expert in his field, but he's much more than that. We talked about so many things other than my myeloma that it really relaxed me and relaxed my wife. And even here, as we were getting ready to get on the radio, I mean, we can go on sports, I think, all day long. We have a love of sports, and we remember so many of the stories from past teams, both here in Boston and elsewhere.
Did you get to the game last night?
No, we're going tonight.
You're going tonight. All right.
Yeah.
Well, that'll bring them good luck.
Yeah.
That'll bring them good luck.
Yeah.
We've been talking for the last 2 days about the money that's raised during the Jimmy Fund Radio Telethon and how it goes to research to not only just try to cure cancer, but also extend the lives of those that are battling it. I know that, Kirk, you just had a wedding this past weekend that you were able to attend. So
yeah.
When you look at how much money, over $3 million right now, and where that money's going to, just how important is it for a patient that has this big battle that they're about to face?
You know, it's and I'm sure, you know, you've heard it from other people, but the regiment that I'm on is the product of research that started a decade plus ago. That Dana-Farber was you know, and Dr. Laubach and his colleagues were basically a big part of it, and I, you know, my health is tied to what happened in the past. That money that came in, you know, is saving lives. I feel very normal right now. I'm very happy to be in remission. It's been an incredibly successful treatment, and it all is tied to what was done before that came from people from their hearts contributing, saving lives. So I mean, I don't know. There's no better way that I can think of to do with your money than to actually save lives, and that's what's happening here.
And doctor, I have a personal connection. Someone very close to me has multiple myeloma, and I have seen firsthand the incredible way that this is, obviously there is no cure, but the way in which people like yourself have gotten this treatment under control, where it is not a death sentence, that you can live a long, healthy life with this disease. Can you talk to how far we've come and where we are and what this money does to get us towards that goal of curing this?
Yeah, it's a really remarkable journey. You know, the program in myeloma at Dana-Farber started in the 1980s with Ken Anderson. And I went through medical school in the mid-1990s, and at the time there were so few effective treatment options for multiple myeloma. It felt kind of like a death sentence for the patients. And I during fellowship, saw some of the innovative changes occur in the field in the early 2000s, a lot of which were emanating out of Dana-Farber and other like centers. And I then arrived here in 2008, and the pace of progress has been remarkable. And we consider this a controllable cancer. And as of 2026, for the first time in our field, we actually have a definition of cure.
That's awesome.
It's incredible.
Yeah.
Wow.
And
Yeah.
it wouldn't be possible without these donations and what this, this audience has given over 24 years, $80 million toward this cause, or 83, whatever we're at now. So, and what you guys are able to accomplish, what you're able to do for your patients is amazing.
The resources mean so much, and it comes from a lot of different avenues, a lot of different places, but philanthropy means so much and allows us to do the innovative research that we do and conduct patient care the way that we want to.
Well, bring the Red Sox some luck tonight, will you?
We're planning on it.
Yeah, okay.
Planning on it, yeah.
And we thank you so much for sharing your story.
Thank you.
And keep fighting.
Will do.
Doctor, thanks for everything you do every day when it comes to this.
It's a pleasure.
All right.
Really is.
That's going to wrap it up for us,
Good
guys.
job.
And wrap up your week, Greg.
That's
Good job.
right. Yes.
Yep. Safe travels.
Off to Maine. You'll do fine without me.
Okay.
I will. We will be, or these guys will be back tomorrow morning at 6. Jones and Keefe are coming up next from Fenway Park. And keep calling and keep donating online and keep texting and see if we can't get more than we got last year. So thank you very much for being here. Jones and Keefe in 2 minutes next.
Now we shall return.
24th annual WEEI Nesson Jimmy Fund Radio Telethon presented by Arbella Insurance. It is Jones and Keefe. We are at Fenway Park here today. We have crossed over the $3 million threshold, over $3 million raised here through the first day. Plus, you guys are doing great. Keep donating toll-free, 877-738-1234, online, jimmyfund.org, or you can text to give any amount by texting K-Cancer to 56512. And we are pleased to be joined right now by the parents of Everly Freitas, who is she's running around. She's doing a good job here, entertaining herself. Michelle and Davin are with us here as well. We appreciate you guys joining us.
Thanks for having us.
Yeah, thanks for having us.
Now, Everly is, again, just 2 years old, diagnosed with optic pathway glioma and also neurofibromatosis type 1. What can you guys tell us about her journey here, your journey here, and why you're joining us on the telethon today?
You can go.
Okay. So Everly started her treatment back in November of 2025, and we didn't know what to expect. She's 2 years old. You know, she doesn't understand what's going on. Thank you. And we were welcomed with open arms to the Jimmy Fund. Literally from day one, everyone in the clinic knows Everly's name. Good or bad, I'm not sure. She's been a few CNA's first patients ever, so for vitals, not her favorite thing. But every person has made us feel welcome and way less scary than, you know, what you think before coming in.
It makes it possible to go through. You know?
Right. She gets excited when there's different stuff, and even yesterday she was banging on the resource room door and stomping her feet because they weren't there on time.
She's like, let me in.
Yeah, she literally stomped her feet, which was really funny. But everyone is, I can't say enough about how amazing everyone is, honestly. And her providers love her, and you can tell. And it makes us feel so much better.
Yeah, they genuinely care.
Yes, and they learn about her story, and they learn about her, like, what she likes to do, and it's just very comforting when you're going through something like this.
So what was her story? What brought you in? How did you know something was up?
So it actually started with neurofibromatosis diagnosis. We started questioning things around 2 months old, curious what was going on. She had a gross motor delay. At 4 months, we started PT and OT. And then just something still wasn't clicking. So I just kept pushing for answers. And then she started developing, they're called cafe au lait spots. They're little birthmarks. And they kept appearing. And we were like, that's weird, but okay. She's our first kid and only. So we were kind of like, all right. And then I brought it up to her pediatrician. We took her to the dermatologist. We were kind of told, I don't think it's that.
Yeah, they didn't think anything was wrong at first. They're like, this is all normal. And, you know, she kept pushing. So we ended up finding out and then had her second birthday. And all of a sudden, you know, they're like, your daughter has a tumor behind her eye. And, you know, it was pretty mind-blowing at the time, you know.
So neurofibromatosis, I'm not sure if you're familiar, it's a genetic disorder that causes tumors to grow throughout the body on nerves. And there's no way to predict how severe, how mild. Every case is different. It's just kind of, you take it as it goes. So it can, you know, it can be really hard when you don't know what's going on. And she can't tell us, she can't communicate. So we noticed some vision changes over the summer. And luckily we see a whole team of specialists every 6 months. Now it's every 3 months. But they found that her optic nerve was enlarged, and they were like, we need, you know, we did a brain MRI, and they found it. So we were prepared for it. Sometimes they don't treat it, but then we were told hers was aggressive. It was growing faster than they wanted it because it wasn't there the year before. So that's why we had to do treatment. And that was a shock to both of us. We were both like,
well, I mean, I can only imagine how shocking it would be. And you know, your story is something we were listening to Greg's show this morning, and one of the guests they had on, I believe the little boy's name was Mason. The family did something very similar where you feel like something is off with your child, and despite some of the feedback you're getting, you guys kept pushing. So I guess what sort of advice would you give to parents out there maybe listening who feel like something might be off and they're not really getting satisfactory answers?
Keep going. Keep asking for answers. Don't let anyone tell you you're crazy, especially as a mom. There were days when she'd have a great day and I would be like, maybe I am being dramatic, but then I was like, no. You know, as a parent, you know, as a mom in your gut that something is going on. Did we know it was that? No, but you just know. So I would say keep pushing for answers and don't stop until you have one.
What does the day-to-day, week-to-week look like for her right now, and the sort of the future of the treatment?
So right now, she actually had treatment yesterday, and now she's on a 2-week break, and then so we're in 4 weeks on, 2 weeks off. But she has a lot of services. So with her neurofibromatosis, she has a global developmental delay as well as an unspecified communication disorder. So we right now are in. She wants her to pick her up.
No, she's good. You can put. She was grabbing at the headset before. She could pop on a headset.
Go ahead.
Yeah.
Come.
She's very, very dramatic. Maybe,
I can't reach you.
Maybe we'll be an actress. Not sure. Sorry.
That's great.
She has treatment on Mondays. On Tuesdays, she has an early intervention play group. On Wednesdays, she has PT or OT at Spalding, and then OT at the house for early intervention.
Yep.
We have vision services through the Perkins, as well as speech when she's in a speech group. So she has a jam-packed schedule.
Yeah, I guess so.
She
Yeah,
also gets music therapy at home and massage, oncology massage.
And then going through the chemo on top of it every day is different. You know, some days she's great, and then some days she's crying all day, and it can be tough. We have to switch and trade off, you know, like a team, because
it's really hard.
Emotional and draining.
Well, and that's one of the things, you know, that we hear consistently about the Jimmy Fund Clinic and, you know, draining. I can't even imagine what you guys have to deal with and how draining that would be. The Jimmy Fund, we hear consistently from families, does give you guys at least a break or a chance to throttle back or just take some time off where, you know, somebody else is there watching out for her that you can trust and will give her good care.
Yeah, hopefully soon we'll be able to experience that. Right now, she doesn't want to leave my side.
Yeah, she's attached to the mom.
Although she's proving us wrong right now, but we still have a while to go for her treatment. But every clinic day is getting so much better. Yesterday we joked because it was so boring. She didn't even have any drama. Like, normally she is getting an Academy Award for vitals, and you know it is crazy.
The Jimmy Fund definitely makes it easier for us, you know, like they sent us to a concert, Noah Khan, and then, you know, they sent us to the Red Sox, and, you know, it breaks up all the,
for sure,
you know, heavy stuff, you know, so it's a great organization. I never thought that I'd be like a guy that, you know, donates to it or is so passionate about, you know, what they do. But
until it hits you.
Until you're a part of it, you know, and you're like, wow.
And now we're just immersed in this world, and to be honest, we can't wait to give back to the Jimmy Fund when she's done.
Well, look, there are lots of ways to give, and they are easy. Toll-free, 877-738-1234. You can donate online, jimmyfund.org, or you can text to give any amount by texting K-Cancer to 56512. Everly's got a lot to say.
Yeah.
Oh, yep.
Which is great. Well, look, Michelle, Davin, we appreciate you. Everly, we appreciate you guys coming on and telling your story. Thank you so much for helping us with this and raising some money for the Jimmy Fund. We really appreciate it.
Thank you for having us.
Thank you.
We will continue to roll on here. 24th annual WEEI Ness and Jimmy Fund Radio Telethon, presented by Arbella Insurance. Jones and Keefe live at Fenway Park. We'll be back in just 2 minutes.
We believe local businesses
WEEI Nesson Jimmy Fund Radio Telethon.
Lots of ways to donate to the 24th annual WEEI Nesson Jimmy Fund Radio Telethon presented by Arbella Insurance. You can do so toll-free, 877-738-1234, online, jimmyfund.org, or you can text to give any amount by texting K-Cancer to 56512. You guys have been very, very generous there. We're looking to beat our record from a year ago of $5.7 million. Over $80 million have been raised since 2002. And we're updating the tote board as we speak.
Always a good sign to update the board.
It is always a good sign. Crossing over $3 million earlier today. So that is very, very generous of you. Please keep giving again. 877-738-1234. Online, jimmyfund.org. Or you can text to give any amount by texting K-Cancer to 56512. We are now at $3,190,543 just updated here if you're watching on Twitch, which is fantastic. And if you were listening here during the game last night, great outing for the Red Sox.
How about that? They needed that.
They did need that. Everybody had an RBI. Nobody struck out, which is crazy.
It is weird. Remember the beginning of the season? They'd strike out 10, 15 times in a game. And so
I do.
Everybody was productive. Even some of the guys they recently called up. Wilson Contreras hits his 25th home run after being on the afternoon show yesterday. So that's good.
Pretty much right off the Jimmy Fund sign. You see that?
Yeah.
Some kismet there.
That was good.
Red Sox are the first MLB team to have all 9 starters collect an RBI, and none of them strike out since the Red Sox in 1949 against the St. Louis Browns. So a wild game last night at Fenway. And it was wild even right before first pitch, Keith. You get a Diamondbacks team that's reeling because Ketel Marte is AWOL.
He's busy. He's literally missing, which you don't hear often when it comes to professional sports.
No.
Maybe we take it for granted that the players show up to the ballparks and the arenas and the stadiums, but yeah, he's gone. And this was a guy that his name came up a lot, whether it was a Marcelo Meyer potential trade or something along those lines. His name was thrown around a lot in the offseason. But one of the things that you heard even back then was not the best teammate. And not in, and if they got rid of Rafael Devers, we were saying, hey, that could be addition by subtraction. Why would you want to then in turn bring a guy like Ketel Marte in and kind of put that to the back burner? He's having like a whatever season. He's got 21 home runs, but not as good as he was the previous 3 years. And then, the story yesterday is like they don't even know where he is.
And that's not the first time that's happened with him.
Yeah.
And so the last time there was a family incident outside of the country. So, you hope everything with him is okay and going well. You would still think even if something significant is going on, the
team would know.
Keep his teammates informed.
Right.
His coaches informed.
And it's not that there's an excuse for being on a last-place team and doing this, but, it's not even that. This team is trying to make the playoffs.
They're a half game out of a wild card spot or whatever they are. So they're right there in the mix. Rutschman actually giving them something last night, Keith.
We'll take it.
Which was a change. Couple of hits for him, including an RBI. He had another one that he hit hard out to right field that Corbin Carroll dropped. So maybe he's coming around a little bit. And then you have the news of Trevor Story before the game. And I guess maybe this is in Worcester, but before the Red Sox game last night, this came out. Trevor Story basically is like, I want to come back on Friday. I don't want to make – he didn't say this, but –
the opposite of a couple years ago.
I don't want to make this road trip to Syracuse, wherever they're going next.
Yeah, well, don't blame him.
I want to come back, and I want to be back as early as Friday. There's an off day on Thursday. When Chad Tracy was asked about it, he's like, we'll see. But it seems like Trevor Story certainly is pushing to come back. I don't know if that's the move I want to make for the Red Sox right now. Monasterio, for as much grief as I was giving him defensively yesterday with Bradfo, tremendous play last night defensively, and the bat's been good.
I'd keep Monasterio in there. I mean,
we were talking yesterday, if you're going to move out Monasterio, do it for Arias. I'm not really itching to do it for Trevor Story, no offense.
Yeah, no, I'm
not really itching to do that.
And then if anything, wouldn't Monasterio have him DH some of the games, depending on what the matchups are?
Oh, no, yeah,
you still want his bat in there.
In the mix at second, or he's DHing. I still
want
him in the mix for sure.
I guess it might not even be Monasterio, or you're talking about the lineup, like Monasterio or Story. What about Sogard or Story? Or Seagulls or Story? So, if he's going to be one of a group of players, I guess you can. As much as we were kind of down on him, last season he had a good season. Now this season he got off to a horrible start and then got hurt. So there's no guarantee he's going to bounce right back and be really good again. But I mean, they got to figure it out. I just wouldn't hand him the job and be like, "You're all set the rest of the way," and then give him this long leash, because first couple months of the season when they were really struggling, one of the main reasons was you weren't getting anything out of that spot, and he wasn't great defensively. So I'm not saying you never use the guy, but I would be pretty reluctant to just hand him the job.
As would I. Red Sox get back to their winning ways last night in the return to Fenway, where they've actually been playing quite well of late. They're doing this upside-down thing where they're good against teams with winning records and lousy against teams with losing records. But a nice win for them last night on day one of the 24th annual WEEI Ness and Jimmy Fun Radio Telethon, presented by Arbella Insurance. And to celebrate over 70 years of support for the Jimmy Fund and the 24th annual telethon, the Red Sox Foundation is guaranteeing a jackpot of $50,000 for the 50-50 raffle, which began yesterday, continues through the 8th inning tonight. A portion of the proceeds will benefit the Jimmy Fund. Fans in Massachusetts who are over 18 can buy tickets at redsox.com/5050 from now through the 8th inning of tonight's game here on day 2 of the WEEI Ness and Jimmy Fun Radio Telethon, presented by Arbella Insurance. Lots of ways to donate. 877-738-1234. Online, jimmyfund.org. Or you can text to give any amount by texting K-Cancer to 56512. As we roll on here on day 2, we'll be joined next by Dahlia Ridvo of Colorado.
Having health insurance is a must-have, and the Massachusetts Health Connector has a power-packed lineup in Connect-to-Care plans that delivers. At the top of the order, lower premiums make monthly costs affordable. The middle of the lineup is packed with low copays and no deductibles, so you can save money on everything. From an urgent ER trip to managing chronic disease like diabetes and hypertension through no-cost prescriptions. Round out the order access to Connect-to-Care plans now at mahealthconnector.org, and you have a winning team with you and the Massachusetts Health Connector.
Pump up the volume.
Business moves fast. Orders roll in, deadlines close in. When you ship with USPS Ground Advantage, you can keep up with confidence. Every package stays in our secure network from dock to door. And with nationwide reach, dependable tracking, and upfront affordable pricing, you get built-in peace of mind. You run the business. We run the routes. Visit USPS.com/Ground Advantage to learn more.
Hi, I'm Brenna, and I'm currently being treated at Dana-Farber Cancer Institute for a rare bone cancer called Ewing sarcoma. I want to thank everyone at the Applebee's locations across Massachusetts and Rhode Island for their incredible support of Dana-Farber and the Jimmy Fund. Since 2014, Applebee's and its loyal customers have helped raise more than $750,000 for Dana-Farber's cancer research and patient care. Thank you, Applebee's, and thank you to your customers for your continued support of Dana-Farber and the Jimmy Fund. You're really doing good in the neighborhood.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack, but not with ZipRecruiter. Its powerful technology actively finds and invites qualified candidates to apply to your job. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you the needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/team. That's ZipRecruiter.com/team.
ZipRecruiter. I scream. You scream. We all scream. Because Wendy's famous small classic Frosty is just $1 for a limited time. More screaming, happy screaming, summer screaming, dollar small classic Frosty screaming! But please don't scream in the drive-thru. It hurts the employees' ears. Get a $1 small classic Frosty for a limited time, only at Wendy's.
U.S. price and participation may vary. A la carte only, not valid for delivery. Limit 10 per transaction. Price may be higher in Alaska and Hawaii.
My name is Whitney Allen, and I'm a widow. My husband, Ryan, died. We never thought we'd ever have to use life insurance, but the unexpected happened. With Ethos, signing up was fast and 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. No medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage. I'm grateful we were prepared.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio. Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required. Sketch.
$90,543 raised thus far early on day 2 of the 24th annual WEEI Nesson Jimmy Fun Radio Telethon presented by Arbella Insurance. You guys have been very, very generous. Please continue to donate. 877-738-1234. You can donate online, jimmyfund.org, or you can text to give any amount by texting K-Cancer to 56512. We are looking to surpass last year's record of $5.7 million, over $80 million raised since 2002. So please keep giving here on day 2 of the telethon. We're pleased to be joined now by Dahlia Ritvo of Denver, Colorado, joining us here with Jones and Keefe live at Fenway Park. Dahlia, thanks for joining us here today. We appreciate it.
My pleasure.
You are 49 years old, diagnosed with Li-Fraumeni syndrome and pancreatic cancer. What can you tell us about your journey and why you're joining us here on the telethon today?
I would consider myself a chronic cancer patient. This is actually my 3rd, some would say 4th type of cancer, totally separate. I had breast cancer in 31, then I had colon cancer, and now I have pancreatic cancer. And I am basically a product of modern medicine, so I am very supportive of what happens at Dana-Farber, and it's really keeping me alive today. So yeah, I approach this day by day, and I'm just very, very fortunate to have the medical team that I do surrounding me.
What was your reaction, and how did it change each time you got the diagnosis? I assume at 31, shocking. I assume the second time you're like, there's no way. And then the third time, you're like, of course. Like, I don't even know. Like, how did you take each case?
I mean, I'm not going to lie. The dread is the same each time, and it actually... it gets a little scarier each time because you're like, oh my God, my body is not repairing itself. It's not doing what's supposed to. And that's part of Li-Fraumeni and the genetic mutation that I have. This is not everyone. No one should be frightened by me. But I also feel, that me surviving is just showing how much progress that we're making. And I just, once I get past the dread, it's like, okay, what do we got to do? I have 2 young children. They give me a lot of fight, a lot of fight, and a lot of desire to be not just surviving, but present and living and enjoying life with them as much as possible. So I have a lot of incentive to hang in there, but I would be lying if it was easy. It's definitely not easy.
You mentioned the diagnosis with Li-Fraumeni, which our literature here says you consider that life-saving. Why do you feel that way?
Because I didn't know. When I had breast cancer, I was tested for, many people know, the BRCA genes. I tested negative. Everybody was like, well, there's something in your family, but we didn't know what. And when I was pregnant with my daughter, I was like, oh, I'm having a daughter. There's been advances. New genes are detected all the time. I should do a larger panel of genetic testing for her. And I did, and I had a mutation of unknown significance. And then 3 years later, they call me. They're like, it's been upgraded to pathogenic, so you now have this. And now you are eligible for all this screening. And my first screening is when they found the colon cancer super, super early. Frankly, if it had been anybody else, they wouldn't have even had surgery yet. They would have kind of watched and seen. But with me, they were a little bit more aggressive. And I also, unlike most people, caught my pancreatic cancer earlier than most. And so despite it being a really frightening diagnosis, it gave me access to life-saving screening that allowed me to catch my disease much sooner than I probably otherwise would, especially with the types that I've gotten that often go undetected because you don't have a lot of symptoms, et cetera, until it's way, way too late.
So you live in Denver, Colorado, but did I read you lived around here for a while, and that's what made you know to come back here to get your treatment?
Yeah, I was living here in Boston, or in the Boston area, for 4 years. And I was actually getting my checkups at Dana-Farber for my breast cancer, and it had been, I'm a true survivor of breast cancer. It never came back. I feel very, very fortunate for that. And, you know, I had pancreatic cancer, and I'd gone through all the treatment, and then it came back, and we were like, maybe we should get a second opinion. I have a fantastic team in Denver as well that collaborates very well with my team here in Boston. I should say that I have a huge team, I would say, more than most. But we're like, maybe we should get a second opinion. Dana-Farber is a research center. There's so much going on. Why not? You know? And so we reached out, made an appointment, and we flew out. And it was really just to, you know, to see what's going on, if there's anything else that could help me. And I don't know what the universe was doing for me, but I arrived, and Dr. Yergelin was like, so what do you want to get out of this? And I was just like, honestly, you know, cancer care is as much art as it is science. What works for one person doesn't work for another person. And you just have a wealth of knowledge here at this research center that isn't necessarily accessible everywhere. So why not get a different opinion? And ironically, 30 minutes before, I'd gotten a call from an oncologist in Denver that I'd gotten into a clinical trial there. And he was like, you know, there's a lot of benefits. I hear you're in Boston. And I was like, yeah. And he's like, but there's a lot of benefits to do at home. I was like, oh, of course, no problem. He's like, unless you can get the Revolution trial. I was like, okay, I don't know what the Revolution trial is, but sure.
So is this the experimental therapy and daraxonrasib? I'm not sure how to say that. But
I don't know either.
Okay.
That's one of my drugs. I'm on 2 different drugs, but literally I got to the office of Dr. Rulin, and I was like, just so you know, I got into this clinical trial, blah, blah, blah. Unless I can get into the Revolution trial, I hear it's all the rage. I had no idea what I was talking about. And he goes, well, funny you should say that, because I got you into the Revolution trial. And I was like, oh, my gosh. So that kicked off a lot of travel to Boston, but it's been truly life-saving. And as one of my drugs is that one, the Daxxanarib, I think. And then there's another one that is still kind of earlier in research, is my understanding, and I'm doing the combination of both. And it's kept everything stable. I've been pretty healthy. I'm not going to lie, there's side effects. I don't always feel great. I'm very, very tired. And on top of that, I've had a lot of other cancer drugs that have kind of barraged my body, and significant surgeries, but I am here. I hang out with my kids. I do as much as I can, and I feel very, very fortunate, and this has been amazing for me.
Well, that is great to hear. And we were asking you about going to the Red Sox game tonight, and you're like, no, I'm meeting friends. So she's got friends here, going out to dinner tonight in the city, which is great to hear. Well, Dahlia, we appreciate you taking the time here, telling your story. There are lots of ways to donate. That is the perfect segue into why you should donate. 877-738-1234. Some of these, revolutionary trials and therapies and things like this is where your donations can go to for more research. Online, www.jimmyfund.org, or you can text to give any amount by texting K-Cancer to 56512. Dahlia, we appreciate it. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
We will roll on with the 24th annual WEEI Ness and Jimmy Fund Radio Telethon, presented by Arbella Insurance. Day 2 here. We will update the tote board coming up, and we'll check in with Mego and Terp for the latest on the Patriots next.
There's a domino effect that takes place when the first
Day 2, WEEI Ness and Jimmy Fun Radio Telethon presented by Arbella Insurance. You can donate toll-free 877-738-1234, online jimmyfun.org, or you can text to give any amount by texting K-Cancer to 56512. Jones and Keefe here at Fenway Park. Pleased to be joined by Mego and Terp. What's going on, guys?
What's up?
Hello. Patriots walkthrough today. I thought you guys were going to be at the Patriots walkthrough. No?
Something tells me we're not missing a whole lot.
It's load management day for us as well.
Smart. Got it. What do we think of the latest with Christian Gonzalez? The Witherspoon update the other day, to me, felt so reasonable it wasn't funny, the contract that he got. And it makes, from the outside looking in, the agent and Christian Gonzalez look much better, and the Patriots look much worse, knowing some of the figures that went down. Would you guys agree or disagree with that viewpoint, and where do you think things are heading?
I think it should make Patriots fans optimistic, because it's not like it was a true, complete reset in terms of the guaranteed money, where Witherspoon went out and got 110 or something that would be very considerable, and you go, oh, are the Patriots going to go that high? It kind of makes you wonder why it took so long. I don't disparage the agent's job, but it's like, this did take a little while, guys. Took a while through camp. So I think for the situation with the Patriots and Gonzalez now, it's very interesting, because you get up on these other set of joint practices and another preseason game, and it's going to start to play, I think, much more in the court of public opinion, Terp.
It also feels like it's kind of going to what everyone planned, right? The expectation was that Witherspoon would go first, and that the deal for Gonzalez would kind of be in that neighborhood, which feels very doable with these numbers that came out from the Witherspoon deal.
So if we were just waiting for Witherspoon, is there a point where you're like, oh, it's way more than that? Like, how long do you give? I know Wiggy was speculating maybe Wednesday they'd sign a deal.
And certainly by the end of the week. With Wiggy's stance.
I would look at it more like that for me personally. I would say, all right, if Witherspoon signed over the weekend, I would give them till next weekend to sort of hammer out a deal. And if it's not signed by next weekend, I would say, all right, what's going on? Then I'd be a little bit more concerned. Is there a date or how much time are you giving them?
I mean, I'd want to see it done before the joint practice. Like, these are the most important days in training camp.
Tomorrow.
You get way more out of these than you do preseason games. That's what I'd like to see.
I like it, Turk.
You get way more out of these.
I'm with Terp. You look at the rash of signings that we just saw from his class, and it happened bam, bam within 48 hours of each other. So when this happened over the weekend, I was like, okay, maybe Tuesday night? I kind of thought that that's the timeline that we'd be on.
It's a good point. How long did Gibbs get paid second? It was like Bijan and then Gibbs. Bam,
right, the same week.
This is a good point, yeah.
And, like, no, you don't know when these other teams are going to play their starters in the preseason. Like, when you're at a joint practice, it's a controlled, competitive environment. That's where teams get their most intel anyway. That's the whole point of these. Like, having these guys, your number one guys, get these game-like reps in just a controlled environment.
But this is all assuming that what we're watching with Christian Gonzalez not participating is more contract-based than his physical condition base, that he's
which
healthy enough to be in joint practices.
We're all grown-ups. We're all grown-ups. We're all adults.
There's skepticism out there.
We all assume that, right?
I do.
I do.
I tend to bring a little bit of skepticism to the idea that he is so hurt that he can't participate in a joint practice. To Terp's point, like, totally in lockstep, that is one of the most important days of practice. And yeah, he showed out last year, the year before, but it's a bigger issue to me if this is an injury that's actually bad enough to be keeping him out of training camp for the second summer in a row in the most important part of training camp.
I would find that hard to believe if people didn't even realize at the practice that he got hurt on the play that he was injured.
Right, because when he went down last summer, it was immediate. It was the first day of pads. We all, you guys were probably there on the overhang doing the show. So it was apparent that he was out and he was done with practice. There wasn't an occasion like that we saw.
No, he fell hard covering Romeo Doubs on like a fade in the end zone. It didn't really look like anything major. He hobbled off. It looked like an ankle, if anything, but there really hasn't been any clarification on it.
This is the number one story in my mind. Is there a number two story? Is there a consensus number two story? Maybe everybody else has something that they're looking at in camp besides Gonzalez?
I still go with the wide receivers. Yeah. Do they keep all seven? Obviously, there's seven that have a case to be kept on this roster. Last year, they kept 8 on the initial roster, quickly whittled it down with Baker and Bourne, but it wouldn't be unprecedented if they keep all of them. And Keyshawn Boutte obviously requested a trade as early as in April, so do they move on from him? I wouldn't, but do they decide to do him right and kind of clear up that logjam? We'll see.
Yeah, you guys know that I am a huge fan of the lower end of the wide receiver depth chart.
Yes, you are.
But
maybe the biggest.
You gotta ask yourself if keeping 7 wide receivers. We keep saying, why wouldn't they? Why wouldn't they? Is that the best use of those spots on the 53-man roster?
If they're going to play fast, I kind of see a point for it. Like
really, you think
they're
there's
going to
be
play a lot
that
of hurry-up
much
offense?
turf?
Maybe you want the fresh legs. Maybe.
Okay, there's going to be that much to share after A.J. Brown, Romeo Dobbs, and then maybe you have Pop Douglas and Mac Hollins mixing in there.
I don't even know how much there is to share for Dobbs after A.J. Brown. So, no, I do not. Maybe 7, to your point, Terp. They broke with 8 last year. Maybe there are some roster machinations and things like this where they break with 7. I can't imagine they go through the balance of the year with really even 6 and certainly not 7 wide receivers. Mego, you asked, I believe, yesterday. They do a great job on YouTube where they cut right to the
no, I forgot they did that again.
Yep. So you're right there. You're right front and center of the screen. You asked yesterday about Akis, correct?
Yes.
What did you think of Rabel's answer?
I think that Rabel is holding Akis to a very high standard. He's kind of being like mean daddy with Gabe Akis. I don't know if you guys feel
mean
that.
daddy.
I like that.
All right.
Okay.
Yeah.
Is that Jones? Is that Jones? Is that how you are at home?
That's how we parent. Yeah.
That's
good cop, bad cop. That's how we do it. Yeah.
Nice mommy, mean daddy.
Yes,
That's how it feels. Where when he talks about it, he's like, "Yeah, I mean, he's doing okay. He did better in practice." The other day, but still a lot to work on. I think
it's not a bad Vrabel impression.
I don't think
it's not terrible.
I don't think it's born out of like frustration of what happened with the way that his offseason started.
Yeah.
I don't think it's that. I think it's just like he has really big expectations for this kid. I think this is somebody who seems to be more handpicked by Vrabel just by reading the tea leaves there. I don't know. Do you feel the same way?
I do. He called them out after the preseason game for a special teams plays. Like, I didn't think he should have been able to be blocked by that player he was blocked by. So he does hold him at a very high standard. He should. They traded up to get him in the second round. Like, the fact that people were thinking, oh, there should be no expectation for this guy contribute this year, that's crazy. They traded up in the second round for him.
They really need him. They really need him.
Big time.
Yeah.
Is the rookie that's going to help them the most at the beginning of the year Eli Raridan? It seems like Caleb Lomo, I don't know what you're going to get out of him. And then obviously we're talking about Akis. So could it be the third-round pick?
It would be great, I think, because obviously Lomo, even when he was drafted, we all felt like, okay, this is kind of a developmental draft pick for the future, which is kind of crazy in the first round, but whatever. It was a super low pick. With Raridan, he's just had a really big week over the last week, and I think it's one of those things where he is building trust with Drake and Tommy DeVito. And so when he's out there, he's a really easy guy for them to find. I mean, the guy's super tall. He's built like Stretch.
Very athletic,
like
too.
Rabel's guy.
He looks very skinny. Like, when you see him, though, he doesn't look like a tight end. When he comes over after practice without his pads on, it's like, this guy is, not the biggest guy, but he, in the preseason, showed ability as a blocker and as a route runner and pass catcher.
Do you make some of the, reps he's getting over Henry just, to teach him, or is he actually, getting real reps over Henry?
I think it's more teaching him. They know what Hunter Henry is at this point. Obviously, they believe in him. They just gave him the extension. He's one of Drake May's favorite targets, so I don't think it's really anything of that. But it is noteworthy that he's biting into those first-team reps because that's something that clearly they believe that he can contribute.
Yeah, I think we are at the point in camp outside of joint practices where you're kind of throwing these guys into opportunities and see what they make of it so that you see where they are on the depth chart because we're getting so close to the actual season.
Before we let you guys go, we were in the neighboring room here eating our donuts and drinking our
those
coffee.
sounded good.
Yeah. And so I did not hear Bill Chisholm live with the Greg Hill Morning Show. Terp, you were sitting here. Mego, I know you heard some of it as well. What we think of Bill Chisholm, it sounds like maybe throwing Brad back under the bus for the Jalen trade.
Seems like he's really trying to distance himself from this trade. That's what I gather.
The response wasn't great when it happened. I don't know if everybody remembers that. I don't think people were on board with the
initial one.
I don't think so. I don't think people were on board with the Jalen trade.
Do you guys feel like the reception to the Jalen trade as time has gone on has gotten better or worse from the fan base with the LeBron factor added in now?
Worse.
Do you think?
Well, because Philly's even better than you thought.
I thought it was so initially visceral.
It was hard to be worse, honestly.
Yeah,
but I don't think people have swung around to the other side. Like, actually, this is a good thing.
No, I'd agree with that.
I think people were until the LeBron thing happened.
Okay.
People were starting to be like, okay, I see why they traded Jalen. He's not worth the money he was getting. He's paid like a top 5 player, and he's not a top 5 player. But the moment they get LeBron James and add to that team, that's when everyone was back to like, look what happened. It's like when Drew Holiday got traded from Milwaukee to Portland, then to Boston. It's like, Milwaukee had to have known that could have happened. Like, maybe this one's not as black and white with LeBron going to Philly, but I think there is a correlation there.
I am super curious about anything having to do with the new arena, because that would be like, I mean,
where are you going to put it?
That's what I'm saying. Like, yeah. I know Greg has had intel in the past about it being down by, is it down by South Station, that parcel of land
it's that
over there?
USPS building, I believe, was the last rumor down, basically in the seaport.
I remember I had to go pick up an LL Bean jacket there once after many lost deliveries. But
how was the traffic?
It was not great.
Yeah.
And it's just, you think about a project like that then is taking this ownership group outside of the basketball world where people are getting mad about trading a player and the return that you get. Now you're like literally changing the landscape of Boston. That is an enormous project. What's the last time that we had a project of that scale in the city?
Big dig.
Yeah, it might be.
Famously very popular.
Yeah, no, it was not running overtime whatsoever and, creating mass chaos throughout the city. By the way, while Mego and Terp were here, we got the Mego Terp bump.
Nice job, guys.
Day 2. We are now up over 3.2 million. 3,223,512 and counting. So continue to donate toll-free 877-738-1234 online, jimmyfund.org, or you can text to give any amount by texting K-Cancer to 56512. Terp, Mego, thanks so much for joining us here today. We'll see you guys tomorrow at joint practice down in Foxborough.
Can't wait.
Sounds good.
Okay, nice. We roll on day 2. WEEI Ness and Jimmy Fund Radio Telethon presented by Arbella Insurance. We'll be back in just 2 minutes with Stanley Glowacki from Merrimack, New Hampshire. Day 2, 24th annual WEEI Ness and Jimmy Fun Radio Telethon presented by Arbella Insurance rolls on. Jones and Keefe live at Fenway Park. Lots of ways to donate. We're up over $3.2 million, trying to target our record from a year ago of $5.7 million raised, over $80 million raised since 2002. Donate toll-free, 877-738-1234, online, jimmyfund.org, or you can text to give any amount by texting K-Cancer to 56512. And we are pleased to be joined now by Stanley Glowacki and his mother, Meg, joining us here. Guys, thanks so much for joining us.
Hi, thank you so much for having us. We're really honored to be here today.
Does it sound funny, Stanley? Yeah, it does. Who's this over here? This is your Nana and Papa? Or I'm sorry, your Gigi and Papa? Yes,
Yeah.
that's who's over there. And they
Yes.
got a nice teddy bear with you guys.
What's his name? Can you tell them what his name is?
Teddy.
Teddy.
Teddy the teddy bear, beautiful.
Mhm.
Well, I love your shorts. Stanley's wearing Spider-Man shorts, which are awesome. Is Spider-Man your favorite superhero?
Yeah.
Yeah, you like the shows?
Yes, we
Yeah.
just saw the Brand New Day movie.
Oh,
Yeah.
what did you think?
It was good.
It was good. This guy over here, don't let him fool you. This
I
guy,
love this stuff.
big Spider-Man guy, Rich over here. Huge.
Very good. Very fun.
Yes. Yes, it's our favorite. Right?
Well, no, it's not. He's throwing us for a loop. Well, Meg, can you tell us a little bit about Stanley, diagnosed with acute lymphoblastic leukemia? He's 5 years old. What can you tell us about your journey, his journey, and why you guys are here with us today?
Yeah, absolutely. So Stanley was diagnosed in October of 2024. And, it's every parent's worst nightmare, of course. And being at the Jimmy Fund Clinic and Dana-Farber and Boston Children's has just been incredible. They have, gone above and beyond. They've treated Stanley more than just a patient. They've treated more than just the medicine or more than just the sickness, the cancer. They've treated Stanley as, a child. And that has meant a lot to us to have them continue to let him have birthdays, and I get to see him grow up. And without, the work that Dana-Farber and the Jimmy Fund Clinic does, I don't know if we would, have that, if we would be here.
What led you guys to Dana-Farber? How did you know something was wrong? How did he get diagnosed? How did you guys go from there?
Yeah, so Stanley just wasn't feeling well. He was not himself. Stanley's a very energetic, entertaining, silly little boy, and he just was not feeling well. He wasn't himself, so we brought him into his pediatrician's office.
Oh, there you are. You can give yourself a
you're
little
on the
wave.
screen.
You're on the
Hello.
You're on the TV there, Stanley.
Yes, we brought him in, and they did all the testing, and within 2 hours it came back that he had leukemia, and so right away we spent a month in the hospital, and so that's kind of how we wound up here.
We hear all the time about the Jimmy Fund and how they were able to treat the whole family, not just Stanley, but you as well. It's very personalized care, and again, not just treating someone as a statistic. What's been your experience at the Jimmy Fund Clinic?
Yeah, absolutely. So, obviously that Stanley loves Spider-Man, and that's like a known fact. Everyone, the photographer just outside was saying that if Stanley wasn't wearing Spider-Man PJs, he wouldn't recognize them. And, that's coming from like a photographer that we see often. So just everyone knows Stanley inside and out. They know Stanley's sister. They know Stanley's mom and dad. They know Papa and Gigi. They just really get to know everything about the patient.
And they treat the whole family, too. We hear a lot of stories
Yes.
about that.
Yes,
where
the whole family.
Everybody
Yeah.
involved gets
Mhm.
special attention.
Yes. Yep. So it's not just about Stanley.
You were saying, and we hear this often, in fact, when we were joined earlier by Everly's parents, they said something similar where, you realize something's off with your child and you decided to follow through and get things checked out. He wasn't himself. I guess what would your messaging be to some parents who maybe think something may not be quite right? I guess what would we want them to know about that?
Go with your gut instinct. Stanley had been off for a couple of weeks, and I tend to be someone that I go worst case scenario. I said to my husband, I said to my dad, I said, Stanley has leukemia. And they're like, get out of here. You're no way. Like, don't think like that. And so just trust your gut. If you know your child best, and so you are gonna you're gonna take care of your child the best. So trust your gut. Don't ever doubt yourself.
What else does Stanley like to do? Do you like to swim? Yeah.
He loves swimming in the pool.
Yeah.
This year he does not use a life jacket.
Wow.
I know. He swims in the deep end.
Nice job, bud.
Yes. Mm-hmm.
All by yourself?
All by himself.
That's impressive.
Yes. He started doing flips or somersaults?
Flips and somersaults?
Underwater.
Wow.
Yeah.
Fantastic.
I can't even do that.
Yeah.
That's pretty good. Good job. Well, are you guys going to stick around for the game tonight, or are you guys going back to New Hampshire?
No,
You are.
we're here.
Awesome.
We're here
Great.
all day. Yes, we'll be on the field.
Okay.
We're very excited about Yeah. Yeah.
On the field.
Overnight?
Oh, no, just for tonight. No.
Not a sleepover, but it'll be here it'll be a late night for you.
Yeah.
Well, enjoy the game. Thank you so
Yes.
much for coming on and sharing your story, Meg and Stanley. We really appreciate it. You hear their story, reasons to donate at 877-738-1234, online, jimmyfund.org, or you can text to give any amount by texting K-Cancer to 56512. Meg, Stanley, thanks so much. We appreciate it.
Thank you guys so much.
Thank you.
We'll
Thank
continue
you.
to roll on here. 24th annual WEEI Ness and Jimmy Fund Radio Telethon presented by Arbella Insurance. Day 2, we will update the tote board, and we got some more thoughts on the Red Sox, coming up next.
At Catcher's Law Group, we've built our reputation by standing with people.
Lots of ways you can donate. You guys have been extremely generous. $3.2 million, $3,223,512 raised here thus far on day 2 of the WEEI Nesson Jimmy Fund Radio Telethon presented by Arbella Insurance. Please keep donating, 877-738-1234. You can donate online, jimmyfund.org, or you can text to give any amount by texting K-Cancer to 56512. There are lots of ways to give, and we encourage you to give any amount. If it's a one-time thing, that is great. It can be as little as $5, $10, $20, whatever you can give. But we also encourage you to become a member of the monthly giving program, which is a meaningful gift that will be charged each month and is a secure, easy, and convenient way to support the work of Dana-Farber's physicians and researchers all year long. You can call or go online to make your monthly donation, 877-738-1234, or online, jimmyfund.org, and becoming a member of the monthly donor program during the radio telethon, you'll have an opportunity to receive an annual Jimmy's Team gift. It's an easy way to set and forget, budget for it every single month, and a way to stay involved throughout the course of the year. We would really appreciate that if you have the means to give in that regard. We are up again, Keith, over 3.2 million. Our target is the record of a year ago, 5.7 million. We did, I'm sure you're aware by now, but we did reach the Hail Match yesterday.
Yes, we did. Great job, everybody.
I heard Will and Sean update that during the broadcast last night. So obviously very, very gracious of the Hale family. Also want to single out some others as well. BJ's Charitable Foundation donated $250,000. I believe that's what put us over a million, if I'm not mistaken, last night. J. Allen Arimas, $100,000. The UFC, $25,000. Jim and Kathy Yoshizawa, $25,000. The John D. McGonigal Foundation, $25,000. Alex Bach, the Boston Bruins Foundation, Sean Thornton Foundation, and the Lucchino family, all $25,000 plus.
Incredible.
Extremely generous. Yeah. And again, keep those coming here throughout the course of the day. We were talking to Mego and Terp earlier, Keith, about the latest with the Patriots. Where do you think things stand with those Gonzalez negotiations? I hear where you're coming from. Hey, if they get it done by this weekend, no harm, no foul. And I guess big picture, I would agree. I do think it's an interesting point by Mego that I hadn't thought about. I mean, Bijan Robinson signed. Jahmyr Gibbs was waiting for Bijan Robinson to sign. Whoever was going to blink first. They didn't even share an agent. Like, in theory, this should go even quicker.
Yeah.
That one was bang, bang, and done. One guy signed. The other guy signed the next day. So this really shouldn't drag out much longer if that's been the holdup all along. Hey, get Witherspoon paid, and then we'll pay you, Christian. Don't worry about it. Wait for his number. We'll come in just above it. Easy negotiation. If that's really what's going on, it should happen quickly.
But that might not be what's going on.
Well, I am very skeptical that's what's going on.
Even though they have the same agent, it doesn't mean both clients were looking for the exact same thing, meaning $1 more million more than the highest paid guy. Because Trent McDuffie's number has been out there for a long time.
Mm-hmm.
And so if these are the two corners that were up that are like elite corners, and then I thought he was going to sign for more like 110, and then there was like a real decision for the Patriots to make and for Gonzalez. Like, are you now shooting for 120, or is it like the same year, so it's going to be 111? But the number's lower and it's reasonable, and Witherspoon agreed to it. So we don't know what his original ask was. We don't know what that conversation was like with the Seahawks, but he did take just barely over that number. I don't know. I'm just kind of reading the signs. I'm not sure Gonzalez wants just barely over that number. Also, how confident are you that the Patriots are actually going to give him that number fully guaranteed at 102? Let's call it 102, right? Just so he can be the new leader in the clubhouse.
How confident am I? Not.
Yeah, you're not.
I am not.
Especially if it's however much up front and blah, blah, blah. There's a lot of different ways to maneuver the contracts, but 102 would be more than record-setting for a Patriots contract.
And I'm sorry. I feel like it's the Patriots who are being unreasonable if this doesn't happen quickly. And even by now, I'm kind of looking at it going, well, what the heck?
Yeah.
Because I can't imagine this agent. You see the response that Witherspoon got, by the way, on Hard Knocks? I think Schefter retweeted it this morning. He was like,
I forgot they were doing Hard Knocks Seattle.
Walking through the locker room, and like everybody's like big pop within the team. Like the team is excited.
They're pumped, yeah.
That he got paid. Which would be another reason to do it. It'd be down the list, but another reason to do it.
Good for
the crafts. It's good. It's good for we're rewarding someone who we drafted, who excelled, who was one of the best at their position. I mean, look at the pop that got in Seattle. And then imagine the other side of that coin if you're not paying a guy.
Glitter guns? You
like
think they would do glitter
Gonzalez.
guns?
Maybe we'll do glitter guns.
Yes.
We haven't done that yet in the new studio.
Gonzo contract, glitter guns?
I don't want to ruin that new studio.
No, that's true.
But I will tell you, when it comes to that pop, I thought that was especially telling about how the team feels about it. And I'm sorry, I can't imagine that Gonzalez and his agent are making a leap to 110. I can't imagine that when the agent's now going to answer to Witherspoon. Like, if he gets Witherspoon $1 million more than Trent McDuffie, and then he gets Gonzalez $9 or $10 million more than that, he's going to have to deal with Witherspoon and be like, man, what the heck?
Yeah.
Why is this all you were able to get for me?
Yeah, right.
And, not that any more money for an agent is a bad thing and resetting the market is a bad thing, and Gonzalez would be stoked. I can't imagine he wants to deal with another client who then you use as leverage for the other guy to get him $10 million. I can't imagine that's realistically
well,
the ask.
Unless he's able to explain to Witherspoon, I don't know the full financials of Seattle, but he can be like, here's what Seattle has spent on their team, here's what Seattle's plan is, here's what they told us. Whereas when we went to New England, we said, all right, they've been last or near last in cash spending for so long. We know that they have this money available.
Maybe.
We know that, is Gonzalez more important to the Patriots defense than Witherspoon is to the Seahawks defense? Perhaps.
I'd say, yeah.
So, I mean,
I think
there might be some ways to do it.
A, he's better, and B, they have a less talented defense. So, yeah, I would say yes.
So you go. So I guess that would be another reason why we had more leverage. It wasn't like you were negotiating with the same team, right? It wasn't like you had two players going to the Dodgers and you gave one of them $50 million and one of them $60 million, right? Like, this is two separate teams, two separate GMs, owners, and all of that. So maybe that's his way of doing it. Plus, Seattle's for sale. Like, I don't know. There might be a little bit more wiggle room than what you have with the Patriots.
Yeah, so look, the structure for Witherspoon was very aggressive. He got 58 over the first 2 years, which surpassed the 50-plus million that McDuffie got.
But even if I feel like
Derek Stingley got pretty aggressive structure in his first 2 years. But the number I care about, Keith, is the one we've been highlighting, 100 and 101, because I think all they have to do is be on the roster to get their money in the first 2 or 3 years of the deal. Do you not think Gonzalez is going to be on the roster in 3 years? Do you not think, Witherspoon or McDuffie are going to be on the roster? Now, look, I heard Devin McCourty this morning. He's like, I want as much guaranteed at signing as I can get. I want it as much as quickly as I can get it because the team can always wriggle out of it. I understand that.
And then you can invest in Bitcoin.
But I think the practical guarantees to me are pretty simple.
Yeah.
Be on the roster in years 2 and 3, and you're going to get $101 million guaranteed. If you're Witherspoon, top that number. I think those are practical guarantees that you are basically insured to get. It is insured for injury or protected for injury. So if you did have a catastrophic injury, you're getting that money either way. That, to me, is the number I would be targeting. And if I can get an aggressive structure in the meantime, great. Yeah. But I personally don't care as much about that number as I do the total guarantee.
Still haven't heard a word from the Gonzalez camp on what the actual offer was, right? Whereas we've heard a lot of different things, some on the record, like Robert Kraft a couple weeks ago, and then others sort of, I guess, sourced speculation, it seems like. Yeah. Talking about like what Gonzalez wants, which seems like pretty.
I'd imagine all of it from the team.
That's what I'm saying. And so like we don't really know if the team offer is under 102. Everybody should be on Gonzalez's side.
Yeah.
If Gonzalez's ask is, I don't know, 120 or more, then people are going to be on the team side.
But what do you think? What's more realistic?
Well, after the Witherspoon thing, I think it's 102, 103, whatever, something like that.
But I'm just saying, what's more realistic? The Patriots are under that 102 number, or Gonzo's asking for 120?
Definitely the
Pats
are
under 102. 100%. It's been that way the whole time.
Yeah.
And how do I know? Because the Pats are the ones panicking. Kraft is the one that got out in front of a microphone and mentioned what they've offered, the negotiations, which Gonzo said he doesn't want to do. You have all these reports, Curran and Bedard and Breer, and I have to imagine, no offense, that blowing up anybody's sourcing, they're all from the team side.
Even Gonzalez's little Instagram post.
The team is the one that's aggressive, yeah.
Should have been done by now?
Yeah.
Essentially is the takeaway from that. So, okay, he thinks it should have been done by now.
The numbers are pretty simple. So why aren't the Patriots there yet? Or maybe they are. Maybe we'll get news today, and I'll eat my words on it.
Maybe. Breaking news tonight, perhaps.
You were asking, Keith, when Turp and Mego were here, other top storylines. I do think the receivers and specifically A.J. Brown is at the top of that list. We talked yesterday about, and we've seen the footage now. It came out later in the day. The footage of the Drake May bomb to A.J. Brown. I think it was Woods who was covering him. He's wide open. And A.J. Brown, nobody got
said
open.
He can't get open.
And A.J. Brown, I think Phil highlighted this maybe on the Patriots Talk podcast with Curran, and we're going to talk to Tom, we hope, in the noontime hour. But I think Phil Perry highlighted this. A.J. Brown kind of kicked it into another – it looked like May overthrew him, and Brown kicked it into another gear, which I'm not sure everybody knew that he had.
Yeah, good.
But a long bomb to A.J. Brown. I can't imagine realistically they're going to keep 7 receivers. And if they do, I guarantee you they can't keep all of them happy.
Yeah, no, that's for sure going to be out the window. It still seems like Kayshon Boutte's going to be traded. Now, there hasn't been a lot of rumors or speculation. I think he's going to be traded. I also think Chisholm could be on the practice squad.
The Colts, I also think that. The Colts were your team that you had dog-eared for Boutte, and they signed Keenan Allen overnight.
Don't like that. Well, they could use all the help. We saw them firsthand. They did not have a lot of good receivers.
No.
So they could use both those guys, really. Be like the Eagles when they lost A.J. Brown and bring in like 7 different receivers. No, I think the receivers is a fun group to look at and like speculating who makes the roster. But that's also like a position of strength. I think another couple of spots would be pass rush. and O-line. And, like, how healthy is the O-line / how good is the O-line going to be? And then who's going to be your starting pass rushers? What kind of are they going to be able to get after the quarterback this year or not? Like, Draymond Jones is going to have a monster season, even to fill the shoes of Chason from last year. And even with him, we were like, that's not the best group. Like, they could use some help there. So, like, of all the, like, I think the team is better this year than it was last year. I think the roster is better. That is one spot that has a chance to be worse. And so I think that's also sort of interesting, just, you know, the next couple of days against Philly and then just sort of like what it looks like going into week 1.
Yeah, I was asking Mego about this earlier. You highlighted pass rush. Vrabel, I thought, was, you know, pretty lukewarm on Akis, and I know their view, Mego and Terp, was more, well, he's trying to draw more out of him.
Yeah.
And he's leaning on the player because he knows he can kind of motivate him that way. Maybe that's what's going on. He just sounded real lukewarm to me when he's like, it needs to be better.
Yeah.
Hey, with Gabe Akis, it needs to be better. And I don't know. I mean, maybe it will be. Maybe Vrabel will draw more out of him.
Yeah.
But that's an area, and you just said it. I mean, that's an area where they're worse a year ago, and they could really use his contribution. And when Vrabel's highlighting him, saying it needs to be better, he's singling him out for his performance in a preseason game and where it was lackluster. I like the idea, glass half full, that he's motivating him, but I would hear at a couple of turns now, it hasn't been enough from the guy they traded up for in the second round.
Yeah. I think you'd have to go in pretty, like, cautiously optimistic. Like, what kind of impact do you think he's going to have on the season? Do you think we're going to look back at the end of the year and say Gabe Akis helped the team more or less than Caleb Lomu?
Oh, I would say at this point, I would not have answered it this way a couple of weeks ago, but I would say at this point, I think Akis is going to give you more than Lomu.
So do I. Now, I think it also might be a little bit of a roller coaster where
that
there's
doesn't mean it's going to be much.
No, it might not be much, but it also
more.
might be like a really good game, and then you're getting your hopes up, and then he blows contain, and then he gets benched because they're upset with him, or like he's freelancing. He strikes me as a guy that might be kind of into that, so then that might get Vrabel upset. But yeah, I think the jury, obviously, and we're still in camp, is very much still out on the rookie class and just how much it's going to help in year 1.
You guys can donate toll-free day 2 of the WEEI Ness and Jimmy Fun Radio Telethon presented by Arbella Insurance, 877-738-1234, online, jimmyfun.org, or you can text to give any amount by texting K-Cancer to 56512. We have our participating U.S. states behind us. Keep this reset.
Yeah, reset
overnight.
Yeah. So we still have some.
We hate to be the bad guys and point this out. I'm happy that South Carolina and Oregon are on the board early. Vermont was struggling. Vermont took a while to get on the board,
there, though.
But Vermont's up there now. Anybody we should we want to hear from some of these states?
Well, Arizona, and maybe it's because the Red Sox just smacked around the Diamondbacks yesterday.
Yeah, don't get a bad taste in your mouth, Arizona.
Separate the two.
No.
Separate the two.
You should be able to still donate, Arizona.
Your team got absolutely spanked yesterday, but still, this is for the best cause possible. But yeah, Arizona, New Mexico, Utah, that whole area out there, crickets. West Virginia, nothing. Indiana, Michigan, Wisconsin, Illinois. I mean, come on.
Yeah. Hawaii has an excuse. We don't, as you said yesterday, we don't even know what time it is.
No clue.
But some of that Midwest.
It's 2 days ago in Hawaii. So I don't even blame them.
Time to get on the board. So again, toll free 877-738-1234, online jimmyfun.org, or you can text to give any amount. Texting K-Cancer to 56512. Day 2 of the 24th annual WEEI Ness and Jimmy Fun Radio Telethon presented by Arbella Insurance rolls on. When we come back, we'll be joined by Julie Fry and her nephew Liam from Quincy. raised last year, over $80 million raised since 2002. As day 2 of the 24th annual WEEI Ness and Jimmy Fun Radio Telethon presented by Arbella Insurance rolls on. Jones and Keefe live here at Fenway Park. Lots of ways to donate. 877-738-1234. Online, jimmyfun.org, or you can text to give any amount by texting K-Cancer to 56512. All donations are welcome and encouraged. You guys have been exceptionally generous, which we appreciate. So please continue to do so. And we are pleased to be joined now by Julie Fry of Quincy with her nephew Liam. Guys, thanks so much for joining us here today.
Thanks so much for having us.
The pleasure's all ours.
Well, it's everyone is what it is. Julie, what can you tell us about your journey, why you were here? You were diagnosed with stage 4 endometrial cancer. Why are you here with us today, and what can you tell us about your journey?
Okay, the number one reason I'm here is because of Dana-Farber. Because almost 5 years ago, I was diagnosed with stage 4 cancer. I was on vacation. I was like, oh, I have a hernia. It was not a hernia. It was a solid tumor. And that started my battle. And I did chemo, almost worked, immunotherapy, hormone therapy, and then got involved in a study, which is one of the amazing ways that it really keeps you people alive. And it really helped me fight for, it's been 5 years now since stage 4. And along the whole entire process, everybody at Dana-Farber has been absolutely amazing. Not only being able to access that study and that new latest and greatest technology, but just the team and all the support that I've gotten, not only for myself, but for my family as well, has been incredibly important.
Liam, what's it been like watching your aunt go through this?
It's been hard. It's been absolutely amazing, though. Ever since it started, this chance of her surviving for 3 years was less than 10%. And here she is 5 years into it, just surviving and keeping on thriving. She has been absolutely amazing, and without her, I don't think I could have made it through school or done any of the challenges I've already completed.
It says here in our literature that he sprang to action as a 12-year-old to really assist and help you. So what exactly does that mean?
So this is so Liam helps me all the time. But when he was a little baby, not a baby, well, since he was able to stand, I'd let him drive. And he'd stand
That's not safe at all.
Exactly. I'd let him drive. And then, but we were out in like the middle of Pennsylvania at Penn State, no problem. And then my sister and brother-in-law were on a flight to LA for a wedding they were attending. And I got a call and they said, your results came back and you have a massive pulmonary embolism, which that's very deadly. And so they're like, you've got to get to the emergency room right now. So I called down to Liam and I was like, Liam, I got to go to the hospital. And he's like, I'll get the keys. And I was like,
wow.
For what? Yeah. Like, I'm driving you. I've been practicing for this. I'm ready to go. Tap me in. And I was like, no. How old were you? 13?
I think I was 13. Maybe I was approaching 14. You know, everybody thinks they're invisible in their youth. You know?
He's ready to go.
Yeah. I ended up driving myself, which FYI, you're not supposed to do if you have a pulmonary embolism. But the good thing is that got to the South Shore Hospital, and that's where I got I do South Shore, Dana-Farber, Chestnut Hill, Boston, and they were amazing because it was something where it was an emergent situation. They took me right in. They had all of the testing equipment and all of the support, and so was able to thrive through all that. And I've been at this for 5 years, and during that time, it has slowed me down a little bit. But, you know, we've traveled internationally. We've been able to, I launched a company called Gentrio, and like we got to put our pictures up on Times Square, and it's been really an amazing experience because without Dana-Farber, without that technology, the new research, and the ability to battle this cancer, I wouldn't have been able to do any of it.
And you held an event last month. It says here it was designer purse bingo. How did you come up with that?
So we had done this before, and Liam, tell him a little bit about it, because Liam, I call the bingo, and Liam is the co-host.
Nice.
I my father is the main host, but really I just get to host the minor games in between, and we were able to raise $12,000 for.
That's awesome.
Incredible.
Research, yeah.
Awesome.
And this is something where it was a really fun night, and we got to bring 30 cancer survivor or people who are warriors and still fighting, people who survived cancer, and give them a really fun night of doing like winning purses. We had raffles, we had a live auction, and it was really exciting because all of us go through this, and people who battle cancer, there's every single day is a fight, and every single day you're having to figure out, you know that you're fighting for your life, and having something that's really fun, that's a really great activity, and just time off was something we were really happy to be able to help people with.
Well, one of the things that you mentioned here, and people always want, where does the money go, right? And how is this money utilized? And if I donate, how much can $20 help or $50 help? So you can donate 877-738-1234, online jimmyfund.org, or you can text to give any amount by texting K-Cancer to 56512. A groundbreaking study is one way that you can do that.
Absolutely. And this is the one thing. When I got diagnosed with stage 4, and they came back and told me, my aunt, who is retired, but had been doing cancer studies down in Philadelphia for 30 years, she said there's only one place to go, and it's Dana-Farber. And I was fortunate enough to be treated by Dr. Matalonis, who is probably the best in the entire world. And so when I walked in, there were 3 studies that I could qualify for. And then now I need to find, we're talking about maybe another study, and now there's 7 new studies. And that just happened during the time that I was fighting. And this is the thing, that any donation, any amount of money is so important, because it's not about just helping me, but it's about helping, your mom, your loved one, your aunt, your friend. So many of us know people who are fighting for cancer, and it's those treatments that are able to really improve, not only help us live, but improve our quality of life, so that I can do things like, go on vacation or lead companies, etc. And it's those donations that are incredibly important.
You guys have another trip planned? You going anywhere anytime soon?
Unfortunately, we just got a new dog.
New dog. What kind of dog did you get?
Brittany Spaniel Poodle. She's very cute, but
that's a lot of work.
Just a little maniac.
Yeah.
Where have you traveled to?
I just went to Ireland recently.
Awesome.
That was a great experience. Got to meet so many new people, so many people who heard her story and just really willing to support. And just everywhere we go, there's so much positive support just for my aunt, my family, for those around the world. It's just such a big deal everywhere.
That's great.
And I absolutely love traveling, because FYI, if you have a handicap permit, you can drive anywhere in Europe. It is amazing.
I mean, Liam could probably drive anywhere in Europe too.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Although I'm kind of like Clark Griswold, because I took a wrong turn, and honest God, ended up in the Plaza Vecchio. Note to self, that is not where you drive.
Not where you want to be driving.
And I was like, look, guys, it's the Statue of David. Take a picture. And I looked over to Liam, and I was like,
she said, literally, go out, take out all the chairs and tables. We're doing a 3-point turn.
Had to get out of there. And then on the way, we were rushing to get to Rome to pick my mom up, who was coming to visit us, and I got lost. But we were in Tuscany. And who doesn't want to do a wine tasting in Tuscany?
Got to.
And so I missed the turn, so I was like, hold on. And I drove us through a vineyard. And I was like, roll down the window and pick olives, guys. Pick olives. So we have the greatest pictures of all of us. Like, hey, this is us at the Leaning Tower of Pisa lawn. And they're like, you are never coming back. You are never going back to Europe.
Sounds like a great trip. Very memorable trip.
It is. But it was crazy, because this was all while I was on the study. Wow. And so it was, we went to Germany once. This was a separate trip. And I yelled at the German customs people. And FYI, they do not recommend that.
No, don't do that. No.
But they were letting people skip in line, and I was like, hey.
Yeah.
And they were like, you know what they call people from Massachusetts, Mass? And I was like, I know.
You're like, I am aware.
Exactly. But and my sister had already made it through customs, and I was with Liam, and Renee's like, stop talking and get through customs. And I was like, oh no, because I am right. So they're yelling at me, and then
They probably heard about your driving history all
yeah.
through vineyards and everything else.
I have a feeling I'm on the list now.
Yes.
But I had to tell you. So then they pulled me aside for the special inspection where you have to take off your shoes and turn on your computer and show them every single paper that you had. But then I have a flat of medicine that's like this, because I take like 30 pills a day on this study. And they were like, what is this for? And I have a port, which sometimes sets off the alarms, usually not. And they were like, they're like, oh, you have cancer? And I was like, yes, I do. And they're like, go right through. Go right through.
Come on through.
And I was like, you never know the benefits. You can drive like a maniac. You can go wherever you want. And you can take on German customs officials. My work here is done. I'm teaching him a lot.
Well, Julie, your attitude is tremendous. Liam, you're going to the game tonight, as I understand it, right?
I am, and I'm bringing a few of my friends and some of my family.
Awesome. Well, enjoy the game tonight. Julie, we appreciate you coming on, sharing your story. Lots of ways to donate, 877-738-1234 online, jimmyfund.org, or you can text to give any amount by texting cancer to 56512, raising over $12,000 on your own. Very, very impressive as well. So thank you for that, Julie and Liam. We appreciate it.
Thank you so much.
We'll roll on. Day 2, 24th Annual WEEI Ness and Jimmy Fund Radio Telethon, presented by Arbella Insurance. When we come back, we'll be joined by Lucas Leachy and his family. He's from Hanover. Insurance. Lots of ways to donate. Toll free 877-738-1234. Online jimmyfund.org. Or you can text to give any amount by texting K-Cancer to 56512. You guys have been exceptionally generous. 3,251,316. We'll update that tote board hopefully here soon. But continue to donate with all your generosity. Again, toll free online or by texting K-Cancer to 56512. We are pleased to be joined now by Lucas Leitchi, age 7, of Hanover. We are joined by his mother, Marcella, and also by Megan DeBlois joining us here. Guys, thanks so much for joining us here on day 2. We appreciate it.
Yeah. Thank you so much. Happy to be here.
And Lucas, you are recently 7 it was your birthday yesterday, is that right?
Yeah.
Happy birthday.
Thanks.
We also heard
Wait, hold on a second. Is that one of those dumpling squishies? Did you get one of those?
Oh,
what color did you get?
Nice.
I got white.
White, good one. I have a daughter who's 7, and she is obsessed with those things. She loves those things. She can't get enough.
Yeah, don't let him take that from you. He's gonna.
I promise I won't take it from you. I promise I won't take it from you.
Is what he's going to try to do. Well, happy birthday. And I understand you guys are going to the Red Sox game tonight, so enjoy the Red Sox game tonight, Lucas. Megan and Marcella, what can you tell us about Lucas's journey and why you guys are here with the telethon today?
I would say he's one of the bravest boys I've taken care of. You know, I met Marcella and Lucas and his family from day 1, literally day 1.
Yeah.
And I saw him throughout the duration of his treatment, and he's just so brave, you know?
Yeah, so my family moved here just 3 years ago, and last year I received the diagnosis, and I told everybody whole time from whole friends and family, Jimmy Fun Clinic is the best place in the world for take care Lucas, and God gave the best people in the world for take care of him. So grateful for the people take care on Lucas and another kids. And today is a special day. I hope everybody let's continue donate, because I know how these place is very important for the world and for save lives, especially for kids. So I'm so grateful for everything.
Lucas, what have the doctors and nurses like Megan, what have they been like to you? You can tell me after if you want. You can tell me after.
We had to give you a few shots, and that was a journey.
Yes, and medication for save life. Yeah.
Keep you safe.
Yeah.
Well, it's stage 4 Wilms tumor, but the positive news, you rang the bell in April for the end of your treatment. Is that right?
Yes.
That's amazing. That's amazing. How just seeing the strides that he made. You said you were there from day 1 to where he is now, Megan. How would you describe those strides?
It's been a process, but I think watching him from being so sick in the beginning to then like going through multiple different treatments, radiation, surgeries, and then bringing the gong at the end, it feels like blocks of time, and he's the one that did it all, you know?
Yeah. When everything started, Lucas is the baby, but now it's a big boy and so strong. Yeah. And I think it's a new boy, and so happy all the time,
And I think it's really nice, too, to see, like, from the beginning when he was young and scared, like, he had all this stuff going on into where you are now.
Yeah, almost second grade.
Oh, my goodness. And Marcella, how did the doctors and nurses help you? And I'm sure this was a shock when you found out what it was, and then going from that moment into treatment and everything else.
It's very important to say the people, the nurse and doctors, don't take care only Lucas. Take care the whole family, and about everything you need. You need people for talk. You need cry. You need space. You need money. You need whatever you want. Have a people for talk to you and for help you. And it's the best part. It's Lucas now have experience and a lot of funny funny places and funny dates because the clinic gave this for my family. So it's not about the treatment only or about the medication or the best options. It's about the take care everything. It's the best year. I know it's hard to say, but it's bad because the diagnosis, but I think the support, it's more easy, the journey.
Yeah, well, lots of reasons to donate. You hear some of them there. The way you can assist the families, the way you can, and we've heard this a million times. It's toys at the Jimmy Fund Clinic. It's support for the families. There's lots of places where this money goes, and very, very necessary. So donate 877-738-1234 online, jimmyfund.org, or you can text to give any amount by texting K-Cancer to 56512. Megan, I know you have an inspiration for why you got into nursing in the first place. Your grandfather was a big influence for getting involved. What can you tell us about him and getting involved in the first place?
So he was a pediatrician, and then when he turned 50, he decided to go back and become a pediatric anesthesiologist. And he has many children and nieces and grandkids, and I was one of the first that became like in the medical field with him. So he was always like a big inspiration, and a lot of I always wanted to work in pediatrics. No offense to the adult world. I was like, I only want to work with kids.
We're not as cute. We're not as cute is what it is. Yeah.
So yeah, I've been a nurse for 11 years now, and it finally led me to the Jimmy Fund, and it's what I love to do. I get to take care of kids like Lucas, and they just put life in perspective.
And you can also help us tell everybody why days like today are just so important. We're at over $3.2 million and counting, and we're trying to break another record like we broke last year, but just sort of where that money is going.
It goes, I can't even count the number of things it goes to. It goes towards research, it goes towards treatment, it goes towards child life services, it goes towards fundraisers like this, and it leads, just as simple as squishies in clinic and and Legos and
ice cream dates.
Ice cream.
Oh, nice.
Yep. Zoo week, pig week, all these things.
Yeah.
But no, I would say the biggest piece of this is it goes to research to, hopefully one day have a world where I'm out of a job.
Yeah, well, not to put you out of the job, but that certainly is the goal. Well, you guys are going to the ball game tonight. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, nice. Lucas, you've been into Fenway before? You seen a baseball game, or is it your first baseball game you're going to?
Second
baseball game?
All
nice.
right.
Did they win the first one?
Yeah.
They did?
Great.
Okay, we're going to keep it rolling, okay? Yeah. Well, Lucas, thank you for coming on and talking with us. Is there anything else you want to say before we get you out of here today?
No. You want to shout out any of your friends or anything?
Nah.
Family?
No?
Nah.
Okay,
Right.
well, he looks like the most comfortable with
stick
the
around
headset
if
on.
he wants.
Anybody who we've had on here today. Well, Lucas, Marcella, Megan, we really appreciate you guys coming on and sharing this information with us, sharing your story. It really, really does help. So thank you so much.
Thank you.
We'll continue to roll on day 2 of the WEEI Ness and Jimmy Fund Radio Telethon presented by Arbella Insurance. Continue to donate 877-738-1234 online, jimmyfund.org, or you can text to give any amount by texting K-Cancer to 56512. In just 2 minutes, we'll be back with William Hahn. Stay tuned.
to Jones and Keefe in the WEEI Nesson Jimmy Fund Radio Telethon.
It is high noon on Jones and Keefe live at Fenway Park, day 2 of the WEEI Nesson Jimmy Fund Radio Telethon presented by Arbella Insurance rolls on. Lots of ways to donate. 877-738-1234, toll free. You can donate online, www.jimmyfund.org, or you can text to give any amount by texting K-Cancer to 56512. We just updated the tote board. $3,277,853. And I don't want to say there's any bad time to give, but I would say now that we're in the noontime hour, it is an especially good time to give. We have the Dan and Kerry Lyons match. So from now until 1 o'clock, Dan and Kerry Lyons from Newbury, Mass. are matching all gifts this hour up to $25,000 in memory of John Lyons and Joe Kelly. Exceptionally generous. If you're on the fence, you're thinking about waiting, don't wait beyond 1 o'clock. We're going to match up to $25,000 courtesy of Dan and Kerry Lyons in memory of John Lyons and Joe Kelly. So we do really appreciate that. Again, toll free, 877-738-1234, online, jimmyfund.org, or you can text to give any amount by texting K-Cancer to 56512. And we're pleased to be joined now by Bill Hahn, the Executive Vice President and Chief Operating and Transformation Officer at Dana-Farber Cancer Institute. Bill, thanks for joining us here. We appreciate it.
Thanks for having me.
We've seen a long history of cancer care and research at Dana-Farber over the last 75 plus years. As you look ahead, what do you think the future of Dana-Farber looks like?
Well, I think it's an amazing time to be working in the field of cancer. There's breakthroughs that are coming down the pike every day, it seems, and we're really looking forward to improving the care of all patients. At the same time, it's still a big problem. There are too many people who get cancer, and our treatments are still difficult, and we've got to really work hard to make the journey better for every patient.
What can you tell us about the new hospital that's coming in and what that's going to lead to?
Yeah, we're really excited about building the Levine Bekenstein Hospital. It's a 300-bed hospital that's entirely focused on cancer patients and their families and their needs. It allows us to create a place where it's where people can get the care they need. It allows us to bring in cutting-edge research, and it's an environment that will just envelop everybody when they're in the building.
See, when we were visiting the clinic, we were just kind of hearing about it and what's due to come in. It's early 2030 or 2031. When should it be finished or scheduled to be finished?
Well, hopefully the construction schedule stays on time. It should be finished at the end of 2030, and then we'll be moving in 2031.
Which is incredible. So what excites you the most about the possibilities of the Levine Bekenstein Cancer Hospital?
Well, it's not very often that you get to build something for the future. So we can take everything that we've learned over the last 75 years about what's best for taking care of cancer patients, but also think about what the future involves and how do we make it the best place to deliver care, but not make it feel like a hospital. We want people to get the care they need, but not feel that they're in a sterile, difficult environment. Let's be honest. Being in the hospital is not a great experience, and we want to make it as good as it can be.
Is that something that's in like the interview process? Because it blows my mind where not only do you have the smartest doctors and nurses in the world, but across the board, it's met with these people have been so helpful. The bedside manner is off the charts. It seems like everybody has this unbelievable experience where it's not just what these doctors and nurses know, but it's how they're able to relate to people.
Well, I think we're very fortunate at Dana-Farber that we attract people who this is their passion. This is what they want to do with their lives. And it's been an honor for me to work at Dana-Farber for a very long time. And I think if you ask anyone at Dana-Farber, they work there because of the mission and because of the ability to help people.
So you've been working there a long time. As you said, you're very modest, not only the Executive Vice President and Chief Operating and Transformation Officer, also numerous discoveries that have informed molecular understanding of cancer, very, very well decorated, numerous awards. What sort of strides have you seen over the years in the field, and where do you think it's continuing to go?
It's really hard to understate how much things have changed. When I came as a fellow at Dana-Farber, when we were learning how to take care of cancer patients, some of the options were best supportive care versus chemotherapy, the outcomes were the same. That was the answer to the board question. Today, in those same diseases, lung cancer, there are 5 lines of therapy. We talk about extending people's lives for years. And it's just a completely different place. You've been reading about this new breakthrough in pancreatic cancer. That's a disease that's been really refractory to every treatment. And we have a new treatment that was led by some of my colleagues at Dana-Farber that are doubling the survival of pancreatic cancer patients.
Well, even in the short time, I've been lucky enough to be a part of 10 of these radio telethons. And the first few years, I don't remember a lot of people talking about trials or a lot of people talking about this new treatment that they wouldn't have been able to do, whereas the last 5 years, most of the people we have the opportunity to talk to are saying just that. So, like, on a day like today, or a day like yesterday, really all year long, you can donate. Where that money is going, it going to a lot of different places, but to get the new treatments, the new trials, seems to be some of the best stuff going.
Absolutely. And it's one of the things that I think has changed the most. We are impatient now. We used to be that it took 20 years to take a discovery to the clinic. Now we're really disappointed if we don't get there in a matter of months or a year or two. It's just, we feel like it needs to move faster, and all the support that we get gets pushed directly into allowing my colleagues to take the risks to leap the field forward as opposed to incremental change.
One of the things that interests me, we read about AI constantly. And, it can be this scary thing, but it can also be, utilized for good. And one of the areas in healthcare, anyway, that I've read, and I don't know if this is your view on it or not, where it can really cut down on some of the minutia and paperwork and streamline a lot of stuff. Are there ways to integrate that, and have you guys started to integrate AI in any of this?
Absolutely. I think, it's a new field. There's lots of potential. I think there's absolutely cases where we can take some of the busy work and the administrative work that our physicians and nurses need to do and allow them to have more time to focus on the patients. Medicine today is a lot about people looking at screens and entering data. This will hopefully allow us all those things to happen and not have to have intervention of the people so they can spend more time interacting with their patients and families. At the same time, I think there's a huge frontier in terms of research. More data allows you to look at things and find connections that you couldn't find in the past. And we're really excited about how we can take advantage of that and move the field forward.
I'm curious, behind the scenes, when you guys come up with a breakthrough, is it almost like, winning the World Series and champagne corks and going up? What is that? Because there's got to be so many trials and so many experiments and so many things that don't work, and then when something does work, what is that like?
It's fantastic. It sometimes is not the one moment where you can pop a cork and say, yes, we know, but it's usually the culmination of many, many months and years of work. But to actually see it sometimes is really remarkable. And this year at one of the major meetings that pancreatic trial was presented, and there was a standing ovation and people were crying in the audience. Yeah. It was just an amazing recognition by everyone in the field that we are making some progress and progress in diseases that we never thought we'd make progress.
We're very excited for the Levine Bekenstein Cancer Hospital, the power that holds. It'll be the first in the region. Is there anything else you would like listeners to know before we let you go here for the day?
Well, we are really grateful for everyone's support of Dana-Farber. As I said, this is our mission to push the boundaries of what's possible in cancer and to give the best possible care. And we couldn't do that with all of the support. So thanks to everyone who's listening. Thanks to everyone who donates. Thanks to you for holding this event. It's just really a great experience for all of us.
Okay. You can donate toll-free 877-738-1234, online jimmyfund.org, or you can text to give any amount by texting KCancer to 56512. Bill, we appreciate the time. Thank you so much for joining us here on day 2 of the WEEI Nissan Jimmy Fund Radio Telethon presented by Arbella Insurance.
Thanks very much.
We will roll on here, scheduled to be joined by Tommy Curran. We'll talk some Patriots with Tom. We'll do that in just 2 minutes.
House has created a family of
Arbella Insurance. Again, it is the noontime hour, and there is certainly no bad times to donate. Toll free, 877-738-1234. Online, jimmyfund.org, or you can text to give any amount by texting K-Cancer to 56512. But I would say, and I will reiterate, now is an especially good time to do it because through the generosity of Dan and Carrie Lyons, they will be matching up until 1 o'clock all gifts this hour up to $25,000. Dan and Carrie Lyons of Newbury, Mass, in memory of John Lyons and Joe Kelly. So if you donate now, 877-738-1234. Online, jimmyfund.org, or by texting K-Cancer to 56512. Your donation will effectively be doubled through the courtesy of the Lyons family. So we encourage you to do that, and we thank them very much for that generosity. We are over $3 million, 3.2. $3,277,853.
Pretty good.
To be specific, we are targeting a record from a year ago of $5.7 million. It's been over $80 million raised since 2002 out of your generosity, the listeners. You've been very, very kind, very, very generous. So we do appreciate that, and we encourage you to keep doing so.
Heard some great stories. Was listening to them on the way in. We were fortunate enough to be joined by some great guests already. We have more on the way. And, always an incredible couple of days, whether it's the doctors, the nurses, obviously the patients, just some incredible stories that we've heard throughout the day.
For sure. And you said this is number 10, you were saying?
Yesterday,
you just mentioned that with Bill. 2020 was an odd year.
COVID was an odd year, unfortunately, and so we didn't have like the full 2-day radio telethon type of thing. A little blip, but we're back in a big way. Last year and this year, I don't want to jinx it, but the pace seems to be pretty good for this year. So it could be. I don't want to make a prediction that doesn't come through, but it might be the 2 biggest years potentially in the history of the telethon back-to-back years.
Well, that certainly is the hope. And again, people, I think we've heard throughout the course of the day, throughout really the course of the last 2 days and over the years. But I do think sometimes people wonder, well, what if I only have $10? What if I only have $20, $50? Is that really going to make a difference?
And a short answer, yes.
Yeah. A gift of $50. Yep. We read this periodically. Mm-hmm. It would supply toys, for instance, and other needed resources for pediatric patients in the Jimmy Fund Clinic. $50 breaks down to less than $5 a month. If you choose to do it that way, you don't have to do it in a lump form. You could donate $5 a month, set it, forget it. It is still equally meaningful and impactful. A gift of $100 could help to provide screenings for skin and breast cancer. A $100 gift breaks down to just 3 cents a day. So again, that's another way to think about it. A gift of $150 helps provide specialized cancer diagnostic supplies for a little more than $10 a month. You would help provide those supplies to lead to life-saving diagnosis, which is part of why you need to donate today if you can. 877-738-1234, online, jimmyfund.org, or you can text to give any amount by texting K-Cancer to 56512. The Patriots have wrapped up with their walkthrough today at Gillette Stadium. No surprise, Keith. I don't know if we mentioned this on the air or not. I heard Nick say it in the feed, but no Christian Gonzalez at the walkthrough today.
Well, no new contract. And so you can choose
no new contract.
So there's no contract. That's what we do know. And you could choose to think that he's injured or he's not injured or hurt or not hurt or whatever, but he wasn't at the walkthrough. I think it was already clear he wasn't going to be participating in the joint practices tomorrow or Thursday against the Eagles without a new contract. He didn't participate Tuesday against the Colts. Obviously, he wasn't going to play in the preseason games. So I don't think you could read anything into that. Starters didn't really, for the most part, play. But, yeah, this is something, and it's funny because we had Mego and Terp on. I wasn't as upset about the idea of Gonzo missing those practices.
Mm-hmm. But they were both
They kind of were. They were like,
get
hey,
out there.
He needs to get out there because especially even if he plays in 0 preseason games, you can get a lot out of that. And then it's just one of those things where is it going to be like last year where it's just a slow start to the season for him? And as much as I'm Team Gonzo, he played in 4 games as a rookie. He missed 3 games last year and didn't really play his best until the end. And now is this year also trending towards a year where he's not ready to go? He's either not playing week 1 or he's just not 100% week 1.
So this is why I think it's important to get him out there. And, if he's not out there for joint practices, but he's back out there next week, is that the biggest deal in the world? Probably not. I would acknowledge that. But why does he need an off season? And, why does he need training camp and these practices and joint practices, and I wouldn't say a preseason game, but everything else, he looked tremendous at the start of this camp. Why? Because he did everything. And last year, why did it take him so long to come back? I think it really, truly looked like himself, and we've talked about this a lot. I think it's because he didn't do anything last year. He was out there on maybe the first day of padded practices.
I think it was. Yeah.
Hobbled off
Left.
and wasn't back until week 4. Wasn't himself until late in the regular season, if that. I didn't think he was really himself until the postseason when he was lights out. I don't want to wait, especially with a harder schedule this year and higher expectations. I wouldn't want to wait. I would want him back out there. But I think that's part of the risk of going through this negotiation while he's away, assuming, and I think we both assume, it's contract related, maybe a little bit injury related on top of it, maybe.
Yeah,
if
I guess.
But I think the main driver would be this contract, and I really don't feel good about him being out on the field anytime soon, because that would mean the Patriots doing something that they really don't do, paying a young player who they drafted at the top of the market at a premium position. That's not really something that they do.
No, they don't. And that's why you're like, 102, that's not that crazy for what the asking price is and for what McDuffie and Witherspoon just signed for. That seems pretty reasonable. But then you ask yourself, are the Patriots going to give Christian Gonzalez twice as much guaranteed money as they gave Milton Williams, which is already a massive contract, right? So I think that's very much up in the air. It might be one of those we'll believe it when I see it type of situations. But yeah, that remains the number one storyline in camp, no doubt.
It does indeed. So we'll continue to update that. When we're joined by Tommy Curran of NBC Sports Boston, we'll track him down, getting off the practice field down in Foxborough. But while we await Tom, we are pleased to be joined by Bailey Keene and her family. We're joined here today by Jessica and Robert as well. Guys, thanks for adjusting your schedule a little bit upwards. We really appreciate it.
Yeah, we were here for this. So.
Hold on. First of all, Jones.
Yes.
You guys are from Dunbarton, New Hampshire?
Yeah.
That is where I am from.
No way.
And that is a very small town.
It is a very small town. Yeah, we love it there.
It's great. A lot of space. You have a lot of space. Can you even see your neighbors where you are?
No.
Yeah.
No, we're up on a hill.
What led you to New Hampshire? What led you specifically to Dunbarton?
It's the geographical center of New England, and we own a business that is all over New England. So.
Oh, no kidding.
Yeah.
Very cool.
Oh, that is like a very rational.
It is.
Yeah,
they mapped that out. It was on Chronicle one
What?
time. They took all of the New England, and they're like, what's the middle of New England? Dunbarton, New Hampshire.
Is that how the Keys ended up there?
No, I think there's just a lot of land.
Yeah, there's
we had a lot of land. And back in the day, I think it was cheaper. So that's probably why we were there.
Okay, well, what can you guys tell us about, beyond Dunbarton, what can you guys tell us about Bailey, age 6, as we mentioned, from Dunbarton, New Hampshire, diagnosed with Ewing sarcoma. What can you tell us, Bailey and family, about her journey, your journey, and why you guys are here today?
Well, it's definitely a shock, getting that initial diagnosis, but she has handled it like a champion. You know what I mean? Everyone asks me how I'm able to handle it so well, but Bailey's the answer. She is always smiling.
Yeah, she's definitely the inspiration, for me to try to be a better person, like, every day, and just you see what she's going through and has such a great character about herself.
Bailey, what are the doctors and nurses like at Dana-Farber?
They're pretty amazing, right?
They're pretty nice. Is there anything you like to do when you're there? Is there any fun activities? Like what?
Sand art.
Sand art. Oh, that's cool. For those
Sand
of us who
art.
don't know a ton about sand art, what is that?
Answer.
I can't answer it. You're going to have to answer this one. It's all you.
You peel off stickers, right?
And then you pour on a specific color of sand, and then it just sticks there.
Oh, that's really cool.
Nice.
That's your favorite thing there. I know they have lots of cool things there for you guys to do. One of the beautiful things about the Jimmy Fund Clinic is the way that, they not only they treat the whole family, they treat you as not a statistic but an individual, but also it does give you guys, I know you guys have, I'm sure, a ton on your plate. You said you have your own business. You have a ton on your plate on top of dealing with this, and it gives you, I'd imagine, a little bit of a break in what's a busy schedule.
Absolutely. She is always looking forward to going to get treatment just because they make it so fun there. There's a group of volunteers that come through all the time when we're there, and there's a guy there that's specifically there to make slime.
Oh, my God, that guy's popular at that. The slime guy?
Yeah. Anytime she sees him, she's like, you better go tell him to come over here and make slime with me.
Bailey, isn't there a dog there that you really like, too?
Oh, yeah, Mia.
A
dog.
Oh, Opry.
Yeah.
I think Opry.
nice.
I think Opry was here today. I believe. Oh, did you see Opry here today? Oh,
Yeah,
that's
we
nice.
saw on her Instagram story.
Oh, awesome. Oh, the dog has its own Instagram story.
Yeah, it's Tales of Dana-Farber, and she posts pictures of, Opry's day-to-day stuff when she's helping out kids. Bailey's been featured on there quite a few times.
Wow.
Oh, that's awesome.
That is great. So how did this story begin? How did you know something was up? How did you then go in and kind of go from there?
So it was, like I said, it was unexpected. So she was complaining that her arm was hurting, just like maybe once every other week. It started out like very, very minimal. And I was like, did you fall? Did you bump into something? And the answer was always no. So I was like, okay, maybe it's just growing pains. Maybe, she did bump it and it wasn't really something that she would have remembered. And then it got to the point where she was complaining about it every single day, going to school, telling her teacher, going to the nurse, and they came up with the same conclusion. They asked her the same questions. Like, she didn't have an injury that we could pinpoint to why her arm was hurting. So they're like, okay, growing pains, like here's some Tylenol, drink some water, go back to class kind of thing. And then it got to the point where I started to worry because she's not really a complainer. And we had her birthday party, and we went to this place called
Crazy Kids.
Crazy Kids, thank you.
Nice.
And that's in Concord, New Hampshire, and it's so much going on. She's a twin, and we have them in separate classes. So both kindergarten classes came to her birthday party, and I was like, if she's gonna, stop what she's doing and tell me that her arm hurts during her birthday party, I'm like, okay, I need to take this a little bit more seriously. And she did. So we went home that night, and I was like, all right, let's get in the shower. It was a Sunday. I was like, tomorrow I'll call your doctor. We'll see kind of what they want to do. And I was taking off her shirt. She had a long sleeve shirt on, and her shirt got stuck on her arm. And I was like, that's not right. It was the arm that was hurting. So I kind of, felt down her arm. And once I got to where her tumor was, and I felt the tumor, I was like, okay, no, this isn't right. So I took her to the urgent care, and they did x-rays, and they were actually the first people that said that dreaded cancer word, And they sent us to Elliott Hospital in Manchester to get an MRI, and they sent us with the x-ray, thankfully. And they just looked at the x-ray, and they were like, no, we're sending you right down to Boston Children's. And so we immediately came down here, and they got to work, and we got scheduled for the biopsy and got the results from the biopsy. And March 9th is actually when she had her first treatment, and February 17th is the first day that we went to that urgent care. So we've just kind of been rolling with it since then.
Well, lots of ways you can donate. 877-738-1234, online, jimmyfund.org, or you can text to give any amount by texting K-Cancer to 56512. Where have you guys seen some of the funds raised by an event like today go to use?
So thankfully, they've donated gas cards to us. Every time we're there, Bailey gets to order something from the lunch menu. All the arts and crafts that Bailey loves to do every day that we're there. We have gotten to the point where I'm like, okay, can we leave this for the nurses or something? Because we just have so much stuff at home now that she has created while we're there. And the Opry being there, she's really helped Bailey, and all of the resources that they've been able to provide. I'm sure that it's not free.
Yeah,
so
for sure.
we've definitely gotten some use out of a lot of the stuff that we've been given.
Bailey, can we see your cast, or is that a brace? Look at the sparkles on that. Did you design that?
You did?
That is amazing.
Oh, it looks great.
Actually, the Jimmy Fund Clinic provided
Did they
everything.
really?
Yeah.
Look at that.
It's
That
so
is
shiny.
good.
Are you going to be able to stay for the game tonight?
Yeah, she's going to be in the starting 9, so we're
that's
here all
awesome.
day.
Oh, that's awesome. Are you looking forward to the game tonight, Bailey?
Yep.
Nice.
Who are you most looking forward to?
Wally and Tessie.
Wally and Tessie. Well, we had another little boy yesterday. He claimed he was the biggest Wally fan. I don't know if you could
I don't know.
give a run for the money.
I don't know.
But okay, well, you guys enjoy the game tonight, okay?
Yeah.
Have you been to a Red Sox game before? You have.
yeah.
Oh, nice. Well, you're excited. You're a pro. Going back to the game tonight. Well, Bailey, enjoy the game. Jessica and Robert, we appreciate you guys coming on
Thanks for
and
having
sharing your story. Stories like this really do go a long way towards helping out, raising a ton of money, which we are attempting to do again this year, a record of 5.7 last year. Hopefully closing on that. We just gave the Bailey bump on the board there. $3,297,000, 554 is now what we're up to now. So continue to donate. Toll free 877-738-1234 online. JimmyFund.org, or you can text to give any amount. Text K-Cancer to 56512. Guys, thank you so much. We really appreciate it.
Yeah, thank you so much.
Thanks for having us.
All right, day 2 of the WEEI Ness and Jimmy Fund Radio Telethon rolls on, presented by Arbella Insurance. We're going to be joined later on this hour by Applebee's with a very generous donation, so stay tuned.
Hey guys, it's Ted Johnson. If you have joint pain...
Nesson Jimmy Fund Radio Telethon.
$3,297,554 is what has been raised to this point here on day 2 of the WEEI Nesson Jimmy Fund Radio Telethon presented by Arbella Insurance. Lots of ways that you can donate. Toll free, 877-738-1234, online, jimmyfund.org, or you can text to give any amount by texting K-Cancer to 56512. As we told you a few different times this hour, there is no bad time to give. There is no wrong amount to give, and we appreciate your generosity to this point. But this hour, Dan and Carrie Lyons from Newbury, Mass. are matching all gifts up to $25,000 in memory of John Lyons and Joe Kelly. So if you want your money to go a little bit further, this is a great time to do it. Do it before 1 o'clock in the next 25 minutes or so. Again, toll free, 877-738-1234, online, jimmyfund.org, or you can text to give any amount by texting K-Cancer to 56512. Through the generosity of Dan and Carrie Lyons in Newbury, Mass., they're going to match up to $25,000. So please continue to give there if you can. We're going to be joined by David Ortiz in the 1 o'clock hour. We're also looking forward to talking to Applebee's, Phil Villard from Applebee's, along with Brenna as well. A very generous gift coming up later on this hour. But joining us right now, as he does most Tuesdays here on Jones and Keefe, a Tommy Tuesday with Tommy Curran of NBC Sports Boston. What's going on, Tom?
Hey, you kids. Sorry I'm a little tardy. Was talking to Julian Edelman, and I'm not name dropping. I'm just letting you know we got Quick Slants this week, and he's going to be featured as an interview there.
Okay. Well, good
right,
stuff
that's
there.
all.
Do you have any updates on Christian Gonzalez and his contract?
No, he did not. Steady as she goes, though. I mean, it's not even late yet.
I guess more likely, Tom, that the Patriots, let me ask you this, more likely that the Patriots will give Gonzalez $102 million, fully guaranteed, or that's all that Gonzalez wants? Meaning, like, is that the number that would get it done for him, or do you think he's actually shooting higher than that?
I honestly cannot infer from anything I know what he's looking for in terms of guaranteed money relative to just being 25 cents more than the last guy, or if it's like, no. We're going to do it far different. All I can infer is they want the contract to be, which Devin Witherspoon's really is not, a bigger leap. And it's not a big leap. Witherspoon, I'm sorry, I'm going to ask you a question. Witherspoon's guaranteed money doesn't jump very much from Trent McDuffie's, does it?
No, it's $1 million
Did it go
more.
from 90 to 100?
No, 100 to 101.
Okay, but his salary went up a little bit more, 31 to 33. I'm throwing out the Denzel Ward one because that's a renegotiation.
Right.
So there's two different ways the Patriots can try and split the baby. Is say, okay, we'll get you to 35, but you're getting 101 with 48 cents. So I don't know what they're looking for. I really don't. I would say is,
I don't either.
Really not the crisis we imagine it to be, in my estimation, on August 18th.
Okay. When does it become a crisis?
When he's missing football games.
Okay.
Had this been a holdout? Had he not been at practice for the last 3 or so weeks, and it was rancorous, and it felt like Will Fork or Mankins or any of those contract imbroglios that we've seen in the past, I would feel it was much more a crisis. But I just think progress is being made across the league, and that they've been in a good spot. So we've got a fixation on it because I understand it's their best player, and he's had a fantastic camp. But I just don't feel it's as dire as is being painted.
Well, and I think one of the reasons you and I disagree, Keefe, I was on television last night.
Get out of
Tommy
town.
Curran, I was.
Yeah,
I know,
on television right now, for God's sakes.
I know we disagree on this. Look, maybe there was a minor tweak or something keeping him off the field. My contention would be the contract is a larger driver in his absence, but you seem to not think where there's a hold-in, hold-out situation. This is purely injury. Am I putting words in your mouth? Is that correct?
No, I just think when people, he stopped practicing after he fell. He has since been getting treatment and obviously is in a physical situation as well. Did it simply dovetail with the fact that the Colts were coming to town and he wasn't going to practice anyway? We don't know. That muddies the waters, but I'm just not prepared to say that they're lying every time they stand up there and say it's physical. And the backstory to it logically follows that if he's going to practice all the time, all the way through, and not say, I'm going to sit out when it's time for joint practices, then I'm going to tend to believe them. I'm just not prone to saying that people are lying to me when they're saying something specific at a podium with provable, the guy's working out, trying to get better on the side field. So you can see it.
Yeah, I guess my thought with Gonzalez is he was practicing, but this seems like a way to then no longer practice. Thus, if he's not missing games, what is he going to be ready to go week 1 if he doesn't do anything between now and then? I feel like it was an easy spot for him to sort of unplug and be like, all right, I gave you guys 2-3 weeks of practice. Now I'm kind of done. And then what's that going to look like to get it revamped back up?
And that's why you can look at the fall that he had when he was contesting A.J. Brown and say, oh, how convenient. He's done that 15 times, and now this one's going to keep him out. Or you can look at it like I do and say, well, take it at its face value. Maybe I'm Mickey the Dunce, as my father used to say. Don't be Mickey the Dunce. But there should be a provable aspect to this in terms of where does he wind up, for instance, on the injury report when it comes out before week 1, whether he's got a new contract or not. And I think that we could agree he's not going to miss games. I just mentioned that earlier about it's a crisis when he's missing games. He's not going to miss games. He's kind of made it pretty clear he's going to play football for the Patriots this year. He's willing to play on the 4th-year salary. Won't be psyched about it. Maybe, as you guys would point out, and I would wonder as well, are you going to get the full McGilla from Christian Gonzalez? If, he's not getting that contract, we don't know. But he's not going to miss games.
Yeah, I guess I'm not as confident. I think last year, him going down, then missing 3 games, and that was a weird one because it's like, were they going to put him on the PUP list? Were they not? Was he really hurt? Was he not? He wasn't even eligible for an extension last year, and he still missed 3 games, and then ended up having a good season and a great playoff run. So I could see him being like, maybe I can't go against Jackson Smith and Jigbo week 1 when I haven't practiced for a couple weeks, but maybe I'll miss a couple games and I'll still play the season. I don't know. I'm not as confident as you are. What does their defense look like without him? Because it seems like Carlton Davis is kind of in and out of the lineup, or in and out of practice, I should say, and then the results haven't exactly been spectacular. So if they do have to play a game or 2 without Gonzalez, what does the defense actually look like?
I don't think the defense is really equipped to withstand him not being there against good teams, which I would consider Seattle to be one. I think the Patriots did a good job covering up their defensive liabilities against teams like Denver in the playoffs, Houston in the playoffs, the Chargers, all 3 of those teams. They were able to cover up their deficiencies by saying, can we get there with a little blitz and confusion? Oh, we can. Well, let's do more of it. The next thing you know, they've completely undressed the offense. When you go against a team that can deal with those different kinds of pressures that the Patriots were exerting and get the time to throw and have better skill position players and a much better quarterback, then you're going to get gashed. And that's why I think the Patriots are going to really beat the hell out of some bad teams, really beat the hell out of them, because they're going to be that good and able to score. But they're going to get in against some good teams who will be able to take advantage of some of the areas, whether it be pass rush, whether it be a still heretofore unseen ability to run the ball on offensively. If they could, make the Patriots or feature those deficiencies, the Patriots are not going to have the upper hand against some of the better teams they're going to see.
Okay, you just mentioned the lack of a run game, and I heard Vrabel on this. I heard McDaniels on this earlier in the week. It's not the easiest thing in the world to tell. It's not like they're tackling to the ground, things like that. But is there area for concern? Because some of the reports from down there, and Keith and I like shiny objects. I'm paying way more attention to the bombs deep to A.J. Brown than I am watching the run fits and things like this. But is there cause for concern with their inability on a lot of these days to run the football?
To run it consistently, yeah, Jonesy. To run it consistently. And by that, I mean, it doesn't have to be 4 yards, 4 yards, 4 yards, but it can't be 7 yards, and any idiot can see the hole that was run through, and then just an absolute 22 guys standing up at the line of scrimmage because nothing happened. And that's what we sometimes see. The number of run stuffs, I guess I should say, is what's eye-opening to me. Vrabel pointed it out, and it's fair to say the offensive linemen cannot finish their blocks. They're not going to drive guys into the ground, so they eventually have to stop. So would it have been different? Would the wide receivers have cleared somebody out, dug somebody out in a different fashion if it was full contact? We don't know that. But there are too many plays on which it doesn't seem as if there's a lot of room. And that was 1,000,000% a factor last year, regardless of what the final numbers were, because of the explosive plays that they had. It's something that Vrabel lamented multiple times in the offseason. We have to be able to run when everyone knows we're going to be able to. We need to run, and we have to be able to get 3 when we need 2. And I don't think that they showed a great ability to do that last season.
You know, not a ton to take away out of a preseason tie where a lot of the starters don't even participate. However, the starting kicker missed a bunch of kicks. Is that pop up on your radar at all? They've had nobody else in camp. He's kind of run unopposed to this point. What's your take now on Borogalis?
It's too tenuous a position to, it's too, when I say tenuous, you can't have your kicker missing kicks. I think he'll get plenty of slack and leeway. Missing kicks in the first preseason game is one thing, but he was 3 for 5 yesterday, kicking at the skinny posts. But they shouldn't have a lot of rope because it will cost you games, especially, again, you can do those things when you're playing, Texans, Jets, Dolphins. But if you're going to be in a primetime game against Seattle on the road and it's 24-22 and you had a chance to win on the road and steal a win and you don't feel comfortable putting the kid out there, that sucks. You don't want to be living in that space. Fortunately, Borogalis fixed it last year to the point where you felt really confident when he went on the field after being pretty dicey early on. So I wouldn't hit the panic button, but he is worth monitoring. How's that?
Yes, I agree.
Okay. He is Tom E. Curran, NBC Sports Boston. Joins us every Tuesday on a Tom E. Tuesday. Tom, we appreciate the time. Thank you so much.
All right, guys. Take care.
Okay, we'll roll on day 2. WEEI Ness and Jimmy Fund Radio Telethon presented by Arbella Insurance. You can donate toll free 877-738. That is hopefully that is not people hanging up in their donations. 1234 online www.jimmyfund.org, or you can text to give any amount by texting K-Cancer to 56512. When we return, we'll be joined by Phil Villard of Applebee's in Smithfield, Rhode Island, and also Brenna Buchnowski is going to join us as well, tell us a little bit about her story. That's next here on WEEI.
Jane is
Day 2 rolls on here in the WEEI Nesson Jimmy Fund Radio Telethon presented by Arbella Insurance. You can donate toll-free 877-738-1234, online jimmyfund.org, or you can text to give any amount by texting K-Cancer to 56512. Jones and Keefe here at Fenway Park. A reminder, until 1 o'clock, so still some time, for the Dan and Kerry Lyons match. They are from Newbury, Mass, and are matching all gifts this hour up to $25,000 in memory of John Lyons and Joe Kelly. So a good time to give. Always a great time. But you can double your money right now up to $25,000, courtesy of the Lyons family. 877-738-1234, online jimmyfund.org, or text to give any amount. K-Cancer 56512. And well, helping us here today is Phil Villiard, the GM in Smithfield, Rhode Island of Applebee's. We're also joined by Brenna Banowski, joining us here. So, guys, thanks so much for helping us out here on day 2. We appreciate it.
Thanks for having us.
Thanks for having
and if you're watching on twitch.tv/Boston WEEI, we have like
look at the big reveal already. That was quick.
Like special effects.
No drum roll or anything, but Applebee's giant check. Jones, you going to read that number?
$63,899 is incredibly generous here from Applebee's, which has been quite a partner. Over $750,000 raised since partnering with this event. So, guys, thank you so much for your generosity. That's incredible. Thank you.
You're welcome. Pleasure.
And Brenna is here with you here today. Brenna, what can you tell us about your journey, why you're here with us on the telethon today?
So in August 2024, I was diagnosed with a rare bone cancer called Ewing sarcoma. So I started treatment at Dana-Farber in September 2024.
And you've done a few of these, right? You've done a couple of TV interviews.
Yeah, I've been
in the
on
past.
a few interviews.
You've been on a few of these. You were on last year.
You're a pro.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, not a pro.
A radio pro.
I guess.
Yeah, I can say it doesn't take that much to be a radio pro. We can tell you for sure.
On the game, or you were at the game last night too?
Yeah,
right?
last night. Yep.
Very good. But yeah, tell us a little bit about sort of the treatment that you got, the care that you received, and all of that.
So I started a treatment in again September. I did that. That was a pretty intense treatment. That one was pretty tough. And then I was cancer-free and in remission for 7 months. And then in September of 2025, of this past year, I relapsed. So we tried another chemo. Not working yet. But then I tried a clinical trial. No idea what it's called. Clinical research trial. And they didn't find any progress. So now I'm trying a third chemo. Hopefully. They're seeing good progress for this one, so.
Well, that's great.
Yeah.
And lots of reasons to donate. 877-738-1234, online jimmyfund.org, or by texting K-Cancer to 56512. Again, over $63,000 here, Phil. Why the partnership with Applebee's and the Jimmy Fund, Dana-Farber? Why that partnership?
Well, it's, we're known as the neighborhood grill and bar, and I've been with the company for a long time, and that's always been the case pretty much. So we like to give back to our communities in any way that we can. And we've been doing this for, over 15 years, right? Over 15? Oh, 12.
12 years.
Okay, all right.
Wow. Nice.
But, yeah, we think it's important because it is so local, and we have so many people. We know that there are so many people, children that we can help and reach out to. And that's why we do it, because we're good neighbors.
And how about the people coming into the restaurants and just seeing the connection there, right? There's like an automatic, they know what it is, they know it's going for a good cause. I'm sure you hear a lot of stories.
Oh yeah, I mean especially in my restaurant, we create this huge banquet table, and we set it up with raffle prizes and raffle baskets and stuff that's donated to us by our liquor representatives and stuff like that. So everybody comes in and they love it. They love to buy a bunch of raffle tickets or whatever and try their luck, and they love to help the cause, too. So
now, Phil, who is with you here today holding up this check?
I have my area director, who's in charge of 5 restaurants in the area, and I have my regional marketing manager as well. So this is Ashley, and this is Lori.
Ashley and Lori. Well, thank you guys for your generosity as well. Brenna, you were at the game last night. You informed us, right?
Yeah.
Phil, you guys are all going here tonight.
We're rocking it tonight, yep.
Well, keep the winning going that Brenna brought in last night. Brenna, what would you want people to know? When we say all the time, okay, donate here. This is the money that's raised, almost $3.3 million today, chasing down a record of $5.7 million a year ago with this telethon in year 24. what would you want people to know about where the money goes and what it means to donate today?
So I would say it's important to donate because the reason why there's so many options for me and all the other patients there, like just endless treatment options, is because you guys donating. We need all this money to find as many treatments as we can.
Okay. Well, look, again, very, very generous, $63,899 from Applebee's and Phil. We appreciate your generosity. Brenna, thank you for coming on and sharing your story. Truly, without the generosity and filling in the gaps that we really cannot, to our audience, we wouldn't be able to raise this kind of money. So thank you very much. We appreciate it.
You're welcome. Pleasure.
Okay, we'll continue to roll on. Day 2, WEEI Nesson Jimmy Fund Radio Telethon, presented by Arbella Insurance. You can donate toll-free 877-738-1234, online, jimmyfund.org, or text to give any amount by texting K-Cancer to 56512. Still some time, little bit of time, to get in on the Dan and Kerry Lyons match, up to $25,000 this hour. Call right now, and you will still have an opportunity to have that money doubled up to $25,000. We'll continue to roll on here. We are going to be joined next by Idalis Perez. She will be joining us here from Attleboro coming up next.
Hi, I'm Sean Flaherty from Catcher's Law Group.
56512. We are pleased to be joined now by Idalise Perez and also Christina Pozo-Caterman. Guys, thanks so much for joining us here today.
Thank you for having us.
Idalise, what can you tell us about your journey, why you're here? You're 26 years old, B-cell acute lymphoblastic leukemia. What can you tell us about your journey and why you're here as part of the telethon today?
Yeah, so I was diagnosed with B-cell acute lymphoblastic leukemia in January of 2021. I was only 21 years old, junior in college, and it was a huge shock for me. And I was so fortunate enough to have been treated at Dana-Farber. So that's why I'm here today to just share, the great services that I was provided there, the great resources, the young adult program with my therapist here, Dr. Pozo-Caterman, who've just helped me navigate really throughout cancer and even beyond now, having, navigating the post-cancer and post-chemotherapy treatment.
And doctor, you could speak to some of the unique needs that the young adults have as opposed to kids and the older adults that are diagnosed with cancer.
Yes, actually it's that age where you expect to have like so many major milestones in your life, right? You're going to college and graduating. You're looking to form relationships. You're looking to really connect with your peers, and all of a sudden the cancer comes along and totally disrupts that, because your peers all of a sudden don't really understand what you're going through, right? They intellectually understand mortality, but they don't experientially really get it. So I think it leads to this feeling of isolation. You try to go back to college, and a lot of the patients will say, well, I don't want to be the cancer girl in college, So how do you reintegrate, going through that? Relationships, sexually, all of those things are just really affected by, the treatment and the diagnosis. So yeah, it's just devastating because it's happening in a time in life where it should not be happening.
What, Idalise, how did the young adult program, YAP, how did that help you kind of navigate it?
Yeah, so I had joined a post-cancer group as I was nearing the end of my chemotherapy treatment. So I was able to connect with other patients that were going through something similar to myself. Again, as like a young adult, it's really isolating. You feel like you're the only one going through it when unfortunately there's so many others like myself. And the young adult program helped connect me with other people through these groups where I was able to hear their experiences and also share my own. And then even further, I, joined the conferences and again, just hear what other people are going through and being able to just connect with them on that level that my friends or family wouldn't really understand.
How common is that, just to hear the bonding that is sort of formed there?
That's the main reason for the young adult program. It's really to form that connection, because most people go through treatment at Dana-Farber, and if they're 18 and above, they can get treatment and never see another young adult, right? And so they feel so alone, like there's nobody else. So that is really huge. And as one of the things Idalise brought up is at the end of treatment, young adults expect that everything is just going to go back to normal immediately. Your energy is going to come back because that's what you're used to, right? And when things don't happen quickly, that is so tough. So it's really helping young adults during, but even after treatment, to deal with all the changes and the repercussions of going through treatment.
One of the things I remember from visiting the center, the young adult program, is there's a wall there with different like sticky notes on it, where you could write about what's going on in your life or vent about whatever is going on in your life, if I'm representing that properly. But that's one of the ways that from the outside looking in, we were able to kind of see the community kind of function in there, which was very cool.
Yeah, it's definitely powerful little community.
And it's the WINS wall. So we call it the WINS wall, and our patients actually created it. So whenever they're there at the lounge, if something is happening in their life, they just put it up, and then other people can add to it. So again, even if you're not seeing people, there's this constant ability to connect with others. Yeah.
Does the young adult program also work with the rest of the families as well?
Exactly, it does. So unlike other programs that just focused on the patient, we believe in family-centered care, which is what pediatrics gets. But
until very recently, people didn't do that with young adults. And so we provide services for the parents, because you're 60 years old, your 30-year-old is going through this. It's also isolating. And for the partners of our young adults. And then we also team up to help the children of our young adults. So some of our patients do have young children. And so, having gone through that myself personally many years ago, it does impact the entire family. So that is the young adult program does focus on everybody. Yeah.
We've been encouraging people all day long, yesterday as well. We just do it for these 2 days every single year. But you can donate 877-738-1234, online, jimmyfund.org, or text to give any amount by texting K-Cancer to 56512. Idalise, where would you say you see this money go to use? How has it helped and aided? And what would you recommend, or why would you recommend those out there to give today?
Yeah, I think giving to the young adult program is so important. Just as we've shared a lot of the times today, it's really isolating and it's almost overlooked. A lot of, there's a lot of focus on younger children and even older folks, but the young adult program helps people like myself. It helps other patients and even beyond the family to just feel supported and have those resources. So it has helped shape me into who I am, and continuing, to use that resource. It's just great overall.
And Doctor, you had a book published, Coping with Cancer in Early Adulthood, last October. What's the feedback been like from that?
The feedback has been really positive. And just so you know, anytime that book is sold, all the proceeds go back to Dana-Farber.
Oh, wow.
So it's
That's
not
awesome.
one of those things that I did, other than to really help Dana-Farber and patients. Because unfortunately, while we have such a robust program, most of the country does not have what we have. So the hope for the book is that it really is directed at patients and families to help them understand that whole journey and trajectory of going through treatment. And our hope, one of the big takeaways from the book, is to get second opinions, right? And go to places like Dana-Farber, because we have specialized care for young adults.
Idalise, you're going to stay for the game tonight?
I am, yes.
Oh, nice. Okay, well, enjoy the game.
Thank you.
Have so much fun. And thank you for coming on and sharing your story today. Dr. Pozo Caterman, you as well. It is very, very helpful to raise this money. Again, toll free 877-738-1234, online, jimmyfund.org, or text to give any amount to 56512. Text K-Cancer there. We really appreciate it. Thank you so much.
Thanks for having me.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, we'll
Thank you so
continue
much.
with day 2 of the WEEI Ness and Jimmy Fund Radio Telethon, presented by Arbella Insurance. Later on this hour, we're going to be joined by Hannah Walden, 20 years old, from Marshfield. That'll be coming up at 1:30. On the way next, hopefully, fingers crossed, going to be joined by David Ortiz, formerly of the Boston Red Sox. That'll be in just 2 minutes here on Jones and Keefe. $3,324,687 is what has been raised thus far here on day 2 of the 24th annual WEEI Ness and Jimmy Fun Radio Telethon presented by Arbella Insurance, Jones and Keefe. Here at Fenway Park, we're here until 2 o'clock, but the telethon will roll on. Rich and Ken with Ted Johnson coming your way at 2 o'clock. Of course, Red Sox and Diamondbacks here tonight, Keefe, at Fenway Park. We do have an update on Ketel Marte.
Yeah, they find him?
Yeah, he's returning to Arizona to undergo an MRI on his knee.
Oh, he didn't tell anybody he had a knee problem?
According to a source.
That's what it is?
And so for a guy who went completely and totally AWOL.
Yeah.
And, you know, you up until 10 minutes before the game last night, they're hoping he was going to DH.
What a strange story.
It's so funny because we talked to Torey Lovello yesterday, and he was very apologetic. He came up late in the show. I forget when he was initially supposed to join
you're
us.
right.
Maybe like an hour prior
Yeah.
or something like that.
Yep.
And he was very gracious with his time, and he was great when he came on. And he's like, hey, guys, sorry, we're dealing with a few things. We're going to put Nolan Arenado on the IL, which they eventually did. Turns out there might have been a lot more going on behind the scenes.
I think so, yeah.
With his team yesterday, they were having trouble locating Ketel Marte, but I guess they've located him. It's a knee issue.
Well,
and
maybe.
So, maybe. But you were my mind was
But
at least
safe
wondering.
to say he won't be in the lineup tonight. You can put it that way.
He's on his way back
Okay.
to Arizona. And I was at least wondering, okay, is there something horrible going on in his life? Why isn't he there? There is a history with him being absent from his team, with a family issue going on. Look, a lot of us have family issues. Usually you want to clue your work into where you're going to be so you're not leaving people shorthanded. But your mind starts to wander. Where could it go? You wonder where he's at. Turns out, knee issue.
Arizona.
Totally AWOL and on his way back to Arizona.
Okay.
So I think, look, as great as the Red Sox played last night, 11-1 win, everybody has an RBI. No one strikes out. First time that's been done in baseball history since the Red Sox in 1949. So a wild night last night. A lot of money generated on day one and a Red Sox win. But that was a team in flux yesterday that the Red Sox faced.
True. No, it was. But also it falls in line with a team with a winning record, a team that's fighting for a playoff spot, and the Red Sox beat them. It's like they don't want to play any more last-place teams because those are the ones that seem to give them the most trouble right now. So – you win another one. You win another game. You win a series, right? Because that was one thing that they go on these long winning streaks, 2 different long winning streaks, and then not only did that get snapped, it's going to get snapped, but then now you're piling up series losses, and they built themselves a good enough lead where you're like, all right, I'm not freaking out. Nobody's freaking out just yet, but you'd like to see them take a couple series here, starting with this one, right? Especially when you take Game 1 over Arizona, which is a pretty good team, but they got their own issues going on right now. One of their better players is hurt. One of their better players has left the team. So good opportunity to win this series and get some momentum back.
Well, and I would agree. I'm not panicking about them missing the playoffs. Like, that's not really how I feel. They're 6 games up or whatever it is. So, no, I'm not panicking about them missing the playoffs. I'm not ruling out I may get to that point if they keep losing series like snowballs. No, it could. We've seen Shaughnessy yesterday was talking about this, the lead they blew in 2011.
Yeah.
So, there were fewer playoff teams then, and the AL this year is historically bad. But look, we've seen large leads blown in the past. Maybe I'll get to that point. Present day, and really have not been concerned about them missing the playoffs. I am starting to worry a little bit, Keefe, about what their ceiling is because, I don't know, right around the trade deadline when they add guys like Adley Rutschman and they bring in Miller Time and hopefully they're getting Curtis Meade back and Roman Anthony back and Garrett Crochet and to a lesser degree Trevor Story and you start to wonder with how well they're playing and winning 27 out of 30 and this run that they're on and turning it around under Chad Tracy, you start to wonder, are they the best team in the American League? Are they going to catch the Yankees and maybe even the Rays and go on this run? And can they really go to a World Series? And if you're in the dance, as Torey Lovello was referring to it yesterday, can you win the whole thing against some of these National League teams? They've already measured up very well against the Dodgers with a sweep. So your mind starts to wander. And then with the team looking more human and more pedestrian over the last few weeks, I am starting to worry a little bit more about what their ceiling is. Not getting in, but once they get in, where they're going to go.
Well, yeah, no, I get that. And so did you see with the result last night where they stand now in run differential in the American League?
Yeah. Is it plus 91?
Yeah, number 1.
Yeah.
The best
first. Okay, so sorry. They're ranked.
That's what I meant. Not the actual number, but the best run differential in the American League, despite being 8.5 out of the division.
They're plus 104 under Chad Tracy.
Yeah, which makes sense.
So
no,
playing
I'm
at
with
an
you
even
though.
better
Like,
clip. Yeah.
like big picture, what does the lineup look like? What does the bullpen look like? Because right now you have a couple guys on the shelf. So like if those guys are out, that's different.
Bullpen's scary. Yeah. And I know they keep saying, Garrett Whitlock's not a big Slayton. These guys, we're hoping that it's not too bad with this medical staff. Honestly, who the hell knows? So that is concerning.
What'd you think of Incredible Bulk?
Incredible Bulk, good again last night.
After it, that guy is a good reliever.
Okay.
Yeah.
But he's part of the reason why Sandoval is still in the starting rotation. And
maybe just have Sandoval be the opener. Be like, hey, Sandoval, we're counting on you.
Well,
as soon as he pitches one inning, get him out.
The Gamboa constrictor got you 4 outs last night.
Gamboa
got greedy.
Deep into the game.
Gamboa got greedy.
A little risky.
Gave you
a little risky
out.
there, but they did it. And so, I'm not trying to change what Bayo's doing right now. Next season's a different conversation.
Well,
I'm still rolling him out there like this.
I agree with that. The bullpen, though, to me, I think you're right to highlight that as a concern. I think people panicking about the rotation, and I have heard some of this, Jake Bennett and all that, and Bennett has not been as good over his last 5 starts. His ERA is still in the mid-3. It's still sub-350 on the year. And I can't really understand lamenting trading away Connolly early. I mean, Connolly early's nowhere near pitching again. You weren't going to have him. I would be worried if I were the Nationals. He's looking at a long stay on the IL and recovery from surgery and things like this. So it's not like you lost anything there. Like I think you should be looking at Sonny Gray, who has basically matched Pedro Martinez start for start over his first 25 starts in a Red Sox uniform.
It's insane. Same number of wins, right?
Ridiculous.
Not that people even care about wins, but I mean, it is valuable.
I mean, down to the ERA. And I'm not saying he's Pedro, but just that's how he's pitched to this point in time. Totally been unbelievable. Maybe you get Crochet back. I still believe in Suarez, even though he's not fully stretched out.
I believe in playoff Suarez too, right? That was part of the when they got him. That was one of the things you're like, all right, well, if they can get there, like he's gonna be good.
And Jake Bennett's been more human over his last 5. Yeah. He's still got an ERA sub 3.5. Right. So I still feel, and then you have a 5th starter, which you're not going to use in the postseason in Sandoval. I am not panicked about the starting rotation. I understand being worried about that bullpen, though, because it feels awfully thin on the back end all of a sudden.
Yeah, well, and one thing, then when you're looking at like the lineup and what the lineup is going to be come playoff time, it's still so up in the air, right? Like they don't have a leadoff hitter. Like, so just start there. Like, who's your leadoff hitter? And like, are you relying on Roman Anthony? It seems like they might. They seem like they are already. Like they're.
Chad Tracy basically said yesterday they are relying on Roman Anthony. Yep.
It kind of confirmed that. At least they didn't have Rutschman hitting 3rd last night. I know everybody was driving in runs yesterday and all of that, but I think if you go Rafael Abreu, Contreras, Rutschman.
That feels better than
Durbin, right? That's a good 2 through 6.
I agree.
All of a sudden,
you still need a leadoff guy.
Well, yeah.
Hopefully by October, that's Roman. I wouldn't plug him right in there to start.
That's the problem. Is like,
but hopefully by October, he's that guy, and now you're pretty deep 1 through 6. Monasterio's been swinging it. Durant, I have no faith in, but all
maybe
of a sudden,
maybe get Meade back and see what he can do.
It feels like a deeper lineup. But yeah, Rutschman's a big swing there because even though he had a couple of hits last night,
well, hopefully he can get something going because he was ice cold.
I mean, he was 1 for 17. Did he start last night 0 for 3, I believe? So what did he get up to? 1 for his first 20 before getting a couple of hits?
A bunch of strikeouts.
In his last couple of at-bats. Like, I still don't feel great. I haven't felt great about that from the second they traded for him. Yeah. He's been in a funk really since the beginning of May, middle of May. We told you this the day he got traded to the Red Sox. He's hitting like 218 before he even got here and then dug himself even deeper getting here. Never mind.
Everyone's like, he was an all-star. And I was like, well, it didn't really look like it this year.
And maybe rushing his way back from an injury. So that to me is concerning. And this is why I'm not worried about them crashing out and missing the playoffs. I'm really not.
No,
but
not that part. But you know what's a shame?
My concern is about how far can they go.
But the way they're kind of locked into their spot, I feel like the Yankees might be locked into their spot. Not to, wish away the next month and a half. It does feel, though, it's going to be
Yankees again.
Wild card round again.
I don't want that.
I want a full series.
Well, right. I hear you. Like
that's what I want. I'm not like afraid of them. And I just feel like that's the best possible matchup. I don't want that right off the rip.
And Red Sox Yankees is incredible. We all want more Red Sox Yankees than none. But yeah, 3-game series maybe doesn't feel like enough.
No.
But that does feel like where it's heading. That is for sure. So we got Red Sox and Diamondbacks tonight here on WEEI as day 2 of the 24th annual WEEI Ness and Jimmy Fund Radio Telethon presented by Arbella Insurance rolls on. You can donate toll-free 877-738-1234 online, jimmyfund.org, or you can text to give any amount by texting K-Cancer to 564 512. We are at $3,324,687. We greatly appreciate all the donations, and we do encourage you, if you can, to become a member of the monthly giving program, Jimmy's Club, with the Jimmy Fund. This meaningful gift will be charged each month and is a secure, easy, and convenient way to support the work of Dana-Farber's physicians and researchers all year long. You can call or go online right now, the same number and website we've been giving out, 877-738-1234, or jimmyfund.org. If you become a member of the monthly donor program during the radio telethon, you'll have the opportunity to receive an annual Jimmy's Team gift. You can donate $5 a month, which would help supply toys and other needed resources for pediatric patients at the Jimmy Fund Clinic. $10 a month could provide screenings for breast cancer and skin cancer. $25 a month can help support Dana-Farber's mammography van, providing mobile screening and breast health awareness services. So again, it does not have to be a massive, it could be as little as $5 a month. Set it, forget it, easy to budget for, and that's another way to give as opposed to a lump sum, if that's an easier way to do it, or a way to stay involved throughout the year, and not just these 2 great days here during the 24th annual WEEI Ness and Jimmy Fund Radio Telethon presented by Arbella Insurance. We'll update that tote board. Please continue to give all day long here today. We'll remind you about the 50-50 raffle as well coming out. It's been a while since I've done that. And on the way next, we're going to be joined by Hannah Walden of Marshfield.
Tonight, Sox and Diamondbacks. 738-1234. Now, back to Jones and Keefe in the WEEI Nesson Jimmy Fund Radio Telethon.
$3,324,687 on the tote board. Continue to donate, please, on day 2 of the WEEI Nesson Jimmy Fund Radio Telethon presented by Arbella Insurance. 877-738-1234 is your toll-free phone number. Online, www.jimmyfund.org, or you can text to give any amount by texting K-Cancer to 56512. We do still have, I was counting in the last break, Keith, 12, 13, something like that states. Anybody you want to highlight here? We reset the board this morning.
Yeah, so Arizona.
Maybe you thought you were good. Maybe you thought your state was good yesterday. But no, we still need a few more to jump in. Arizona got over the loss last night. Arizona's
They
on the
did.
board.
So I
That's
understand
good.
them not wanting right away.
Yeah.
They're like, it still stings losing
Yeah.
the way they did. Hawaii is on the
Hawaii
board.
got
So
on.
now there's no excuses for anybody else.
No, I would say everybody else should be logged in at this point. So
I would say there are some lightly populated states that I'm not going to pile on, like Wyoming. There's not a lot of people in North Dakota. But, like, Illinois has...
there's more than one. It's not like there's nobody there. There's
sure
a few
there's
people
a
there.
major city in Illinois that could maybe pick up the phone or
so you got,
go online. You can text. There's, like Jones has been telling you, there's a million ways you can donate.
There are so many.
Illinois
ways
jumps out to me,
donate.
don't you think?
Okay.
Illinois.
I think you're onto something there.
Yeah, let's go.
So Illinois, look, here's the deal.
Yeah.
We started
on
this
notice.
yesterday.
Yeah.
And maybe this will get them to get going. But to celebrate over 70 years of support for the Jimmy Fund and the 24th annual WEEI Nesson Jimmy Fund Radio Telethon, the Red Sox Foundation is guaranteeing a jackpot of $50,000 for the 50-50 raffle, which started yesterday. It continues tonight through the 8th inning of the ball game. A portion of the proceeds will benefit the Jimmy Fund. Fans in Massachusetts, so I guess Illinois, you're off the hook on this, who are over 18 can buy tickets at redsox.com/5050 now through the 8th inning of tonight's game. But again, lots of ways to donate. 877-738-1234. Online, jimmyfund.org, or you can text to give any amount by texting K-Cancer to 56512. We're just chatting with Rich, who is here from Rich and Ken. With Ted, they come your way at 2 o'clock. They are going to talk to Red Sox manager Chad Tracy.
Very good.
At 2:15. I'm excited.
Interim manager.
What did I say?
No, you said manager.
Oh, interim
The
manager. That's true.
Yeah.
Shaughnessy was very adamant they got to remove that yesterday.
Yes, he was.
Which I
Yes, he
didn't
was.
quite agree with. And I think he's trending towards keeping that job for sure.
Yeah.
I probably wouldn't do it quite yet.
No, but he's done a good job.
If it were me, but he's done a fantastic job as interim manager.
Like
Coming up
maybe
at 2:15.
how many interim managers have won manager of the year? And I don't know if he's going to win it, but like he's.
I want to say it's like 2. This has been thrown around.
Okay,
a
we
little
talked
bit.
about this?
I
All
believe
right.
his father was 1, Jim Tracy,
Oh, hilarious.
ironically enough.
That's hilarious.
I think there was another one. It might have been Jack McKeon. I think there were 2, if I'm not mistaken.
But it happened early enough in the season where you're like, there's a chance.
Mm-hmm.
There's a chance.
No, for sure. So that's at 2:15. And then I'm excited for Seagulls and Caleb Durbin. I told you about this, Keith.
Definitely.
They're going to be joining Rich and Ken with Ted at 2:45.
Okay.
They did like a long-form thing on the Red Sox YouTube.
Oh, you said these guys are hilarious.
I mean...
Is hilarious too strong?
No, strong vibes between those two, though.
Good
I gotta tell
vibes
you,
from Seagulls. How can there not be? So Seagulls embraces the nickname right away, and now he's become like a fan favorite. Caleb Durbin should write a book about athletes coming to Boston and like not being embraced right away, and then handling it the right way to now being fully embraced. Like there were plenty of times where he could have snapped back, or he could have been like, "I'll figure it out," or like, I don't know, something. Nope, just kept doing what he was doing. Got out of the funk that he was in. He's playing with like broken pinkies and everything else. He has all these great lines after games. He's coming up with big hits, and now all of a sudden it's like a jersey that people want to buy. It's people, and like when he comes up to the plate late in the game, you're like, something good's gonna happen here. You know, like he's really changed how people think about it.
Is he like the most feared hitter in baseball? Of course not. But when he's up, you feel like something good's gonna happen. I completely agree with you on that.
It was like 4 games ago. He like pinch hit because he wasn't playing, and I'm like, let's go.
It's
like he's gonna hit a 6-run homer.
180 from the beginning of the year. It's not even funny.
Yeah.
But no, they have this great rapport because they've been traded together twice. So they were traded together.
That's bizarre.
They were both with the Yankees. They got traded to the Brewers. And then they told them, maybe they'll retell this coming up, but they were told that, telling this on the Red Sox YouTube, that they kind of called each other. Like, I forget who called who. If Seagulls called Durbin or Durbin called Seagulls. And they each were like, oh, the other one must have heard I got traded, and then they got on the phone and they're like, wait, we're traded together again.
You get traded? So did you.
So they have this great rapport.
That's funny.
That'll be interesting to hear coming up. That's at 2:45 with Rich and Ken with Ted. Chad Tracy, interim manager. Thank you, Keith.
Well, I'm just saying.
At 2:15. So it's Ron Harris Suarez on the mound for the Red Sox today.
Yeah, his last handful of starts, you got to go back a ways until he has gone 6. He hasn't gone 6 since June.
So you just highlighted exactly what I was going to say. What do I need to see out of him today? So he had, in his last start before going on the IL, was July 5th. Okay, he went 2 2/3, then he didn't pitch for a month. So since he's come back, he went 4 innings on the 26th of July, 4 2/3 on the 31st of July, 3 innings against the White Sox on the 6th of August, which was the 13-inning game.
Yep.
And then last time out, he went 5 innings in a loss against the Toronto Blue Jays on August 12th. I mean, you just highlighted exactly what we need to see out of him. He needs to, especially with what we were detailing with the bullpen earlier, he needs to work deeper into these games. And I would say he's been back long enough where it's time to start stretching that out a little bit.
Well, maybe that'll be a question for Tracy this afternoon, but you look at the pitches since he's come back, it's 64, 65, 70, and then 81. So he at least got to 81 pitches his last go-around, which was 5 innings, and all right, you'll take that. But, I mean, in the month of June, he was consistently giving you 90. He topped out at 102, so he was going much deeper in the games. But if you're going over 85, if you're going closer to 90 pitches, then, yeah, you'd like to see him get at least into the 6th inning. See if he could do that again because, he's definitely going to be a guy I think on playoff time they're going to be relying on, and we want to see him do it just a little bit more here in the regular season.
I mean, that's how I feel, and, tonight will be a night to start seeing that against the Diamondbacks team that does feel like it's reeling just a little bit, but that is certainly something to keep an eye on with him getting back out there tonight for the Red Sox. Peyton Tolley in a day ball game tomorrow. So I'm sure people will be listening all day long, as they should be, as they have been the last couple of days here during the 24th annual WEEI Nesson Jimmy Fund Radio Telethon, presented by Arbella Insurance. You can donate toll-free, 877-738-1234, online, jimmyfund.org, or you can text to give any amount by texting K-Cancer to 56512. About $3.3 million raised as we continue to add to that. And we are now pleased to be joined by Hannah Walden of Marshfield and her mother, Trish. Guys, thanks so much for joining us here today. We appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thank you for having us.
Hannah, what can you tell us about your journey and why you're here today? You're 20 years old, and I might not get this name right. Alveolar rhabdomyosarcoma is what you've been diagnosed with. I don't know if I have that right or
Close
not.
enough.
Close enough. Right around it, as I am with most pronunciations. What can you tell us about your journey and why you're with us here today on the telethon?
Well, it started about 2.5 years ago. I was 17, less than a month away from being 18. And I started with what looked like maybe a spider bite on my hand that quickly grew. And after a bunch of trips to the South Shore ER, I got sent up to Children's, and then the process got speeded along much faster, and I learned about my diagnosis.
And Mom, what was that like for the family going through this in high school of all things? How did that go?
It was very stressful. It was hard to watch her not feel great and try to keep up with her classes. Marshfield High, absolutely great. They worked with us through and through, junior and senior year, trying to help her meet the curriculum, but also not bury her in work when she was constantly in and out of the hospitals, the Jimmy Fund, and whatnot.
Hannah, how were you able to kind of balance those two?
Honestly, just by trying my best and turning in what I could at the time. And thankfully, Miss Wiggins, who worked in the SPED department and I've known since freshman year because she helps manage my IEP, was amazing and helped me communicate when I was too sick to go in and all that, and got everything sorted out when I was having trouble.
What were your friends like during this whole process?
My friends were really great. I have some really close friends who I've known since about 3rd grade, and they're still my best friends, and I hang out with them all the time. They were super supportive and did everything they could.
We encourage people to donate toll-free, 877-738-1234, online, jimmyfund.org. You can text to give any amount by texting K-Cancer to 56512. Trish, where have you seen some of the money raised by things like the telethon? Where have you seen that go to help your family and others?
Lots of ways. Number one, research and clinical trials, which Hannah's been a part of a couple so far over the last 2.5 years. Things like allowing the kids to have events like the teen trip and the girls trip, and going to Fenway South and getting to see all the players, and
the zoo.
The family zoo trip we have coming up, which everyone
nice.
is super excited for. Things like that, which is amazing. Different things like we've had help with gas cards to get in and out of Boston, and parking, and groceries, things like that, which most people, I think, that haven't faced something like this in their life don't realize how many aspects of your life it affects and disrupts. One being work. I took like a year off of work. How do you support a family without working? You blow through everything you've worked your whole life for, trying to stay afloat. Treatments, medications, co-payments for medications are insane. It's hundreds of dollars at a time. Those things have been so helpful that the Jimmy Fund and Dana-Farber have these programs to help with, which is amazing. And if they don't personally have something that can help, they have plenty of resources to point you in the direction you may need.
How have the doctors and nurses been as far as like communicating with you, like what's going on and what they're going to do?
Oh, they're my favorite. The best doctors that I've ever had. They're great at communicating with me. They understand my process of how I like to make my decisions, how I like to have my mom involved in all of them still. They're amazing. I love Dr. Collins. She's great. Women in STEM, gotta love them. And I love Dr. Gundry, who I've nicknamed since the beginning Dr. Dude. He's really fun. He's such a fun guy.
Amazing.
Dr. Dude.
That's a good nickname.
That is a great nickname.
Right?
So you were talking about Fenway South and the trip there. You were on that trip, correct?
Yes.
The Red Sox spring training trip?
I was.
How was that?
It was amazing. I love all of the girls that are on that trip. We have like a really close friend group. We keep an eye on how each other are doing. We have multiple group chats. It's amazing. I love getting to see teens that I can relate to. And you get to enjoy yourself and feel normal because everyone there is like going through something very similar, as opposed to when you go out on your own, you're the only one walking around with like maybe short to little to no hair, and you feel a little out of place. But this, you feel like perfectly in place and comfortable, and it's great.
I read that you like video games, Legos, and comic books. Is this
Absolutely.
true? I also like video games, Legos, and comic books.
So much in common.
Yes. What video games are you playing?
I love the Little Nightmares series. It's a great series. It's horror puzzles with like some bosses and then a big boss. Nice. They have 3 games. The newest one is co-op, and I got to get my friend into the game so we could play it together.
Perfect.
Nice.
Which was so fun. I've been a fan of Five Nights at Freddy's since it's been 12 years now, so since the beginning.
Wow. Okay. Very good.
Yeah.
You saw the movies, I assume?
Yeah,
Okay.
I have. I love it. I've seen the movies. I've played most of the games, and I know the plot to all of the games. And I know most of the short stories, and I'm currently working through the survival logbook.
Okay.
How about that?
That's an expert, I would say.
I would
Five
say
Nights.
that is an expert. I don't know about you, Trish. I'm having trouble following along, quite frankly. I'm with you. We're just kind of looking at each other like, I don't quite follow, but these two get it.
Yeah.
Are you going to the Red Sox game here tonight?
I am.
Awesome.
I'm so excited, and I brought my little siblings with me, and they're really excited.
I see. So who is this sitting over here? Who are
This is Madison and Henry.
Hi, Madison and Henry.
Yeah, she goes by Maddie. She's adorable. She's 12. She's going into 6th grade.
Wow.
Nice.
It's a big change.
Is that
I'm
middle
excited.
school now?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And Henry is 7. He's going into 2nd grade, and he's like my best little buddy. He comes and hangs out with me all the time.
Oh, that's awesome.
Where Maddie's getting to the age where she's a little too cool for me.
Got it. That happens. Yeah, that happens.
Well, the cool big sister gets to take you to the Red Sox game tonight, so make sure you thank her for that. Well, Hannah and Trish, we appreciate you guys coming on so much, sharing your story, and helping us raise some money here for the Jimmy Fund Telethon, which we really appreciate. Wouldn't be possible without you guys coming on and helping us out, so we really do appreciate it. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
We'll continue to roll on. Day 2, WEEI Ness and Jimmy Fund Radio Telethon, presented by Arbella Insurance. Continue to donate toll-free, 877-738-1234, online, jimmyfund.org, or text to give any amount by texting K-Cancer to 56512. Jones and Keefe going to wrap things up. Coming up here next.
I felt a jackhammering pain.
Jones and Keith, presented by the 99 Restaurant. Kids eat free the day after the Red Sox win today. You can get a free kids meal with every adult entree purchase. The 99 Restaurant, the official family restaurant of the Boston Red Sox. Keith, with day 2 of the telethon rolling on here today, we're wrapping up. It'll continue with Rich and Ken with Ted Johnson. It'll continue, of course, throughout the Red Sox and Diamondbacks tonight at Fenway Park. We were starting to look ahead a little bit. We're going to be at joint practices tomorrow.
That's right. Eagles
for
are in
the
town.
Patriots and the Eagles. Pat's wrapped up a walkthrough today. No Gonzo on the field. Unless I missed something in the last few moments, no news of a Christian Gonzalez extension, which does not shock me.
No.
We were talking about, though, tomorrow. We have to budget a little bit of time for Bill Chisholm's appearance this morning on Greg's show.
Yeah, I think that's his first appearance, right, with Greg? Am I wrong?
It was.
His first ever appearance?
It was his first time on their radio show. I don't think it was his first interaction with Greg, but his first time on the radio
Well,
show.
no, I think everybody knows Greg, right?
Yeah.
But I'm saying, he was on there, and I think there's a couple of things for us to sort of talk about. There was, once again, the Jaylen Brown trade, and he had some comments about that, and then also sort of like the building and the idea of maybe a new building. So, yeah, probably a lot for us to kind of pick apart and dissect tomorrow when we get a chance.
I really can't believe that he thinks he's going to be able to distance himself from the Jaylen Brown trade. Like, I really have I know that the party line is, well, Brad did this, and Brad wanted to do this, and Brad took it to me, and I just went along. I was like, okay, Brad, whatever you want.
Wow.
I just can't imagine they think that's going to fly with the fan base. And you made the point earlier, especially now that it's a super team in Philly that you guys created.
Yeah, now if Philly crashes and burns, then I think that'll be one thing, and it'll be a lot easier to get over, even if the Celtics don't win the title, right? If Philly blows up, right? If they're like the Steve Nash, Dwight Howard Lakers, if it's one of those things, then okay. Like, it's almost like a no harm, no foul in a weird way, right? I'll still be mad about what you got in return, but that's what really rubs your face in it, is if they go on this run or if they knock you out of the playoffs again. If that happens, then I don't know where they kind of pass the buck to. They're all going to get blamed.
I still remain shocked about the lack of, I would say, signature game. I mean, there's nationally televised games.
Yeah, they're all nationally televised. You talking about the Celtics and Sixers?
But just like the lack of signature game. There's not a Christmas Day game. It's not opening night. It's not the home opener.
For either team.
Correct.
Right, because there's two different openers there. You can have the regular season opener. You can have your home opener. It's none of that. But it's weird because, to your point, they still are viewing the Celtics as a team to watch and a team to be on all these different networks, and it's like, oh, you can still highlight Tatum. They have the very first game of the year.
I don't really know how to square that away other than the rest of the country just doesn't care about it as much as we do. And maybe people – you're right. The Celtics are still worth our time because they are a blue blood signature franchise.
Yeah.
But maybe that's a little bit of a tell about how the league views the Celtics and their ceiling this year. They'll be good. They'll win regular season games, but they're not a true contender, which is why they're not getting these signature matchups against Jaylen Brown and the Sixers, LeBron, and the Sixers on those dates.
Tatum and Brown is the best NBA rivalry in 2026. That's what I think. You think, but that's not what the league thinks.
We're too close to it, I guess.
Well, there's that, and there's also the Knicks finally win, and so I think the NBA is so thrilled that New York is a championship team. So New York is going to get viewed one way. LeBron is always going to get viewed another way. And then I think the favorites to win it are still going to be the Thunder and the Spurs.
Yeah.
And that's a good rivalry too.
Really.
But those are four teams that are kind of getting pushed a little further. I just think that storyline, I mean, Jaylen Brown being on the Celtics as long as he was, being finals MVP, and then the way that he left Tatum or Tatum pushed him out, or however you want to view it, like, I don't know why you wouldn't want to showcase that more, but we'll make a big deal out of it when those games pop up.
We sure will. And maybe by then, Bill Chisholm will actually take some blame for the trade. We'll see. So we'll budget some time for that tomorrow at joint practices, Patriots and Eagles. The first of 2 days, we'll, of course, be reacting to the Red Sox and Diamondbacks as well. Day 2 of the telethon rolls on here today. We've been encouraging you to donate, 877-738-1234. Online, jimmyfund.org. You can text to give any amount by texting K-Cancer to 56512. Over $3.3 million raised to this point. Record-setting year last year of $5.7 million. We're still looking to break that, so please continue to donate there. Over $80 million raised, as we've told you numerous times, since 2002. So extreme generosity there, which we appreciate. I mentioned Rich and Ken with Ted come your way at 2, Keith. We got the game tonight as well, so there's still a lot of time to donate, but we're wrapping up our time here.
We are.
Reflecting on the last couple of days, what stands out to you?
Just the stories. Like every year when you get a chance to meet the kids, but it's the young adults as well. It's everybody, right? It's just so impressive to hear the doctor side of things, the nurses, the attention and care that all the patients get. It is truly remarkable. It's also a reminder that it affects all of us and every one of us every single day. And, these are 2 days to raise money. You can donate at any time, right? Of course, right? And it's affecting people 365 days a year. But these 2 days are always pretty remarkable. It's also changed, and you could probably speak to this too. Like, I started doing the telethon before I had kids. Don't get me wrong, it was still super emotional then. There were some really emotional times. But then after having kids, it kind of changes your perspective on things a little bit as well. And we talked to, a lot of kids under 10 years old over the last 2 days.
There's a little boy named Lucas who's 7. So, I just turned 7 years old. He's a year younger than my son. Same name. He's starting second grade. My son just wrapped up second grade. To just personalize that, it is very different. But again, we just update the tote board here.
Look at this.
Right on cue. $3,457,683. Again, toll free. 877-738-1234. Online, jimmyfund.org. Or you can text to give any amount. 56512. Text K-Cancer there. Our thanks to Applebee's. $63,000 contribution.
Awesome.
Earlier today. Our thanks to House yesterday. They donated $15,000 during Jones and Keefe. So those are a couple of big checks that we really do appreciate, along with all your contributions out there. Keep donating. Stay tuned for Rich and Ken with Ted Johnson. They come your way next as day 2 of the WEEI Ness and Jimmy Fund Radio Telethon, presented by Arbella Insurance, rolls on. They'll be here in just 2 minutes on WEEI.
presented by Arbella Insurance. Here for the Jimmy Fund, here for good.
Now, live from Fenway Park.
It's Rich, Ken, and Ted.
It is 93.7 WEEI. Rich certainly, Ken Laird, three-time Super Bowl champion Ted Johnson, and we are live at Fenway for day number 2 of the WEEI Ness and Jimmy Fund Radio Telethon, and I am looking at a number, and I am gobsmacked. I cannot believe we are at $3.4 million. Absolutely insane, the generosity of this area. I can't believe it, and hearing these stories are so inspirational. And in just a moment, we were going to hear from someone who has been helped and some of the great people at Dana-Farber and the Jimmy Fund. But first, someone to kick things off. This is a special surprise. We got a call from Is there a bigger presence in this town than Mr. David Ortiz, Big Papi? Big Papi, how's it going, man? How you doing?
Hey, how's it going, guys? How's it going?
Good, buddy. Good, man. Good to hear your voice. How? Listen. First of all, we appreciate everything you've done for the Jimmy Fund all these years, and this is obviously something that's near and dear to your heart, and you've been a massive part of it. How have you seen things kind of move along, and all the time you've spent with the Dana-Farber patients? It's a pretty special to you, isn't it, David?
I tell you what, man. I feel so blessed that I had a great career in Massachusetts, New England, Boston, because it was like an open book for me when it comes down to community service, when it comes down to spend time with others, dedicate time and effort to others, because disease are part of what we are. And being able to go to being able to be part of the Jimmy Fund, Dana-Farber, Mass General, and all those hospitals where I spent so much time visiting kids and adults, and people who were related to this terrible disease. It was something that it was a life experience for me.
David, I'm curious if you think it's professional athletes. Do you think it's something that they should aspire to help with community and get involved and be volunteers in something big like this? Do you think it's something that they should, more athletes should maybe try and get involved, because you obviously have how you feel by giving back? Do you think it's something you want to see more guys do?
Absolutely. The engagement. The engagement that you create, sometimes we have no idea the type of weapon that we have in our hands until you live it. Like, I can tell you a true story. I went to Dana-Farber a long time ago to do my rundown with kids. And I visited this kid who was really sick. And he don't want to eat. He was, very sad and everything at the hospital. And I went there to spend some time with him, play around with him, have conversation with him. And then I move on. I went to some other places. And 6 months later into the season, his grandfather, who he have a company who do hard work for most of the university and college up in Boston, he was waiting for me at the parking lot. And he was inside the player parking lot, and I was coming out of the game after the game, and he went like, Mr. Ortiz, can I holler at you for a minute? And I was like, yes, sir, what can I do for you? And he was like, I just came here to say thank you to you, because my grandson, since you visited him, he got so excited that he started eating, he started, doing everything that he was told, and all of a sudden having a home, running around, all safe, cancer-free. And all it happened since your visit. That's what he told me, and I was like, oh, my God, that was, to me, that was great news, and it was amazing. But sometimes we don't know the impact that we have in people, and that's why I agree with what you just asked, for athletes and musician and celebrity, they should get more involved in with this type of cause, because at the end of the day, it's a win-win.
Well, David, we'd be remiss to not ask you before you took off. What do you think of this Red Sox season, man? It has been insane. We have gone from, what the hell's going on to, oh, my God, this is the greatest team on the planet. What do you think of what you've been seeing here under Chad Tracy?
The talent is there, man. The talent is there. These kids, when they put it together, we probably have a few big names right now. Everything else is under the radar, but they are, very talented, good kids. And the only way you're going to win game is doing what they're doing right now. Everybody bringing something to the table. It's not a one-man team. Not even in my days was one-man team. It doesn't matter what I do. Everybody had to bring something to the table for us to end up winning a ball game, and that's what I'm seeing right now. Breslow, Kennedy, Mr. John, the whole organization stay very patient with everything that was going on at the beginning, because the organization know what they have. It was all about the guys putting it together, because it doesn't matter the type of manager you have. Of course, you need a good manager to keep everybody together, to keep everybody loose, But at the end of the day, the players are the one who have to provide on the field to be able to win games. So that's what I'm seeing. The offense took off. Everybody's bringing something to the table. The pitching has always been good. I know we don't have the big guy right now available, but it seems like everybody's stepping in to bring something to the table to win game, and hopefully everything continues throughout the season.
Well, David, I know your time is valuable. Next time we'll have you on, and just for an entire hour, we'll make fun of Bobby Valentine together. What do you think about that?
I totally forgot about that. That's a good one.
It was one of my favorite interviews we've ever done. You just went off on Bobby Valentine for about 30 minutes, and I couldn't have had a better afternoon. All right, well, David Ortiz, thank you so much for kicking off this Jimmy Fund Hour with us. It's such a great thing that you have been involved in from the very beginning, and thank you so much. And just quickly, if you could say anything to anybody who wants to, who's considering donating, what would you say to them, David?
I'll tell you what. Everyone that is listening out there, remember, we all are humans. Things happen. It's not to blame someone about what is going on. It's to help someone. That's what the Jimmy Fund is all about. So anything and everything that you can donate to continue helping people, continue helping kids, please, go ahead. Do not hesitate. Go ahead and do it, because it's needed.
You got it, David. Thank you so much, Big Papi, for calling in. We really appreciate it, buddy.
Hey, thank you, guys.
All right, we'll see you soon. All right. And by the way, according to Big Papi, you need to right now call 877-738-1234, and jimmyfund.org is another great way that you can donate. And who you are helping is why we're here. And we want to hear these stories because they are so inspiring. And we have with us today Mr. Thomas Paddock, and he joins us as well as his beautiful wife. And I am so sorry. Carol. Thank you, Carol. His wonderful wife, Carol, and his doctor, Mr. Marios Janikis. Am I saying that correctly? Thank you so much. He's the medical oncologist, the Center for Gastrointestinal Oncology at the Dana-Farber Cancer Institute. And Tobias, you have had a very interesting journey when it comes to your time with your esophageal cancer. Can you tell us when you found out that you had it and what it was like and what led you to Dana-Farber?
I can. I will. I was experiencing difficulty swallowing, but I didn't think much of it. My counsel to myself was maybe I should eat a little more slowly. Which is always a good thing. But it persisted, and I was under the wonderful care of a GP, my PCP, and she said that this isn't normal. When I finally went in to see her, and had I'm difficult at pronouncing all these things, but
of course,
endoscopy, and that's when they discovered that in fact had cancer. So that unfolded very quickly, and got a hold of. Well, I grew up in Cambridge, so I'm well aware of the wonderful work that Dana-Farber has done over the years, and its pivotal place in cancer research and treatment. So I have the luxury, if you will, of just coming across the Charles River, and I had a friend who worked there and guided me in contacting him literally within a week. I had an appointment, and off we went.
The interesting thing about Dana-Farber that we're hearing from all the patients is that it seems to be so much different than one-stop shopping. It's never like you go there and they just have a cookbook on how to fix it. It's personalized care from everything we've heard. And on top of that, if I'm not mistaken, most everyone has told us is that they become more than just your physician. They become someone who is, almost a friend, a confidant. And along the way, and I'm sure you being by your husband's side the entire time, you have noticed this with Dana-Farber.
Absolutely. I was also fortunate enough to have their care 22 years ago.
Oh, wow.
I had breast cancer 22 years ago, and at the time I was in New Hampshire, and I came down to Dana-Farber. And, here I am still. And so, yes, as soon as you make that connection with your physician, and, I mean, the nurses there are remarkable. The kindness is huge. And then, we had a great surgeon, too. I know that was different. It wasn't Dana-Farber, but that was part of Tobias's treatment. So talk about how lucky are we, right, just to be here.
And Carol, in fact, was part of a clinical trial for Neulasta.
Yeah.
Oh, really?
Before it was, formally introduced into the regime. And so 22 years later, that was part of
That's right.
What I enjoy most about my treatment is giving Marios a hard time.
He's not giving you a hard time, is he, Dr. Marios?
You're not the only one.
So what has it been like? Because we talk about this physician patient relationship, and it truly is a relationship, correct?
Absolutely, yeah. It's been a true, as you can tell, a pleasure and privilege. You'll pay me later. To be part of really a team. Yeah. And it is true that at the center of this piece is Tobias and Carol, but really, as mentioned, all of the rest of us are part of that. As are, by the way, all the amazing people that help propel this field forward. By the way, it was pretty cool to also hear from
How cool is that?
Yeah, that was pretty cool. And again, it's amazing to see people really giving back. Yeah. But it is really an outstanding privilege to be part of a team, both with you, Tobias, and Carol, but also at Dana-Farber. I've been there for 15 years practicing, and I would never change it. Yeah.
Tobias, can I ask you, I see that you were an Army chaplain at one point. What does your relationship with faith, how does that help you when you're going through something like this?
Pardon me, I don't know, you may have to bleep this out, but oh shit was the...
You've earned the right.
You've earned the right, my man.
That's right.
It's an interesting, and it continues, test of faith.
Yes.
If you will, what I believe, Carol said, why you? And I say, why not me? I mean, it's not something we would wish on anyone, of course.
Yeah.
But I continue to feel, and Dr. Giannakis will affirm, I often say I'm very fortunate, and I am, for the care I've received, which is not available to many people. So that's the piece that I focus on, is how fortunate I am to be able to receive the treatment that I'm alive. I just turned 70, so I figure I got maybe 18, 20 more years.
There you go. I'll give you the exact number after. Yeah.
I'm not as appealing as, not appealing as, sorry, that's the wrong word, but, the work that's done with children, of course, is, I will dare say, I can only speak for myself, most important to me, the younger. I'm at the far end.
Not anymore. Not anymore.
No.
Nope.
But I appreciate the care that's given to all ages.
Sure.
People I meet in the waiting area, there's a camaraderie, if you will, of those of us who are going through treatment. So.
You were diagnosed before you were supposed to take a trip to Europe, correct? And go on the river. So it was a little bit of luck that you caught it when you did. It sounds like, and I'm curious just how that was, and then also did you get to go on your European river cruise ever?
Yeah, no,
you did.
We
Okay,
had
good.
planned it so long in advance that there was no way we're not going, and because the age that we live in with mobile phones and all this, I stayed in contact with Dana-Farber, and again, they were superb. I mean, it's everyone is treated with a high degree of respect and care that is just extraordinary. Sadly, having worked in the hospital and served as a chaplain, I know how uneven care can be.
Yes.
But Dana-Farber is extraordinary in its openness and its generosity to everyone that I see.
And doctor, can you talk about what Tobias is dealing with? He had one symptom, right, which was just trouble swallowing, and you were able to diagnose it off that.
That's right, yeah. And unfortunately, it is a common symptom for patients who have this disease. In the United States, we don't screen routinely for esophageal cancer, unlike, for example, colon cancer, right, that everyone says, go get your colonoscopy.
Yeah.
So it is important to kind of pay attention to symptoms, and you did that. And kudos to you and your primary care physician for recognizing this is not normal. So one take-home point is, always listen to your body, right? And pursue something that doesn't feel normal. But after that, we were, again, as you mentioned, fortunate in our misfortune to catch this early. So this was kind of a cancer that was really in that location. And Tobias and Carol did a lot of hard work undergoing therapies, including chemotherapy, radiation, surgery, and a new therapy, relatively new therapy, immunotherapy, to make sure this stays gone. And again, with a couple of blips along the way, we're still in a position to say that we don't have any evidence of the cancer right now.
Great.
So we're kind of on our way to a cure. Obviously we need to keep observing and looking, for the next few years, but keeping our fingers crossed, and of course, everything we have in our armamentarium to keep this away.
Well, stories like yours are what get that number at 3.4 million right there. It's truly inspiring, and having you, all three of you here, it's so great to hear time after time after again, everyone that we've been speaking with talking about how this is a very, very special place, the Jimmy Fund and Dana-Farber. And take it from me, my wife had cancer 4 times, and we know how care can be one way and how it can be at Dana-Farber. It truly is a special place. And thank you so much for telling your story today. It means a lot. Yep. And thanks for hanging out with Big Poppy for a little bit.
Nice.
It was kind of nice. It's always nice when randomly we get a call from him.
I'd spoken to him earlier and asked if
Are you his chaplain?
That's right. Send a couple prayers to the Red Sox for him. We could use that. All right. Well, thank you so much for coming in. We really appreciate it. And if you want to donate, you can donate now. 877-738-1234. We have some great volunteers right here waiting for your call. You can also go to jimmyfund.org or text to give any amount. Text K-Cancer to 56512. Chad Tracy, your interim manager. Why is he still an interim? I don't know. But he's your interim manager. He should be the full-time. From your Boston Red Sox will join us in 2 minutes. interim, Chad Tracy joins us. Thanks for coming here. We appreciate it.
Thanks for having me.
No problem. No problem. Before we get to all the Jimmy Fun stuff, there's been a lot of really good news as far as people coming back to the team. You know, we've got Roman tonight in Portland, right?
Yes.
This evening. That's got to be cool. Trevor Story, I believe he was quoted in saying that he might be back as soon as Friday. Once again, that's a quote from him.
Yeah.
Two things on that. Do you think that that's a reality? And also, you know, when he comes back, where do you put him? You know, because it's a good problem to have, but it is an interesting thing that you're a predicament you're in.
Yeah, there's dynamics to that as far as the group that's here. Shortstop's where you put him. Like, he's a good shortstop. It's but as far as when he comes back, like, physically he probably could then. It's just talking through, like, where is he at physically? How does he feel? Like, do we feel like he can play every day at that point? Do you need to push a few more at bats? So, like, we'll have more conversations around that after tomorrow. He's scheduled to play today and tomorrow.
Okay.
And then we'll have more conversations around that. Like, do we need to accrue some more at bats and get together as a group and decide? But, like, when he does come, shortstop with what he's capable of doing, if we get him right, and the home run ability, like, it makes the most sense, you know. And then we have to navigate around that reality when that happens.
And how do you navigate Monasterio's role when he does come back?
Mona's got to play, you know. So, I mean, you guys have seen what he's done over the course of the last month and a half, how well he swung the bat versus right and left. So, we'll look at it, but, like, you know, he's played, you know, prior to, you know, all the injuries happening, Mona was sliding all over the place, third base, shortstop, second. He can play second. So, like, there's realities there where you have to mix and match with other guys, but, like, keeping him involved in some heavy way is important because of how good the quality of the at-bat has been.
First off, your shoes, your kicks are awesome.
They match the shirt.
I love those shoes, and they do. They match the shirt. Those are cool. I got to get me a pair. But I want to ask you just the bullpen. I mean, the bullpen has been one of the biggest strengths for this team all season long.
Yeah.
It looks like it's kind of wearing down a little bit. Any concerns about the bullpen moving forward?
No. I mean, you're right. It's beat up. I think when you looked, you probably could have, like, looked at our schedule. Obviously I wasn't looking at the big league schedule at the beginning of the year, but as you got here, you look at the schedule and you saw that first stretch of 16 with the West Coast swings, and then this one, now we're on the tail end of 2 games of 16 or 17 in a row. And, like, you kind of, like, circle those, and you're like, especially this one, as you approach the end of August, you almost circle that and say, I wouldn't be surprised if we have some guys banged up at that point. And not just pitchers, but you look around the league and see some of the stuff happening, oblique, rib, just different guys. It's the dog days. It's been hot. It's the summer, and guys start getting beat up. So we're in that spot, obviously, with Slate and Witt down for now. Like, we hopefully get them back and working them back to where you got them for the stretch run. But I think that's why, like, Eric Miller was such an important acquisition. And you saw Wyatt Olds last night coming from our system at 98 miles an hour with that curveball. So, like, you have these things. Every team has it, and you have to navigate through and find your way through. We're reaching an off day here soon, which is huge. And then we play 6 games and then another off day. We haven't had that in quite some time, so that's gonna help get some people kind of back to health.
Any good MRI news from?
I'm still waiting to hear from the doctors today, but we'll see what comes of that.
Speaking of pitching, so Peyton Tolley, this is the most he's pitched in a season so far, but my goodness, like, he has just over the last several times out just evolved into a superstar.
Yeah.
Like, how do you like what are your thoughts on that? Because you know that, you know, obviously this is the most he's pitched, but my God, he's pitching better than anybody right now.
Yeah, he's been incredible. Yeah. And it was cool the last 2, like, 2 different ways. It was like big, 14 strikeouts in one, and then hardly any. It's a product of the team you're playing. The Blue Jays put the ball in play.
Yeah.
But did it with fewer pitches and just, weak contact outs. Like, he can do it in a lot of ways. He's been amazing. Watching him navigate, like you said, he's going to reach innings high totals. We're with him and Jake doing our very best to, like, try to insert, like yesterday with Bayo in the pen, insert starts to make sure they're on 6-7 days rest, as much rest as we can possibly get them.
Yeah.
To navigate through this last month or so of the season and make sure that we manage that. But he's shown a lot of signs of looking as strong as he has all year at this point, which is really good to see.
You spoke at that.
Are you expecting anything from Garrett Crochet this season?
I hope so. For me to say right now, I expect this would be, crazy just based on the fact that he is throwing again, but it's, really short distance and increasing volume. So it's hard to say right now if I can say, we expect this. I think it would be better to say, like, if we end up getting him there, that becomes a really, really welcome addition if we can get there. That's probably a better way of wording it. And do I think that's going to have him built up to 6 innings? No, I don't even think the calendar will allow for that. But Garrett Crochet is elite when he's right, and if you get him right, and even if you were able to get him right and say, hey, he's built up to be able to go out there and throw 3 innings or something, like, we'll take that. But it's just a matter of how he progresses along over the course of the next month.
Chad, we have Durbin and Siegler coming on in about half an hour. Those guys had a little taste of postseason run last year with Milwaukee. You have a team that has some postseason experience here and there. How do you think this team is built for that kind of
I think
a run?
that's important, like that piece of it, that those guys were around a playoff team. Obviously we have some guys on our team that were a part of a playoff team a year ago, so we're not void of September meaningful baseball as far as the players on the team, which is important this time of year, that guys have been there and done that. And obviously with Rafa Abreu, if we get Roman back, all these guys were a part of that. So like they are experienced in playing in pressure September environments, which will be important for us because we're getting close to that.
What are you watching for in Roman when he's playing in Portland?
I think I know what I'm going to see. I think for him it's mostly health, but like you just watch the plate discipline piece. That's always been the number one characteristic of him, is he knows what a strike is and what a ball is.
Yeah.
He knows when to swing and when not to swing. So I'll just be watching, easy access for me to click and like watch the ABs, see where he's at, like what does he look like with his tempo and his rhythm, like what's he swinging at.
Yeah.
Those are things I think first and foremost. Like I typically feel like with Roman, if he's choosing the right pitches to swing at, we're in a good spot, because when he chooses the right one to swing at, usually hits him really hard. So we'll just kind of watch and navigate through that, and then you communicate with him like how you feeling. And these guys are honest; they're pros. They know how they feel and where they're at with their swing and stuff. But for me, having been around him a lot, it's pretty obvious to me when he's right. You can just tell by the swings. A lot of times you can just tell by the take.
And that's what it is. It's like, so it takes like you noticing that he is kind of back to what he was. There's no real timetable, but once you see that, you believe that it's time to call him up.
Yeah, you want to make sure with the player accrues enough at bats to feel good about it, because it's like playing golf. You don't play golf for a while. You go out the first time, and you can probably be pretty good, and the second time you go out, it's horrible. So like it's allowing them to okay, it feels pretty good, but like accrue some at bats. And once you start with the player, once you start to feel like you get to that point where you're like, I've taken 5, 6, 7 pretty good at bats in a row. Usually means you're controlling your tempo, your timing, you're controlling your load, all those things. That's usually what leads to success in the batter's box. So like, and it's easy to see that, you know, just based on, I said a lot of times based on a take, how aggressive is a take? Did it look like he's about to offer it something that wasn't even close? That's, as a hitter, finding the balance on that.
That's cool to me. You can tell if they're locked in by whether or not they don't have to swing the bat.
It's pretty simple. Right. If you know they're in hit mode and you see a borderline pitch and it's just a nice, easy, quiet take, like I saw that right out of the hand, you can tell. And they can tell, too. As a hitter, you feel that. As somebody that's watching as an evaluator, you can see that.
What with a little less than 40 games left, what things would you like to see your team improve on? Maybe little things, minor things, but what would you like to see in these last 40?
I'd like to see us play like last night a lot
that was awesome.
Down the stretch. Like
last
night was great.
Apparently your MIT guy's back. The one who's hacking into the pitch system.
No, like last night we did everything right. So many things right that like over the the course of the last week that we had been. Things that made us so good for 6+ weeks was we executed at a high level. If we needed a bunt down, we got it down. If we got people over to third base, we needed a sac fly. The ball was in play. The starts were great. The bullpen. So
do you call that situational baseball?
Yeah,
Is that what you guys reference?
Situational baseball was exceptional. We were really good at it. It's what made us good. We did a nice job of getting on. We talked with you guys a lot about getting on starting pitchers where you build a lead, play from the lead, and then you're now facing maybe the middle part of a team's bullpen instead of the back end. This last week, we kind of weren't doing those things. We were playing from behind, having trouble scoring off starters, weren't executing as well. But you go through spurts like that in a baseball season. It happens. Like there are periods where like you get to those dog days and the focus lacks a little bit, and then yesterday we were locked in, focused, and did everything right. We got great pitching. The bullpen was good. We executed situationally. We got hits. A bunch of guys that needed to start to feel some good swings again felt them. So that type of game, we don't have to win, whatever, the 11-1 every night, but like that type of execution is what we need. And I think the focus will be there with this stretch coming up, and these guys knowing we're getting closer to September. Like, that's the kind of focus we need.
Well, I'm not going to say that it's karma, but you guys with the Red Sox have walked the walk when it comes to helping out with the Jimmy Fund.
Yeah.
So, I mean, yesterday it's like, you guys are all in, which has been awesome. It's been great talking to all the different players. We've got even more coming up. So, I mean, obviously that's something that not only means a lot to the players, but I would have to think that just around the team, this means a lot to you guys.
Yeah, this is cool for me because, like, I've been watching this from afar for 4 years. I know this event, never been around it like this. I didn't know all this is going on.
Welcome.
So we watch in Worcester in my office, and you see the telethon days, and you get to watch, like, what's going on.
Yeah.
And you have a very good sense from where I was at that, like, all right, this means a lot to the organization. But then when you actually are here in it and see it, you're like, yeah, this means a lot to the organization.
No joke. Yeah.
This is a big operation, but it's cool. It's cool to be a part of it. It's cool to see our players be a part of it. Obviously, it's a topic in cancer that, like, affects, I bet, everybody in this room. If you said, do you know somebody that in your personal life that's been affected by cancer, the answer would probably be yes. I have a handful. So it touches a lot of people as far as this topic, and to see what our organization does to help raise funds for the families and for research, it's an amazing thing.
Could you kind of feel the emotion last night in the park and around, so many people around it?
It's cool watching the other team had the T-shirts on.
That was awesome.
That was
Class
cool.
move.
Like, I didn't see that at first. I walked out and, like, they had them on. So, like, it's, again, to me, that speaks to a team that's coming in that's not really involved in it, but the people look and say, yeah, that matters to me because it affects everybody in some way, whether it's directly or, if it's a family member or a friend, has some type of experience with dealing with that, and it means a lot to a lot of people, and you could feel that last night.
Yeah, it's such a great event, and it is cool to be in the middle of it. This is my first year as well doing this, so as I said, it's overwhelming in a good way.
Yeah,
and
no
seeing that
question.
number is overwhelming too.
Yeah.
3.4 million, which is great. Chad, hopefully you get another one like we did last night.
That would be awesome.
The blowouts are fun.
They are. They're very low stress. Too,
yes, absolutely. Well, thank you for coming, and we really appreciate it.
Thanks,
and if you would like to donate, 877-738-1234 or jimmyfund.org. And Chad Tracy is brought to you by Shaw's and Star Market, the official supermarket of the Red Sox Radio Network, by Arbella, here for baseball fans, here for good, and by John Sewer and Drain Cleaning, the name to know when your drains don't flow. Caleb Durbin, and we're going to have Anthony Ziegler as well?
Yeah.
All right. They're going to be coming up before the end of the hour. Also, great stories, inspirational stuff from the patients and doctors over at the Jimmy Fund. We will get to that right after this.
And Dana-Farber. Call 877-738-1234. Every dollar counts.
It's Rich, Ken, and Ted, and the WEEI Ness and Jimmy Fund Radio Telethon.
And we are live at Fenway Park, and I am looking at a number right now, $3.4 million. I am absolutely blown away by the generosity of all the people who have been watching and listening to the telethon. Let's set a record today, shall we?
We have a chance. We're kind of tracking to last year's record, 5.7, which would be amazing. Amazing.
That would be amazing because, I mean, we blew away the year before. So if we can beat last year's, that's saying something.
That would be nice. And listen, when we got the athletes coming by, we're going to have Caleb Durbin and Anthony Siegler here in just a few. But it's they're obviously support of it and the stories of the patients and the doctors as well. And it's awesome to hear just from the people that they help, that the Dana-Farber helps and the Jimmy Fund helps, just what a great organization you are donating to. And you can donate at 877-738-1234 or thejimmyfund.org. And patients, much like the beautiful 4-year-old Stella Burkhard McNichols, who is sitting across us with the greatest headband I think I've ever seen, complete with red socks and diamonds and rubies.
All glammed up.
All glammed up for her big appearance today. And with her today is her mother, Elizabeth, father, Brad, and 14-year-old brother, Jack. Thank you so much for joining us. We really appreciate it.
Thank you.
Elizabeth, can you tell me about when you first found out about what was going on with your daughter?
So when she was a few weeks old, she started to get some spots on her legs. Didn't think much of it. Maybe there were bruises. She was being active. But our pediatrician said that maybe we should have some genetic testing. And Dr. McLaughlin at the North End Waterfront Health kind of pushed us, and we did it. So we knew she had a genetic disease called NF1. Okay. And with that comes some complications, but you don't really know. It could be nothing. It could be, what we're going through.
Yeah. As your daughter is slowly taking her shoes and socks off, you got to get comfy, right?
Yeah, I'm going to take my shoes off, too.
You know what? You don't want me to take my shoes off. Trust me. Stinky. Absolutely.
And then this past November. Yeah, she as part of her NF, we go and have her eyes checked every 3 or 6 months, depending. And when from one visit to the next, there was significant loss in vision. So we.
She loves her brother. She's grabbing his hand.
Our optometrist at Children's, Dr. Johnston, really pushed everything through very quickly. And a week later, we were at the Jimmy Fund.
Yeah. Dad, can I ask you about what it's like at the Jimmy Fund? I mean, it's obviously they're doing very serious work. It's very serious diseases, but they somehow try to make it fun for these kids. What has been your experience with your daughter at the Jimmy Fund?
So we're kind of in like what they call a maintenance phase now. So we're there 4 weeks on, 2 weeks off. And I feel like the 2 weeks off, she can't wait to get back there, which is like kind of, yeah. She's developed a lot of friends there because we're kind of on the same schedule with a lot of people. And just everyone there treats her amazingly. She walks in, there's people waiting for her to play with her. The nurses are spectacular. She's got a favorite nurse who went to the same grammar school that she's in now, just by small world. So we walked in one day with her school uniform on, and her nurse was like, "I went to that school," So it's like, yeah, it kind of. It's where she goes to see her best friends.
Oh,
that's everybody her best friends.
Yeah,
awesome.
That's nice.
Yeah.
Jack, how you doing, buddy? How's this been for you? See your little sis have to deal with this, and how you feeling, buddy?
I mean, the Jimmy Fund's helped her a lot with just being able to go
and she loves being at the hospital and stuff, so it's weight off my mind.
What's she into, Jack?
She's into that microphone.
Ballet?
Yeah, she does some ballet classes back home.
Pretty cool.
And a lot of Barbies.
Big fan of Taylor Swift.
Yeah.
Heard?
Yeah.
What's your favorite Taylor Swift song?
What's your favorite Taylor Swift?
They're all good,
They're all
aren't they?
good.
Absolutely, they're all good. So there's, it's an interesting place where you guys have seen what they've been able to do, and it seems to be an ongoing theme that the kids love going to a place where they're getting cancer treatment, which from the outside looking in sounds so different, but it is a special thing about Dana-Farber, is it not, Mom?
Oh, you can't explain how wonderful it is. I mean, the kids at school, when she tells them she's going to chemo, they say, I want to go to chemo. Because the stories she comes back with and the things she did and the activities and all the things, I mean, chemo is where she goes to have fun, where she's a kid, where she gets to do all the things that she should be doing.
Ugh.
Yeah.
And it's not like that everywhere. Dana-Farber is just, and the Jimmy Fund, it's like they figured out some special ingredient to just make these kids feel special and loved and happy and fun and feel like kids while they're there. Isn't that right?
I always say that people need to study how they do it because there's no place
They
like
set
it.
the standard.
Oh, I mean, it's so easy.
Is there for you guys, the parents, Brad? Is there a support group? Do you guys have a community of parents that you can talk to that understand what you're going through?
Yeah, again, like I said, because of the kind of like the track you're on when you're there, you're seeing a lot of the same families that are there because they're there. You know, we go Tuesdays. We just came from there today, so a lot of the people we're seeing are there every Tuesday. So we're, as she gets to know the kids to play with, we get to know the families that are there. Elizabeth has become very good friends with another mom there. They talk all the time about what they're going through. Like she looks forward to seeing, her girlfriend who's there, Ava, every week. And we look forward to seeing the parents as well when we get to go there.
Jack, is she able to get away with anything she wants to at home?
Well, not everything, but
he complains she gets away with more than he did.
That's right.
We're a little older.
Of course. Well, thank you so much. We really appreciate you telling our story. And Stella, as I said, you should sell those headbands. They are the coolest I've ever seen.
Yeah, they are cool. Look at that bracelet.
No, they're not. So you got
only for me.
It's right, just for me. Not going to be selling those, but we really appreciate it. And Elizabeth, thanks for coming on and telling your story.
Thanks, you
and Brad and Jack, if you want to, in a couple of minutes, Caleb Durbin and Anthony Siegler are going to be right here. So if you want to hang out and meet two of the Red Sox, they are about to walk through that door any minute.
All right.
Thank you very much.
Excellent. Thank you so much for coming on. We really appreciate it.
You so much.
You can call and donate at 877-738-1234 or jimmyfund.org, or you can text to give any amount. The word K-Cancer 56512 is how you do it. And we will be right back. Caleb Durbin and Anthony Siegler from your Boston Red Sox will join us next. It is 93.7 WEEI. Rich Certainly, Ken Laird, three-time Super Bowl champion Ted Johnson, live from Fenway for the WEEI Nesson Jimmy Fund Radio Telethon. And we are at $3.5 million, an awe-inspiring number. We are on track, hopefully, to break the record. Let's cross our fingers. You know, listen, if you are one of those big money donors out there, we will take it.
That's
absolutely.
what we need, the anonymous donor guy.
That's right. I love anonymous donor guy, no question. And if you want to donate, you can call 877-738-1234 or online at jimmyfund.org. Okay, this was so great. I went to go use the restroom, and I come back, and sitting on the couch is Caleb Durbin and Anthony Siegler, and Anthony and Ted Johnson are talking, getting jacked, like lifting weights. And they're like, "You lift 4 plates?" "Yeah, man, lifting 4 plates." And I want to jump into that conversation, but as you can tell, I got nothing to add.
I had a feeling that these guys, we were of like mind, so I brought it up, and they wanted to continue the conversation, which I appreciate. I'm always impressed. These guys, you know, the long season they have, and they work so hard in the off season to get themselves at the peak performance. And, it's hard to maintain that throughout a long season. So we were just talking about the schedule and that stuff. But it led to other fun conversations about training and working out. We've come a long way in understanding, how exercise and training can benefit you as an athlete. So very nice to meet these guys for the first time. Cool dudes.
Yeah. Can you get too jacked, Anthony, in baseball? Like, is that a bad thing to be too jacked?
I don't know. I feel like you got to ask Derbs. Like,
he's obviously not that worried about it. Clearly,
look at his physique. It's a lot better than mine. But
no,
I think he works on the up
straps,
here more than like his
seems
arms
like every lift I do, somehow my traps get a workout, and I'm not sure how. But you'll have to talk to JD about that one.
It's so funny because baseball players are all
serious. Yeah.
Oh yeah, they run the gamut. Like baseball players can either be like really tough or in shape, and then you can get like a pitcher who gets out there who's just like looks like Grimace and will just like kill you out there. It's really all over the map, isn't it?
It is. I feel like it is. It's there's a lot of types of physiques, but I mean, we're all athletic at the end of the day, and we do our job really well, I feel like.
Yep.
We do.
All right, we got to talk, Caleb, about this was such a great story this season with you. So the beginning of the season, for a lot of people, didn't start off the way that everyone wanted it to, and you were in a little bit of a slump. But then a story came out where you visited a man by the name of Lorenzo here in town, the batting guru. People say that he's like the Yoda of hitting. And almost immediately afterwards, you go on this tear. Did something happen there, or was it just a coincidence, or did this Lorenzo kind of teach you something that maybe you didn't see?
I think there's a lot that goes into, making the adjustments you need to make during the season. I think one thing he did help me with was just keeping my hands tighter to my body and staying inside the ball and keeping my direction to the middle of the field. So it kind of opened up the entire field, which is, that's fundamental hitting. And I kind of got away from it a little bit, whether it was trying to do too much or trying to, hit it over the monster every time. I'm not positive. It took me a while to get out of it, but yeah, he just kind of sat me down, was like, hey, this is what you need to get better at. This is what I think I could help you with. And we just went to work. Took way more swings than I've ever taken this year, away from the field, which, you got to do what you got to do. So it ended up working out and, obviously feeling a lot better.
How'd you find this guy? Like, how did you find him?
Carlos Narvaez. It's his hitting guy. So he reached out to Carlos actually and said, hey, I want to work with Durbin. I think I could help him. And, the rest is kind of history.
Oh. I can't imagine mentally what you guys are thinking about when it comes to a swing. So I'm going to try and forgive me if I don't know what the hell I'm talking about. So when I take golf lessons, it's like I can hear somebody give me a thought, an idea, and it just doesn't feel right. And then someone says something in a way in which it all kind of makes sense, and I just, boom, I get it. Is that the same way maybe with hitting? If you hear explained to you a certain way that all kind of just comes in focus, does it work that way?
Yeah, it's really incredible. I think if you haven't, played the game at, a high level, you might not realize how fine of a line it is between being bad and being really good.
I get it.
It's like you said, it's something clicking in your head. And obviously you got to make the physical adjustments, but even just the mental approach to the game is a whole nother thing that, just being settled into a new city finally, all that kind of goes into play too.
And Anthony, I feel like when you came, you were the vibes guy right away. How's the vibe now, and did you have to work with these guys to get it to where you wanted it?
No, I feel like it was always there.
Don't be humble. Don't be humble.
No. I think it's always been there. I mean, baseball is a long season, like they both said. it takes time. I think definitely being around a bunch of new guys kind of takes a little bit of time to be like get close to everybody and know how everybody works mentally, physically at the field or away from the field. I mean, I don't think it's just one person because it's all 9 and then more on the bench that need to be together. So
but there's one Tony Seagulls, right? I mean, you know.
Yeah, but there's also one Derminator.
That's true. Those 2 great nicknames
That's
right there.
it, man. That's it. How are you guys? Just your experience. You're both new to Boston. Your feelings on the playing here. I know it wasn't easy, early in the season, winning games here at Fenway. Now it's totally different. It just feels like you guys are more comfortable. What's your thoughts of just the fan base here and playing in Boston?
Yeah, I think once we knew we were going to turn it around, we felt like the fans were going to rally behind us. And game like last night where it's just electric, it's sold out every single night. And it was early in the season, too, when we weren't playing too well. So, credit to the fans for that. But definitely don't want to start off slow here in this city, but we were where we're at, and we were able to kind of turn it around and in a much better spot now.
In a season of some great things that have happened, there is one dumb storyline that I'm obsessed with, and that is that Chad Tracy still has the interim tag on his name. Do you believe that should be gone from Chad Tracy's title?
I mean, I think everybody would love it for it to be just like away from where it is now. I mean, I think he's done a great job with us. He knows what we need to do. He knows how our bodies feel consistently, I feel like. And so for him to adjust schedules and just being able to talk to us, slow everybody down is huge. I mean, so I think it would be an honor for him just to take that away and just give him that like manager title. I mean, he's done a great job. I love him. I think I can speak for everybody in that clubhouse that he's done a wonderful job of handling the situation and hasn't made it too big, and he's just helping us just like really bring us together and just win.
Speaking of winning, you guys had a little taste of the playoffs last year. What's the one thing like you learned from that run that you can take and bring to this team that you guys got a taste of?
Yeah, I mean, it's a little bit different of a ball game. Once you get to playoffs, it's like every pitch is the last pitch of the 9th inning, from the first pitch. So just kind of having that experience and settling into it from game 1, for me, it really took, game 3 of the divisional round is when it kind of settled in. Those first couple games, your heart's racing. It feels like you're debuting all over again. So having that experience is huge. Obviously, we'll go even further this year with the squad we got here. But, I mean, we're just excited for it.
Mm-hmm. Can I ask you, there is the report times, ever since I guess you guys came in from Colorado late, and we're here for the Yankee series. And I know you guys even made shirts about the late arrival crew or something.
Show and go.
Yeah. Show and go, yeah. Ever since then, I've heard reports that your report time is later now, to be at the park. Is that for a reason, or is that superstition because ever since that happened, you guys kind of took off?
I don't think it's really superstition. I think it's just, like I said, Trace knows how our body feels. He has a great feel of the whole team. I mean, whether you want to come in early, because you can still get that option to come in early, get your work in.
Yeah.
But, I mean, you also have the option to come in later. I think it definitely helps because we're baseball players. It's a long season. Yeah. And then I think that extra time just gives us time to, if we got family in town, chop it up with them. We got friends in town, chill with them. Just it gives us stuff outside of baseball to do, a little bit more time instead of having to be rushed, especially in the morning. And then maybe that 15 inning game that we had, or no, it was 11 inning?
13
inning game like we had with the White Sox. I mean, that late report time is huge. So it just gives us a little bit more time to recover and all that. But yeah, I don't think it's superstition. It's I mean, he knows how our bodies are and how mentally draining every game is.
Does somebody wash that Wally head? Because does it smell awful when you put that thing on?
You think it'd smell worse, honestly.
Yeah,
they must wash it.
Yeah,
it doesn't
they
smell
have
nearly
to wash
as bad as it should, especially with this guy putting it on. I mean, you got Bowser putting it on.
Yeah.
I mean, It smells way too good for
way too
for
good.
them not to clean it.
I just
Personally, I'm not like when I put it on, I'm not sniffing it and smelling it all around. So I guess Derbs.
I guess I'm the only
that's
one.
what Derbs
That's
does.
the only one.
Oh, you admit it, you are. I mean, it's a bunch of sweaty guys running around the base. Put that thing on, you're just wiping the sweat all over it. I don't know. Sitting at home, just like, that thing must smell awful.
And was Rafaela pissed that you stole his ice in the veins move, or was that
He didn't know what to
bring
do.
it up. I don't even remember doing it. He did the homer, and I was like, "What do I do now?"
He
All
just
right,
panicked and just did that.
Yeah. I was like, do I clap? What do I do now? But,
I'm glad you put that out there. What that meant, because it could, for some people, it means something totally different.
No, ice in the veins, ice water.
I'm getting high.
I don't know. I mean,
Just getting an IV, hydration IV. That's all it is.
Yeah, it's like, yeah.
There you go.
Yeah, but this is so cool because I was telling Chad this earlier. The Red Sox put their money where their mouth is when it comes to Jimmy Fund. You guys all show up. You do the interviews. The charity is obviously something that's important to you guys. So when you're here doing something like this is a big part of the culture of the team. And I know that you guys are new to, but when you see this and how big this whole event is, what does that say to the people? Like what you think about the people of Boston and how they're able to donate $3.5 million so far to this?
yeah, it's everything. I think being on the outside for my whole life and now being a part of it from the outside looking in, you see how big of an influence the Red Sox organization has within the Boston community. And that's, I think, a big reason why the fans rally around the team so much is, the Red Sox mean so much to the city and to the kids that are going through tough times. It's, everything for them too. So to now be a part of it and see it firsthand is super cool.
Yeah, not only the kids, but the families too. I mean, it speaks volumes to you see it when we have games here sold out.
Yeah.
It's fun, and then it's not surprising that everybody in Boston is just supporting. It's amazing to see. It's amazing to now be a part of. Like he said, it's our first year doing this. So it's pretty incredible just to have how everybody just kind of rallies around everybody and is all in support of just wanting to help the kids, the families, and they have no idea how much this means to them and everybody else.
And you know what? It's not only do we able to come here and help raise some money, but you're able to talk lifting weights, crushing plates with Ted Johnson over here.
Exactly. I'm going to get some more pointers when we get off the air. But I admire the hell out of these guys. They got to keep themselves sharp throughout this season when they don't have a lot of time to do it. So keep it up, boys. And I'm going to be one of your biggest fans now that we met. So very nice to meet y'all.
Great to meet you.
Let's get another blowout, baby. That was fun last night.
Absolutely.
Let's do it again.
Yes, sir.
All right. Anthony Siegler, Caleb Durbin, great stuff. Thank you guys for coming up and helping us. And if you want to donate to the Jimmy Fund, Dana-Farber, you've heard how important it is from the patients themselves. 877-738-1234 or jimmyfund.org. You can text to give any amount, K-Cancer, at 56512. We will be back in 2 minutes.
And here's what's in our feed right now on WEEI and WEEI.com. The Patriots wrapped up their walkthrough practice earlier today. Christian Gonzalez did not participate in today's practice. That is the 8th consecutive practice miss for Gonzalez. The Eagles will travel to Foxborough today. They got 2 joint practices with the Patriots this week ahead of their preseason game on Saturday night. I'm Stiz, and that's what's in the feed on WEEI and WEEI.com.
This is a WEEI special broadcast. It's the 24th annual WEEI Ness and Jimmy Fund Radio Telethon, presented by Arbella Insurance. Here for the Jimmy Fund, here for good.
Now, live from Fenway Park.
It's Rich, Ken, and Ted.
It is 93.7 WEEI. Rich Certainly, Ken Laird, 3-time Super Bowl champion Ted Johnson, and we are at Fenway Park. It looks like it's going to be a beautiful night for another blowout. Let's hope. At least according to Caleb Durbin, he predicted it when he was just on with us. But we are here at the Jimmy Fund Radio Telethon, and this number that I'm seeing up here is just awesome. $3.5 million already raised since yesterday. Let's go for a record. We are tracking in that direction. I don't want to jinx anything. I don't want to be the one that ruins it, but that's why we need your donations. You can call us, and there's some great people we have here, volunteers who are answering the phones, 877-738-1234, and jimmyfund.org is another place where you can donate. And it's been so awesome to be able to hear the stories of the people who are involved with the Jimmy Fund, people who have been helped by the Dana-Farber, and in this case, I read your story. This is Rio Hirota. First of all, thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you.
And your doctor, it's the director for the Lowe Center for Thoracic Oncology, David Barbie. We appreciate you coming on.
Thank you.
I read your story, and to me, it almost seems personal because my wife was, she had children about the same age when she got leukemia, and I love your story. And can you kind of tell us a little bit about, like when you first found out about your situation and what led you to Dana-Farber?
So, 2024, August, my daughter and I was going downtown, and then, the Capri Mall, there's a staircase from T-stop, and then it's pretty steep.
Pretty steep,
yeah. And I usually take stairs and never take elevator or escalator, and I would force my daughter to do it even when she was little. And then one day I just couldn't. I don't feel good, and it was so odd to me because I was always running, I always surf and really active with my kids and my husband, and so that leaded to me. And that night I called my PCP. I'm like, come in, but you can't come in my office. You got to go urgent care. I was like, okay, just go in there. And checked up. I literally thought, maybe I have asthma or whatever. Like, it's like some nonchalant, my brain, and like, whatever.
Yeah.
And then go there in the morning, 8 o'clock, and older doctor, he was like, he looks at me and is like, why are you here? You look too healthy. Why are you even here? It's like, supposedly my chest feels a little tight, and then he's like, well, let's do x-ray. And then he did it, and literally is like, you got to go emergency room now. I was like, I can't because I got to do my house stuff and I got to tell my kids. And so he's like, okay, you go now. I'm like, yeah, I will go. And then I just go home, and then I cleaning all kinds of stuff to get ready.
So you went home
everything.
first, and so while you're doing all that, because you're right, life doesn't stop. You're a mom. You've got all these things to do. So while you're doing all that, does it feel like you're almost on like a moving sidewalk while you're trying to process what's going on? And
yeah, that too, and like how much really like serious this thing is. Like I didn't even know. I'm literally like kind of in the dream, like we're feeling. Yeah, it was just, and I go home and I call my husband, Trav, and then like, hey, I think I have to go to emergency room. He's like, what?
Yeah.
It's like, what are you talking about?
Oh. And
so that was that.
So you go to the emergency room, and what do they discover when you're there?
So I went BI first. So it's like, it was the from my PCP recommendation.
Yes.
I went. And then it was it was so packed. All I can remember is like packed full of people in the hallway. I'm sitting in the hallway, just like, and then couple doctor comes and like, oh, you're in the chest pain. We will do CT, whatever. Like, we did it, and everything's done. And then goes, so I got to give you bad news. You have a cancer. It's like, what?
Yeah.
It was just like, shock to shock.
Yeah.
And like, okay, but now I have to tell Trav, my husband, and like, okay, he's going to be shocked. So I was like, okay, you'll be okay. Like, we're in the doctor, it's the emergency room. We will be fine.
Oh, man.
So that was that.
Okay. So at what point do you end up finding your way to Dana-Farber?
So we're in BI and looking for second opinion, basically. And then my friend knew someone in the Dana-Farber, and then we just kind of like, I think you should make an appointment. Okay, I will make an appointment. We made it, and then a week later, I met Dr. Barbie. We're lucky. I mean, I'm lucky to have cancer, and lucky to have Dr. Barbie come and rescue me. So that was great. So
Dr. Barbie, when you first met Rio, like what? She seems young. She seems healthy. She comes in and this is somebody who has a family. How do you toe that line between telling them this is serious, this is something that we can deal with, but also having a heart and understanding what she's going through?
Very challenging, especially patients like Rio. And I think, unfortunately, historically we think of lung cancer as a disease of smoking in elderly patients. However, Rio's never smoked, and the fortunate thing about that is when you've never smoked, actually we can find gene mutations in the lung cancer that are responsible. So while this was a very serious situation, we had a lot of hope that we might actually find something that we could actually give her a pill for that could work right away.
I'm curious, the RET fusion, is that what Rio, how common is that, and how does that impact the treatment for someone like Rio?
So there were a number of genes that were discovered. The first one was called EGFR, another one called ALK, which is another fusion gene. This was actually discovered in 2012, actually in Boston, collaboration of Foundation Medicine and Dana-Farber, also in Japan and Korea. And the impact is it's actually quite rare. It's less than 1% of non-small cell lung cancer actually has this fusion, but it's a testament to what's called precision oncology, that you find what's the driver of the cancer and then you match a pill. The other fortunate thing was when it first was discovered, the RET inhibitors, the pills, were not very good. So patients would respond, but not for very long. And fortunately, there have been next generation RET, so-called RET TKIs or RET inhibitors, and that's what she's been on and had a really miraculous response.
And you back to your active ways? Are you surfing again, or?
Yeah.
Where do you surf? Where do you
surfing on the
breaks here? Or
anywhere. Winthrop.
Okay.
New Hampshire or Rhode Island,
are you
anywhere way.
Left foot forward, right foot forward? What?
I'm a legger, so.
Okay, all right, very good.
Yeah, left side.
All right. Well, after we get on, I'd like to hear where you go. I like this. I need a longboard because I'm too big for a shorty.
Fun.
Those are fun. Yeah. All right.
Can I ask you about that too? Because as somebody who is athletic and you have to go through treatment like that, were you, when you did your first big event, like because it sounds like you did the Pan Mass Challenge and things like that, did it mean more to you than just I am going to do this to raise money? Did it mean more that you got out of this treatment and you wanted to prove something to yourself by doing this, or what did it mean?
I think that, and the same time, I can still be alive.
Yes.
Normal, human being. Not so much title is cancer patient. Feels like it's not that. Like, I can live myself, live in own world. It's with my kids, and kids can look at me. It's like, oh, mom doesn't feel good. Not like that. I can be always me.
Tell me about crossing the finish line.
Oh, that was good. I mean, PMC, I never done it. And then I'm like, okay, I would do it. And I was always mountain biker. I never rode road bikes. So that was a little bit learning skills. So.
Yeah.
But Dr. Burby said he's going to do it, and like, okay, I think I should do it.
Is it your first? Was it your first time?
No,
too?
I've done it for quite a while.
Yeah. Because if anyone can guilt you into doing it, it's somebody who's gone through what she went through. Absolutely.
Dr. Barbie, are there new advancements and anything on the horizon when it comes to research and fighting this disease?
Yeah, I think the challenge with these targeted therapies is they work for a period of time, but then the cancer can figure out how to get around them after a period of time. So there are new targeted therapies to target this resistance. One of the things we're quite excited about is a gene that gets deleted called MTAP. And so we have clinical trials of drugs that selectively target that. So Rio's tumor also has that. And so that provides another pill option for her.
Rio, can I ask you about it's different when you have just a regular doctor and you go in and you visit and you leave and you come back. And when you have someone like Dr. Barbie, who we've heard from so many different patients that the relationship between patient and doctor with Dana-Farber is so much different than anywhere else. Can you kind of go into what Dr. Barbie has meant to you outside of just being the person who's helping you get healthy?
He's a wonderful doctor, but at the same time, I have my husband. He's like always like looking for new trial, whatever. Like he's a great advocate to me. And I don't do any of that, which is he took over that responsibility. He always contacted with the Dr. Barbie, and I kind of feel bad, but it's like same time. But I mean, like Dana-Farber, every time I go in there, I feel it's like you don't have to explain to be there because everybody certain cancer there and then to be treated there. So it's nice to be in there, and at the same time doctors and nurses, everybody is always so sweet and caring. So
I can see that being a thing, Doc, where families come to you, they're going to do their research. They want to, because for obvious reasons. What's that like? I mean, some stuff but then some things you're probably
like from nutjob.org. Somebody found something. It's like I think that this weird food that you can only get in like Africa is going to help.
That's I'm sure that's happened to you before. And how do you deal with that?
I mean, I think there's two levels. One, there are the alternative approaches, which I am a supporter of, but there has to be evidence that they're actually real. But I think in terms of the clinical trials, though, I mean, I think Rio stated, her husband Travis was just incredible, actually, because the problem with clinical trials are that there aren't always spots, and so having to hunt them down. And so yes, he did.
He was crazy.
Text me a lot back and forth, but then we ultimately found a wonderful clinical trial. So I think the advocacy is just really important.
That's awesome.
Well, that's another thing that makes Dana-Farber so special is the access to a lot of these drugs and these drugs that are being tested and aren't approved in many places yet. That I know one saved my wife's life. So, I mean, that's the great thing about Dana-Farber. And I've said it before that if you are going to get cancer, Boston is the place you want to do it because you have the great Dana-Farber right in their backyard. Right. But Rio, your story's awesome. Thank you for sharing it because the people listening hear that and they know where this money's going. And right now they just changed the number. We're almost at $3.6 million, which is just awesome. Let's keep it going. You can donate 877-738-1234 and jimmyfund.org. Rio Hirota and Dr. David Barbie, thank you so much for sharing your story. We really appreciate it.
Thank you.
And we will be right back in 2 minutes.
At FlexCar, we know radio ads are
Radio Telethon.
It is Rich Shirtley, Ken Laird, Ted Johnson, and we are live at Fenway Park. The sun is out. Beautiful day, as I said, for another blowout. That would be nice. And we are at the Jimmy Fund Radio Telethon, WEEI, Nesson together. And we have raised so far almost $3.6 million. What a great number. Let's keep it going. Obviously, throughout the end of the day, let's see. We're on track. We're on track. I don't want to jinx anything, but we're on track to possibly set a record. Let's hope.
But we need help. Well, we need some push.
Yes. If you are listening and you are somebody who wants your money to go to the best possible place that it can go, this is it. And the inspirational stories and obviously the athletes who come by who have been helping firsthand, it's been great to hear. So if you want to donate, 877-738-1234 or jimmyfund.org. And on the phone with us right now, UMass Hoops coach Frank Martin. We love having our local sports heroes on with us to help us kind of get through some of the questions we got. And Ken, I know this is a close personal buddy of yours.
Yeah, Frank and I go back to Northeastern 2000. He was the assistant coach there with Ron Everhart. I was calling the games, and Frank was the best. And you could tell he was a rising star. He would come on after every game, win or lose. They could lose by 50. He'd come on and talk. Went on to great success with Huggy Bear, with Cincinnati, Kansas State, and now his 50th year at UMass, and they beat unbeaten Miami of Ohio last year, first year in the MAC, and he's just a great guy. You listen to Frank Martin talk for 2 minutes, you'll be inspired, and he's been kind enough to join us here on the telethon the last couple of years.
Inspire me, Frank. Inspire me.
Yeah, no pressure now.
What's up, guys? How y'all doing? All right?
How you doing,
We're
Coach?
good, man.
I'm good. Hey, Ken, what I'm happy you didn't say is that I grew up across the street from the Orange Bowl. And as a diehard Dolphins fan, I couldn't stand Ted Johnson because he'd always kick our ass. But
that's true. I forgot about the Miami past.
But as a fan of football, the utmost respect for him, man. He played the game the way it needed to be played.
Coach, you just made my day with that. It's an honor to kick the ass of your favorite team growing up. That's cool. I did not know that before, and now that I know that, I'm an even bigger fan. So thank you, Coach, for the kind words. I appreciate it.
Yeah,
absolutely. Hey, by the way, big shout out to you guys, man. What you guys do. I learned about the Jimmy Fund when I was at Northeastern, and I was a broke assistant coach, Ken, as you were a broke announcer of the games.
Still
and I always heard about it. I didn't understand the details of it, and because of the how lucky I am, the journey I've been on, now being back in Massachusetts and fully understanding the Jimmy Fund. Big shout out to all you guys, everyone that's donated. Any UMass person that's listening, let's get us over that $5 million mark. I know that's the number that everyone's trying to get past this year.
Yeah, and how are the vibes out in the Springfield area and out at UMass? Frank, you guys had a big win in the tournament last year, and how are things looking this year?
Doing great, Ken. I appreciate you asking. I'm excited, man. It's the first time since I've been here where in the summer I'm saying, okay, we got dudes. Now we got dudes, and we got a chance to win. We got our point guard back. He's really, really good. Anytime your point guard comes back, you got a chance to have a good team. And, in today's day and age with the player movement, it is what it is. I'm not complaining. It's kind of predicting what you have is difficult because you're going through it with guys for the first time. So you don't know how they handle things. But I'm ecstatic, man. We returned 8 guys. It's the most players I've had back in 6 years. So it gives me a sense of know what I got, the kind of dudes I got in the locker room that can help these new guys understand how we try to do things. And we've had a great summer, and I'm really excited, man. Really, really excited. It's about time UMass basketball. They brought me here to fix this program. It's a complicated moment right now in college sports, but I'm super excited because I think we finally got the knob turned in the right direction here, and I can't wait for the year to start to get after it and get these guys ready to go.
Coach, how has NIL changed the game from your side of things?
See, the money should have been introduced a long time ago. I was just in Ohio yesterday with Coach Huggins and a bunch of his former assistants. We all got together, spent some time with him, and one of his former players, Corey Blunt, was there. And we were talking about that. Corey was a 15-year NBA guy. And you know, when guys come in and sacrifice their bodies to generate so much revenue for these schools, the fact that nobody ever wanted to share the money with them was wrong. I've been an advocate that needed to change a long time ago. I'm glad it finally changed. The problem is not the money. The problem is the 8-month imaginary contracts and young people chasing money. That's the problem. Like one of the things that I've always been a big proponent of, which we've set school record here at UMass, we did at South Carolina, we did at K-State, was community service. Teaching these young athletes as they go through their journey how to give back. So when they become successful people, whether it's in the sport that they play or in the business world, they're so used to giving back that they continue to do it. So here you got the Jimmy Fund. You know, just understanding how to give back, man, to give of your time to make other people's lives better as you go through your journey. And that's one of the things that we've lost, well, the player movement, because everyone's chasing money. And it's unfortunate that people at a young age are being pressured by adults for them to make money so the adults live better. That's not the way it should work. It should be the other way around, you know, but it's the moment we're in and we got to figure it out.
Well, Ted told a story yesterday about a Bill Parcells quote that he loves, that he's not changing. You got to change. That was right?
Yeah, that was the quote, Coach. I mean, this is the perfect guy to kind of ask this question to.
Yeah.
Coach Parcells said to me, Frank, that you know, look, boys, I'm not changing for you. It's your job to change for me. And I
love that quote.
Yeah, that's great.
I'm just curious if you feel similarly, and you know, is it because today's athlete has changed from when I was playing to now, and it's got to be hard to maybe say that same thing in today's world with today's athletes. How do you kind of what do you think of that quote, and how do you coach? Do you live by the similar standard?
Yeah, I one of the greatest moments of my life was I was spending a day with the Dolphins, and I was they were showing me around the facility, and I hear, Frank, get your big ass in here, and I walked in. It was Coach Parcells, and I spent an hour and a half with the guy, and I'd never met him before, and I was one of his biggest fans. But yeah, Matt Painter, the coach of Purdue, has a great saying: is freshmen come in and they think that we become them. And as they become seniors, they realize that they become us. And, and we've lost that in college athletics. It's I shouldn't say we've lost it. We've got to reinvent how to teach that in an 8-month, 9-month period rather than a 4-year period. And that's the journey. You know, but like I tell my children that are now out of my home, you know, I'm not changing how I run my house to make you happy. Learn the lessons here, and when you got your own home, then you run it the way you want to. And now they're trying to figure out how to start paying bills, which they have no idea how to do. So.
I love it.
Well, Coach Frank, I'm glad your long suffering of Ted Johnson kicking the ass of your favorite team is now over. That is good. And on the other side, let's hope that this year is a banner year for UMass Hoops. We're all rooting for you, Coach Frank.
Pulling for you, Coach.
Appreciate it. I'm telling you, man, I think we finally got a really good team, and I can't wait to put the team on the court. And EEI obviously plays our game, so thank you for having me, and hopefully we cross paths sometime soon.
You got it. Thank you so much for calling in, Coach. We appreciate it.
Thank you.
All right. You can donate right now, 877-738-1234, or go to jimmyfund.org. You can text any amount to K-Cancer. It's K-Cancer. You write in there to 56512. We are at about $3.6 million. Let's keep it going, baby. And we'll be right back. Certainly Ken Laird, 3-time Super Bowl champion Ted Johnson, and you and your amazing donations. I'm looking at this board right now. We're at $3.6 million for the Jimmy Fund, Dana-Farber. It is just awesome to see. And hopefully we can get more going here. If you want to donate to the Jimmy Fund Radio Telethon, 877-738-1234. You can call and do it by phone or online at jimmyfund.org. And one of the ways we are able to raise so much money is that the people get to hear exactly where it's going. And we have with us right now the very beautiful Evie, who's here, 3 years old. Hi, Evie. Hi, Evie. How are you doing?
She's got a great wave.
She does have a great wave, and her mother Kelly joins us as well. And I'm sorry, Kelly. Is this
Charlotte?
Charlotte. How you doing, Charlotte?
Hi, Charlotte.
Nice to see you. Mom, can you kind of tell us a little bit about Evie? And, other than her just being awesome and wiggly and everything right now in your lap, can you kind of tell us about her journey and what led you to the Jimmy Fund?
So Evie is the youngest of 5 siblings. Her 3 older siblings play school soccer, and she's like, I'm tired, Mom. I can't keep walking. I can't keep going to these games. And I was like, you got to suck it up. We've got lots more to go. And we ended up taking her in for a blood test, and she was diagnosed with B-cell ALL leukemia. So we started out treatment at our local hospital, and she contracted a bacterial infection about a week after we were discharged, and she ended up needing a wound vac for a month. So we transferred to Boston Children's Hospital for the wound care, and we were so impressed with Boston Children's that we ended up moving our care to Dana-Farber, the Jimmy Fund. And I'll just say, so she's come with us to a couple of times for the appointments, and so she'll have treatments like Monday, Wednesday, Friday. And it'll be a Wednesday, and she's like, "Can we come back tomorrow, Mom? Can we come back tomorrow?" It's just an amazing place to be.
And you're coming a long way, right? This is not a short trip for you.
No, so we live near Albany, New York. We, for a couple of 2 of her cycles, we did rent places here just so we could be close because she does have such frequent treatments. Other than that, we just have stayed, we have family, friends, hotels. We just whatever we can sort of do. And I've done. I mean, when your kids play sports, you do 3 hours there and back in a day. So
that's a good way to put it in perspective,
right?
Because I think at least I know Ted and I have done that. It's driven all over, the New England.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
But for something as great as Dana-Farber, I mean, it's true. It's there's you hear stories of people who drive from the longest distances because it's just that special of a place.
That special of a place. Every time that I meet with a nurse, I mean, you get to know them after a certain amount of time, but they know you.
Yeah.
They've reviewed your chart. They've gotten to know you, your background. So when they come and talk to you, they set the tone and this rapport that makes it so easy and so comfortable.
Yeah.
One of the parts of her treatment is a shot, 3 times a week. She's got to get a shot in her leg.
Yeah.
And it just was causing tremendous anxiety for her. And the nurses were so well prepared. They would prep everything before we arrived. So we would just kind of scooch back, get the shot, so that the anxiety, the dread is worse than the deed. It just really minimized that.
Charlotte, what are some of the things that you saw that are or that made it kind of fun when you would go and you'd visit and see Evie doing that?
When I came in today, well, the doctors didn't let me go in the room, but I always think that Evie's very brave.
That's so brave. She is brave, but you're brave too because you're there right by her side. That is so important. When you go in there, do you ever give her any advice? Say anything to make her feel good when she goes in there?
Mm-hmm.
And what do you say to Evie?
You got this, Evie.
You got it. I love that.
That is just awesome.
That is awesome.
And Mom, how does that feel to know that there's that much support?
There's so much support. All of the siblings, I think, are in her background or community. I mean, when you have the nurses and the doctors at Dana-Farber, I can't describe it. If you've ever really felt heard or understood, it's like a weight's been lifted off your shoulder.
Yeah.
When someone can really relate with what you're going through.
Yeah.
They get it.
They get it.
Yeah.
They get it. And it's not like baloney, they're not sugarcoating things. They get it. It's hard. It's ugly.
Yeah.
They've been through this, what you're doing and your emotions. And she had a terrible allergic reaction once and we were disasters and they were just they're counseling us on top of them. And they have also, in addition to just all of the arts and crafts that I throw away as soon as we make them. The slime, I can't even tell you the slime.
We've
heard about the slime.
There's a full-time slime guy, is that right?
They always find creative ways to use slime. but just like they have like support groups for siblings, for parents, you know, for younger siblings, for older siblings. It's just, I think like from an emotional perspective, she's 3 years old. She's not really aware. Like she knows she's got cancer, but a lot of it is sort of over her head.
Yeah.
And I'm sorry, she's.
Oh, it's all she sees herself on TV. She's like,
she wants to do. On TV? But I think that they do just such a good job in having that like mind over matter. It just has aided in her treatment. Like she's got a lot of energy. She's got a positive attitude. So, and I attribute that really to them.
So, Charlotte, what do you two like to do for fun together? What do you like to do with Evie together?
We go in the room when there's like lots of toys, and we like to play with them.
Oh yeah, what kind of toys do you like? What's your favorites?
Slime.
Oh, slime's good. What else do you like?
We like the Peppa Pig toys they have there.
The school toys. The school toys, right?
That's right. Yep. That's so. You know what? Are the nurses and people there? Are they super nice to you when you go in there?
Yes.
Yeah. Okay, like what do you think about those nurses? Like what do they do to make you guys have a good time?
They play with us.
They do? They get down and play with you? That's awesome.
How cool is that? And you know what? That doesn't happen in a lot of hospitals.
It's not normal.
You go to yeah, you shake your head like absolutely. That's a special place, isn't it?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, that's awesome. So do you like seeing Evie get treated there? Would you want her to get treated anywhere else?
No.
That's a smart girl, that girl.
So what would you say? You're a star, by the way, Charlotte. What would you say to the people who are listening right now who want to donate money, and what would you say to them to get them to donate to the Jimmy Fund where Evie gets treated?
It's a very good place.
Awesome. Well, that's you know what? You couldn't have said it any better, Charlotte. Well, Charlotte, Evie, Evie, I'm glad. Boy, she is just like a
full of energy, right?
Yeah, full of energy. That is unbelievable. And Kelly, thank you so much
Thank you so much
for
for
coming
having
in and
us.
telling
Thank
your story.
you, guys, yeah.
And if you want to donate, because man, it doesn't get any better than this. You guys are just. I mean, when you just. It's so cool to hear that there is a place where someone is getting cancer treatment that they actually enjoy going to.
They can't wait to go.
And they can't wait to go. That is that's unbelievable, and that is so rare. And that's the special sauce that the Dana-Farber and Jimmy Fund people have figured out. And if you want to donate, 877-738-1234 or online at jimmyfund.org, and you can text to give any amount. K-Cancer to 56512. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
We really
Thank you.
appreciate it.
Thanks,
We'll
Kelly.
be right back.
All right, thanks.
877-738-1234. Now it's Rich, Ken, and Ted and the WEEI Ness and Jimmy Fund Radio Telethon.
It is 93.7 WEEI. Rich Shirtleaf, Ken Laird, Ted Johnson, live from Fenway at the WEEI Ness and Jimmy Fund Radio Telethon, where I just saw them go up to the board, raise the dollar amount a little bit over there. We're at $3,633,129, and every one of those dollars means something. It doesn't matter what you give. We will take it. The Dana-Farber and Jimmy Fund patients that we have had on here tell such a great story. I mean, if I don't know how you can listen to it and not think that this is one of the best places to donate your money. And you can do it here by either calling us at 877-738-1234 or online at jimmyfund.org. Also, you can text any amount, K-Cancer, to 56512. And I love stories like this as well. We have Carla McCarran on with us from the First Responders Credit Union. She's the Chief Marketing Officer, and she also is a breast cancer survivor who got treatment at Dana-Farber as well. So what a perfect person to come on here and talk to us, not only about what you guys are doing over with the First Responders Credit Union, but the treatment that you've got. First of all, thanks for coming on the show with us. We really appreciate it.
Thanks for having me.
So can you first tell us a little bit about your treatment at Dana-Farber and what led you there and your experience with the doctors and the people over there?
So this was about 5.5 years ago. My primary care, she thought something seemed odd, so she sent me right down to Dana-Farber, and within 2 days I was diagnosed. And from that point until now, I can't believe the treatment that I've had there. I'm a survivor, I'm good, but they follow up and they check you out for a long time afterwards, and I can't say enough for everybody there. From top to bottom, you can't beat the care that you get there.
Can you talk about that? Because, the one thing that we're hearing from all of these different patients at Dana-Farber is the care doesn't stop when they say, hey, you're in remission, or hey, it's not. It continues, because that's not the end of it. As far as you have questions, there's things that you want to ask. The care doesn't stop when you have gotten to the other side of it, does it?
No, it doesn't. And, I had no idea when you get into the maintenance portion after, treatment, that I would still have my same oncologist team. I would still, see them in the same offices. And the beauty of things is when you go in, you have a checkup, they do some testing, make sure things are still okay. It's your actual oncologist who calls you.
Yeah.
It's not like you're going in your portal and trying to figure out what it says.
That's a great way to put it, because we've all done that before, where we're just like, I've taken stuff in the portal before and copied it and put it in ChatGPT and said, what does this mean? But that's not like that at Dana-Farber. You always have someone who seems to speak in the language that we can all understand, correct?
Exactly. And it's fast. It's, you could think, oh, they call you, but is it within a time frame? It's always immediate. So once those results are there, you're getting a call.
Yeah.
And that's where I can't say enough. When I was a patient going through my treatment, I was one of those crazy people that I was in the infusion clinic, and I would sit there and I'd be like, wow, these poor people. And I'm like, oh, I'm one of them. But that's how comfortable they made me feel.
Yeah, that's right.
Carl, just maybe a lot of people might not know this. Just the exposure the firefighters have to what they do in their jobs every day. What makes them more susceptible to maybe getting cancer than the regular person. Just talk about that and some of the members in your credit union that have gotten cancer and just how they deal with that.
So aside from the stress that would come with the job is the carcinogens. Right. All the things that are probably burning in that building. And, they're going in and they're breathing it in. And if they don't have that proper equipment, then they're exposed. And, the Boston Fire Cancer Foundation has put out statistics that every 3 weeks a Boston firefighter is diagnosed with cancer. And, other stats show that firefighters are 14% more likely to get an occupational cancer. So it's very, very important for them to get early detection. And I know through Dana-Farber and the Direct Connect program and the Centers for Early Interception and Detection, they're doing their work to make it happen even faster and faster. So the credit union, we not only do financial services, we feel like we're part of that first responder's life, and it's our responsibility to help them get through the work that they do, help their families. So for probably over 10 years now, the credit union has donated at least $500,000 towards those programming to help them get detected.
The early detection thing.
Yeah.
Matter of fact, we had a firefighter on yesterday, and that's how he found out.
Yeah.
Was one of those early detection things that I guess it's set up, like, is there like a day that they do it where everyone comes in, or how does that work?
So for us, we've donated to the Boston Fire Relief Fund, and they set them up.
Yeah.
We also donate to the Boston Police, and they do testing on their side as well. Some of it's more medical, but there is cancer testing with their work too.
Yeah.
And they have these big mobile units that come in. It's a blood test. I don't think it's hard on them. I think it's, just a blood test.
Yeah.
And it's a big deal.
It legit saves lives.
Yeah.
I know that's, the money that your credit union has put out there has, we just talked to a firefighter. If he hadn't gotten that early detection, he even said, who knows where I would have been. They were able to find it in time to save him. But, what you were doing is saving lives.
Right. And, that's why it made it a seamless fit for us to work with the Jimmy Fund and Dana-Farber. This is multiple years now. I believe the credit union has donated. I haven't been here all those years, but it just makes sense because we need these guys to stay out there. We want them to live to retirement and be with their families after they've given so much in their career.
Society owes it to them.
Yeah.
It's good that they are now, between you guys and Dana-Farber, getting the best care and the best type of heads up on any kind of cancer that could be, in their system early. That way they can deal with it early.
Yeah.
So great. So what do you have? Obviously this is a great relationship between. It's really a perfect relationship between the First Responders Credit Union and Dana-Farber, and this is obviously something that you want to continue for the ongoing days, correct?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And you got a perfect night to celebrate. You got a posse here from First Responders for the game tonight.
Oh, awesome. Excellent. And hopefully there'll be another blowout tonight, which would be nice.
Always good, right?
Always good. Well, thank you so much for coming by and telling your story and also talking a little bit about the First Responders Credit Union. Carla, thank you so much.
Thanks, Carla.
For joining us.
Thank you for having me. I appreciate it.
Well, it's great. Stories like yours are what gets that number up to where it is right now.
It's trending.
People.
Come on, people. That's right. That's right. So if you want to donate, 877-738-1234 or online at jimmyfund.org. You can text to give any amount, right, K-Cancer, to 56512. Carla, thank you so much for coming in. We really appreciate it.
Thank you very much.
We've got more great stories, and we got some surprise guests. We got a really cool phone call we have to talk about here in just a moment. People all around New England are doing what they can to donate this money, and let's get that number up. Maybe we'll set ourselves a record today. So once again, you can donate at 877-738-1234. We'll be back in 2 minutes.
Summer. what's in our feed.
And here's what's in our feed this hour on WEEI and WEEI.com. The Red Sox took the first of the three-game series against the Diamondbacks last night, 11-1. The Sox scored in 6 straight innings. They did not have a strikeout in the entire game and finished with 16 hits to maintain a 6-game lead for the second American League wildcard. Second game of that series will be played tonight. First pitch from Fenway Park at 7:10. Our guy Christian Arcand will get you ready for the game beginning at 6:10 with the Mass Mutual pregame show. You can hear both right here on WEEI 93.7 FM and all across the Shaw's and Star Market Red Sox network, and of course on the Odyssey app. The feed brought to you by Prolotherapy. If your doctor said surgery was the only solution for your joint pain, get a second opinion. Do what Ted Johnson and thousands of others have done. Eliminate your joint pain with Boston Prolotherapy. Online at bostonprolotherapy.com. I'm Stiz. That's what's in our feed.
This is a WEEI special broadcast. It's the 24th annual WEEI Nesson Jimmy Fund Radio Telethon, presented by Arbella Insurance. Here for the Jimmy Fund, here for good.
Now, live from Fenway Park.
It's Rich, Ken, and Ted.
It is 93.7 WEEI. Rich Schertenlieb, Ken Laird, Ted Johnson, and a beautiful day at Fenway Park. We are here at the WEEI Nesson Jimmy Fund Radio Telethon. $3.6 million already donated. And what a great day and a half we have had so far. By the end of the day, we're on the way to hopefully set a record.
I feel like just these numbers have been going faster today, it feels like a little bit.
There's no question.
Yesterday.
Oh, my goodness. Oh, there we go. Got to get the headset on so here's what's going on.
Fold her up and put her in my back pocket and take her home. My goodness. Look at that.
If there is
angelic.
Oh, my God. This is just there's nothing better than when you have little kids on the set and they just they got the headsets on, the TV, and this is great. So we have with us today Carson Doherty. Am I saying that okay?
Yes.
Carson Doherty, 5 years old, and a mother, Casey. Casey?
Yes.
Okay,
yep.
Great. And Colin, the father. Thank you so much. And I'm sorry, who is this right here?
What's your name?
Carson.
Oh, this is Carson. Oh, okay, I'm sorry.
This is Carson. This is Peyton.
That's Peyton. Okay, my goodness. Two of the cutest kids I've seen in a long time.
She's the star over there, Carson.
You are a star, yeah. Carson. My goodness.
I love that dress and the shoes. It's the detail. And those socks, too. All of it. Oh, my goodness.
Now, Carson, when you say something, it sounds really cool in your headset. So why don't you say the silliest word you know? That does sound silly, doesn't it? And sometimes you can go like, blah, 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 and it sounds really good. Try that. Oh my gosh! I'm going to take that laugh and bottle it up. So Casey, tell me a little bit about your Jimmy Fund experience with Carson. If from the beginning to what brought you to the Jimmy Fund and your experience.
So what brought us to the Jimmy Fund was basically just an appointment out of the blue, out of checking all boxes, making sure that she was doing okay. She kind of had a little bit of a cold, nothing crazy. Her symptoms.
I didn't have a cold. I just had a stomach bug.
Oh, okay. Yeah, her belly wasn't feeling good either. We kind of had variety.
I used to throw up every day.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
So we
I tried an apple with Stin, and I did today.
Yeah, her belly is a lot better now, thankfully.
Good.
Yeah. So we ended up going into the ER. We went to a pediatrician appointment first, and she had called me, and she had said, I would like you to head into Boston Children's Hospital. We had an unexpected ER trip that turned into a 37-day stay there, and from there we went to the Jimmy Fund. And everyone had prepped us and told us that once you get to the Jimmy Fund, you get to the other side, it's going to be way better over there than it is here. And it was. They picked us up off the floor literally multiple times. They were great to Carson. They took us all under their wing. And in a time that felt so isolating.
You got a wiggler here. Yeah.
In a time that felt super isolating, they were like our family.
Oh, that's amazing. So Carson, what's it like showing up to the Jimmy Fund? What do they do that makes it fun?
The crafts and the kitchen toys.
Oh, wow. Tell me about those. Like what are they?
Well, there's kitchen toys, and there's food in a kitchen.
Oh, wow.
Kitchen toys.
Do you cook like fake food on the kitchen toys?
Yeah.
Oh, what's your favorite fake food to make? So when you go to the Jimmy Fund, Carson, is it do your mom and dad? Do you say, hey, I want to go to the Jimmy Fund? Is it a fun place?
Kind of.
Kind of. Well, can you? You know what? What do you think? Like, how do your mom and dad act when you go there? Are they like super excited for you, or what? Can tell me a little bit about your parents?
They're like happy.
They're happy to see you happy, I'm sure. Yeah.
Sometimes it's hard to get Carson out of there. She goes in there and she's having too good of a time.
I hate it, but last month I hated it, but I used to try when it's time to go home.
So I can see that. So you hate going in, but then once you get there, you're like, this is super fun. I don't want to leave.
Yeah. Then at the end, when Mommy said it's time to go, I tried and I said, please 1 more minute.
Oh, that's awesome. Well, Dad, Colin, what's this been like for you? Just going through this. I'm assuming there's other parents that you guys consult with and talk to for support. Just talk about it from your perspective as parents.
Yeah, it's really something you can't prepare for. You see it around you, and you always think of it from the outside looking in, like that's so unfortunate, but you never expect it to be you in that situation.
Yeah.
And so when it was us, we've really rallied around the community in there.
Yeah.
And especially her care team brings you in like family.
Yeah.
It really is a family environment. We have some funny stories. I know Casey going there all the time of them really taking you in, and they make you feel like you're the only patient there.
Yeah.
And it's been a great experience.
That's a great way to put it, I think. Do you feel like do they give you the sense that you're the only person they've seen that day kind of thing?
Absolutely.
That's awesome. And I got to ask real quick, just left tackle back in the day? Right tackle?
I was DN.
DN. Okay.
Tight end.
DN tight end. Okay, close. All right. I knew it was one of those edge positions on offense or defense. All right, very good.
So Carson, tell me about your nurses. What do they do that's fun? Do they make it fun when you go in?
Sometimes they give me prizes.
They give you prizes. What kind of prizes?
I don't know. Sometimes Play-Doh.
Oh, wow. How about slime? Do they have slime there?
Yeah.
Oh, slime can get messy, can it?
Yeah.
Yeah. Do you like the slime?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, of course. The messier, the better, right?
Sometimes Ted and I like sand.
Oh, and sand? Oh, my gosh. So
And Barbies. And sunglasses.
Barbies and sunglasses. Wow, this doesn't sound like a hospital.
She's got a lot there, huh?
And decorate sunglasses.
Oh, my goodness gracious. So, as a parent, there's we talk a lot about how sometimes you go to the doctor and it's just a patient and the parents, and it's not really a real relationship. It's different at Dana-Farber, isn't it? Like they follow up, and it's more like you said family. It feels like that, doesn't it?
It does. Yeah.
It really does.
Even our attending doctor, Dr. Jonathan Paulino, is unbelievable. He's called off hours. I think it was a Saturday morning.
Yeah.
To check in on her, and so I'm talking to him on the phone. And she hears, and she's like, let me say hi. And she grabs it and hits FaceTime before I could even stop her. Wow. And we were horrified. Like, you can't FaceTime your doctor. He picks right up right away. He's like, hey, Carson, just FaceTiming on a Saturday morning. So that's what the environment's like there.
Yeah.
You like taking the phone and pressing that button, right?
Only once.
She's the perfect co-host for you.
I'm telling you, we can do a podcast together.
Seriously.
You and me and Carson. It'll just be making funny noises. How about this? I'll do a funny noise, and you do a funny noise. You ready? Okay.
There you go. Perfect go for Rich.
Oh, my goodness. Well, Carson, you are the best. Is there anything you want to say to the people who want to help out the hospital and help out the Jimmy Fund? What would you like to say to them right now?
Yeah.
Yeah?
Yeah.
What do you want to say?
Thank you for Timo.
Thank you for Timo?
Chemo.
Oh, chemo. Oh, thank you for chemo. That is awesome. What about all the cool toys and stuff that they do there?
Yeah, thank you.
Oh,
for those cool toys.
That's awesome. Well, I don't know what to say. This is like such a cool,
Yeah.
I mean, your daughter is just
Stole the show today.
She stole the show.
Stole the show.
And I've got to say that it's so cool hearing stories like yours, and it's amazing to me that there is a place with the Jimmy Fund that you're taking your child to get this treatment, but there's joy at the end of it. And I don't know how they do it. You've seen it, especially through really tough times, how someone can make a situation like that turn into I don't want to leave. I'm having a good time. What is it about them? What is the secret sauce? You've seen it from the inside out.
They must have to pass some crazy test to work there because the things they have done for us is like unbelievable. Truly.
Yeah.
We've had situations of pants ripping and they're like, oh, here, throw on these sweatpants and I'll go sew them in the back for you. Like they have.
Next level.
Exactly.
Next level.
Exactly.
And, like, I would cry when I get one day it told me for the back stuff because I like really want to play, and especially when I just started.
Well, awesome, Carson. Well, thank you so much for coming in. Hey, listen, anytime you want to co-host with me on the show,
seriously,
we'll do a show together. What do you say?
Okay.
What do you think about the Red Sox?
Okay.
Yeah, you like the Red Sox? Yeah. What would you like to say to them today to get them pumped up? Do you want to tell them anything like "Go Team"?
Yeah.
Yeah, of course. Yes, you do. All right. Well, we'll do a lifestyle podcast about that. Thank you so much for coming in. It really means a lot, and it's stories like yours and Carson's that get that number to where it is. So we really appreciate it. And once again, if you want to donate, 877-738-1234, and Carson say jimmyfund.org.
Jimmy Fun at Locked.
That's it. That's where you go if you want to donate as well, at jimmyfund.org. Thank you, Carson. You're the best. Oh, yeah, fist pump. All right, we will be right back.
Men, erectile dysfunction.
Hey, college students, looking for an easier way to grocery shop and save? Download the Shaw's and Star Market app and sign up with your valid student email address to unlock 10% off your groceries every time you shop through the end of September. It's simple to join, easy to use, and packed with rewards to help your budget go further. Plus, students get free delivery once a month on orders over $30, making it even easier to stock up without leaving campus. Download the Shaw's and Star Market app today and start saving with your student discount.
All right, listen up, guys. Ted Johnson for Boston Prolotherapy. When it comes to your joint pain, you've got two choices. Basically, you can either go mask it or you can go fix it. And way too many folks settle for the painkillers, the cortisone shots, or the surgery, and that's just covering up the problem, or in most cases, just creating a new one. I wanted to fix it, and that's why I went to Boston Prolotherapy. Dr. Al Franke, the best. He uses targeted regenerative treatments that actually help your body heal itself. It stimulates new tissue growth and strengthens joints to eliminates pain. There's no surgery. There's no long recovery. And with Boston Prolotherapy, my back and my elbow felt better day one. It was amazing, guys. And 100% pain-free in just weeks, not months. So if arthritis, an old injury, or new one is slowing you down, don't mask it. Go fix it, guys. The treatments are very affordable, and the results are phenomenal. And the consultation with Dr. Franke is free. So call Boston Prolotherapy for your complimentary phone consultation today at 1-833-GO-PROLO. That is 1-833-GO-PROLO, or visit Boston Prolotherapy.
Ken and Ted, and the WEEI Ness and Jimmy Fund Radio Telethon.
I can already tell I'm going to love this interview. It is Rich, Ken, and Ted here on 93.7 WEEI, and we are raising a lot of money. This is such a cool thing to see. I love looking at this big board behind me for the WEEI Ness and Jimmy Fund Radio Telethon. $3,673. Boy, I've been here a lot. $3,673,000, 403, whatever. It's a lot. $3.6 million. And it's all because that people are listening to these great stories of the patients and the doctors and all of the people who are involved with the Jimmy Fund and Dana-Farber, and you are giving such an awesome amount of money to this great cause, and it has been fun to watch that number continue to grow as we've been sitting here. And the way to do it, you can donate this way by phone, 877-738-1234, or jimmyfund.org. Also, you can text to give any amount you want to. Just text K-Cancer to 56512. And as I said, I'm looking forward to this interview already because I can tell they're ready to go.
We have some hams.
That's right.
Yep.
Melissa Rochelow.
Yes.
Thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you for having me.
You are not only a registered nurse at South Shore Hospital,
Yeah.
but you are also a breast cancer fighter survivor.
That's right.
And you have with us, who are these two wonderful people you have with us?
I have my son Cole. He's 8.
What's up, buddy? There you go.
I'm the youngest.
And this is Alexis. She's 6.
And Alexis.
I'm the flexiblest.
You're the flexiblest.
She is.
Is she very
I can do a front flip.
You can do a front flip. I would have you do it, but you have a headset on, and that wouldn't work out too well.
I can't do it. I can only do it on soft.
Oh, okay. And I'm sorry. Once again, what was your name?
Cole.
Cole. You were. I put my headset on, and I was like, oh my gosh, is there a monster in here? Can I hear that voice again?
Oh, there he is.
Well, listen, we're going to talk about your mom and how awesome your mom is right now. Does that sound cool?
Yeah.
What do you want to say about your mom? Anything you want to tell us about how cool she is?
She's so beautiful.
She's so beautiful?
She is. She is, yes.
She saves like 1 million lives a year.
And her eyelashes are so big.
And her what?
And her eyelashes are so big.
Eyelashes are so big.
Listen, I wish that at one point in my life someone could say that I saved a bunch of lives and that my eyelashes were really big. That would be the coolest thing I could hear. How does it feel to hear your kid say that?
It's honestly a little emotional.
Yeah, I bet.
I feel like given the past year and a half, anything that they do, like I'm a wreck. Like, I'm so proud of them. They're such good kids, and they're amazing.
That's a testament to you, Mom, though.
Thanks.
If I feel like when I read your story, it feels kind of like maybe a common story in a sense. So, like in how maybe you felt something was off and you took care of it. So can you just go back to when you found a lump and then decided to maybe go get it checked out?
Yeah. So it was February 2025, late February, and I was in the shower and I felt something and I was like, oh, okay, wow, that's different. All right, it's there. Noted. I waited a few days and I was like, okay, it's still there. So honestly, that following week, I made an appointment with my primary care and she goes, okay, I feel something too. So next steps. So I had my mammogram at 35 years old, no history, family history of breast cancer, nothing. So I went, I was so nervous.
Yeah.
And, but like proud of myself because if it was something or if it was nothing, like I went to go get it checked out. So it ended up being stage 2 invasive ductal carcinoma after a biopsy and the whole shebang. I ended up having a lumpectomy. And actually, of note, there was 2 spots on my left breast that were there. One could not be felt at all by any physician.
Wow.
So it was the imaging and all the technology that found the second spot. But very early, I had my surgery. I had chemotherapy last summer, and then last fall, I completed radiation.
Oh, that's awesome.
Yes.
Oh, that's great. Did you bang the gong? Is it?
We rang the bell. They came with me, so they skipped school on the last day of my radiation.
Oh, how cool!
And we rang that bell like it was.
How hard did you ring it? Did you go crazy?
Remember?
No school.
No school.
You guys went to school after.
But Mama, I was so mad I didn't go to school. I love school.
Well,
you did go.
The
last late.
The last day of school, I ran around the house. That's how excited I was. I had like a little break.
But remember, we rang that bell when Mommy was done with radiation.
Mama, Remember when you rang the bell? You were crying.
I was crying.
Sure.
Because it was very emotional.
And I
then
was
Mommy
dancing, right?
He was. He was.
Like a chick.
It sounds
That's the chicken dance.
it sounds like Melissa, though, you have a unique support structure around you. You have a sister that lives. Is it next door?
Yeah, right next door. She's here with me today.
Sis is here.
Yeah,
oh,
she's
cool.
here. She's right
Way
there.
to go, sis.
Yeah.
There she is.
taking
That's
videos.
cool, huh? You live
It's-
next to your sister.
It's great. Like, honestly, for the past 7-8 years, she's been my rock. And aside from my husband, she saw me on my highs and my lows, and just having someone there to support you and get you through those hard times, it was awesome.
Can I ask what it's like, you being a nurse and you're helping usually
Oh my
people
gosh.
who are going through things, and then you find yourself on the other side of it.
Yeah.
What is that like? Like kind of switching places.
Yeah.
And do you notice things more when
Absolutely.
you're? Tell me a little bit about that.
Honestly, like the perspective shift, like I feel like it's the biggest of my life. I'm here every day I go to work, and I feel like I'm pretty empathetic and caring, and I really take time with my patients. But ever since my diagnosis, my treatment and everything, it's so different. And being on the other side, getting labs drawn, or, them infusing medications into you or pinpointing radiation sites, it's like, wow.
Yeah.
And it takes me back. And since going back to work last fall, I take a little bit more extra time for that patient that might need something or questions they may have. And I really take the time because I went through something hard, and people are going through something hard when they're sick or don't feel well. And it was a mind-blowing experience to be on the other side. And yeah.
What was it like seeing? I mean, so I got to think it's almost like a chef going to someone else's restaurant and seeing how the chef is. When you went and saw how the treatment and the care was at Dana-Farber, you are somebody who's seasoned. Like you kind of know what that's all about.
Absolutely.
What did you think when you first saw like how they treated you?
I mean, holy moly. Dana-Farber is top-notch, amazing. Everyone was so kind, intelligent, innovative. I could go on and on, but it made me proud to be in the same field as these people and helping people when they are at their lowest or their worst. So, I mean, Dana-Farber, I feel so lucky to live in this part of the country and have access to this kind of medical care. And I'm from the South Shore, so satellite locations for Dana-Farber, amazing. I work at South Shore Hospital. I mean, honestly, last week I was at work and I get a monthly injection, and after work I just walked right across the street to Dana-Farber and was able to get so think about that, so many access points. No, I don't have to come to the city, but if I had to, 1,000%.
Yeah, it's the same. You get the same level of care and attention at any of these other smaller hospitals.
Yes. Yeah. So my oncologist is primarily out of Chestnut Hill. He was at South Shore but moved, so now I follow him at Chestnut Hill. Shout out to Dr. Philip Porvu because he, my lifesaver, my amazing. I would get emotional talking about him, but the kind of care he provided, and I wasn't just a patient, I was a person, and he got to know me, he got to know my family, he asked me questions, he remembered things, and it was just the kind of care and support that you get from Dana-Farber is extraordinary. I feel so lucky.
Mama, you're crying.
I am, honey. You know why? Because I'm so happy that I'm okay.
I'm happy that you're okay.
Thank you, baby.
Jeez.
I know.
There you go.
I was wondering. I was like, should I have them here? I don't know.
It's the best thing to have your kiddos
I know.
here.
I might need to turn the other way.
Yeah. Honestly, it's these two that got me through everything.
Unbelievable.
Your son is like, yes, I did. He's got his
every
hands here.
little hard moment. It was them, and now I came out on the other side. I coach his soccer team.
Yeah.
Honestly, during radiation last year, I was tired, but I coached his soccer team. It was phenomenal.
You used to coach my soccer team.
I am coaching your soccer team this fall. So busy mama, coaching 2 teams.
You get sports.
We were the best team in the league.
Oh, you guys were?
Really?
We're number one?
Yeah.
Oh, attaboy.
We tied 2 games and we won every other.
How's your mom as a coach?
Good.
She's
good?
tough? Is she a hard coach? Is she tough on you guys?
She's an A+. You should try.
A+.
She is tough, but she wants you to have like fun
Yeah,
and learn.
the
And
best kind of coach, right
Yeah.
there.
That's
Tough
pretty
but fair.
awesome. Now, if a monster was sitting next to us and wanted to say something nice about his mom, what would that monster say?
In your voice.
Well, she is like
in your voice.
I don't know.
I heard you doing the monster voice before.
There you go.
That's awesome.
I don't know how to do it.
You don't know how to do a monster voice? Okay, if the most flexible girl your age in the world wanted to say,
split.
I bet you could. If you want, if you wanted to say something about your mom and like just what a great mom she is, what would you like to say? What's something?
I love her so much.
I
I
love
can
you,
have
honey.
none better mom.
None better.
Oh, thank you, honey.
Are you glad that she's got great doctors?
Yeah.
Mhm.
Yeah. How about
I'm
you?
happy that she's a nurse because if I got injured, she would help.
You would know
Well,
exactly
I got injured like about once, but that was a buckle fracture. But I don't know if I would count a spring as a break. So.
Well, this is. I mean, first of all, having kids like this, to the humor and to bring you through it.
Yeah.
It's got to mean everything, doesn't it?
It means everything, and even in those hard days, their little jokes, their tickles, their giggles, it's
Yeah.
like what pushed me up, and it's what kept me going, honestly.
And by the way, I want to send another shout out to your sister because I
Yeah.
know how important it is to have family
Yeah.
who's there, like every high, every low.
Yeah.
It's like it's lucky to have someone like that in your
Yeah.
life. So
Absolutely.
big shout out
Thank
to
you so
your sister
much.
there.
I
It's great.
appreciate that.
Melissa, thank you.
Thank you so
Yeah,
much.
good job.
You're crying.
I was crying. I'm not crying. I'm just very happy. And I'm thankful.
Maybe it's just the makeup.
But listen, Dana-Farber, the Jimmy Fund, amazing. Tell people, please donate. Please donate.
That's a great. If there's anything that you two can say to get people to donate money to help people like your mom, what would you like to say to them?
Please feed my pig. Like,
Please feed your piggy.
if you were in that situation and people weren't donating, you would want people to donate. So
right.
you should donate.
Absolutely.
That's right, because it could be anybody, right?
That's right.
You're
It could
helping people.
And feed her piggy.
That's right.
Right? Tell me about your piggy. What's your piggy?
I don't know, but I have a she has a piggy bank, but it's not like a piggy.
Oh man, I can keep you on all afternoon. I really.
This is my life.
Love it.
All right, well,
Thank you,
Melissa,
guys.
Thank you so much
Thank
for
you
sharing
so
your
much.
story.
I
And
appreciate it.
that's pretty good. That's pretty good little start there. All right, well, thank you so much for telling your story. And if you want to donate, you can call 877-738-1234. Hey, say and jimmyfund.org.
And jimmyfund.org.
Excellent. There we go. Let's bring it in, everybody. 3.6 million. Let's keep it going. Yes. Thank you so much.
I'm flexible.
And she's very flexible.
Go Red Sox.
And go
That's
Red Sox.
right.
We'll be right back.
Right, thank you.
WEEI Ness and Jimmy Fund Radio Telethon.
7 WEEI, Rich Schertenlieb, Ken Laird, 3-time Super Bowl champion Ted Johnson. A beautiful day out here at Fenway for the WEEI Ness and Jimmy Fund Radio Telethon. $3.6 million raised so far, and it continues to rise. I look up there, and it's nice. They're having some of the patients go up and their kids. By the way, how great have the kids been?
Unreal. You got some rock stars here.
Oh, I mean, totally. Like, Central Casting needs to get these kids in movies quick.
Seriously.
But it has been a great day as far as the money raised. Let's keep going. Let's try to set the record, and we are on our way there. So once again, the way you can donate, either go to jimmyfund.org or you can call us. We have a great bank of volunteers right across from us right now answering your calls at 877-738-1234, or you can text any amount. You just text the word K-Cancer to 56512. And a gentleman we had on a couple weeks ago, boy, doesn't it seem like a million years ago when the World Cup was here?
It does.
What an awesome a period of time. I mean, the streets were taken over by Scots, and their tarps off, and they had it was just a fun. It really helped. Between that and the Red Sox run, this has been one hell of a fun city to live in for the past several months. But Charlie Davies, our good buddy, Revs analyst, and also a survivor himself, is joining us here. Good to see you, man. It's awesome.
Great to see you guys.
Yeah, always good to see you. Always good to see you. First of all, how bummed were you that the U.S. got bumped like that?
Yeah, I was bummed. But when I was able to reflect on the whole experience this summer, I was moved.
Yeah.
I mean, these guys, they put their heart and soul into it. No one really was expecting them to do as well as they did, and unfortunately I think they peaked in that first game.
Yeah.
But that first game was able to grab the attention across the country and get behind this team. So I think there are a number of boys and girls in this country that were so moved and inspired by this tournament, and more I'd say in particularly this team that that's kind of the job, is to continue to grow the game and inspire kids around the country.
Well, I became a fan of Norwegian Gronk during the time.
Okay, yeah.
Erling was awesome. Erling, I still don't know, and I know who we talked to yesterday. Oh, yeah, one of the kids who plays soccer. I don't know why they kept him out in the last few minutes of that match. Erling was the best striker on the team, right?
Yeah.
They kept him out? I don't know. I guess I'll never get over that. But Charlie, you have an unbelievable story, because it was right in the middle of when you were playing, you got a diagnosis.
Yes.
And can you tell us a little bit about that?
Yeah. So I was playing. After my car accident in 2009. I was always trying to chase my old self once I recovered from that, and the doctors initially said, I don't know if you'll be able to run again, right? So I'm back on the field. I'm playing for my hometown team, the New England Patriots, and I'm trying to get back on the national team again.
Yeah.
I missed out on that World Cup. So 2016, I felt like this is going to be a big year for me. I was the leading goal scorer for the Revs in 2015. In 2016, I'm like, I'm going to take that next step.
Yeah.
And a week before the season, my wife's water broke. We had twin boys at 25 weeks. And so, next thing you know, I'm like, what does that mean?
Yeah.
Fortunately for us, we're in Boston, the best healthcare system. They're like, everything's going to be fine. She's going to be on bed rest for the rest of her pregnancy.
Yeah.
So I go to Houston, play the first game, I score. I'm feeling good. But then going back and forth to the hospital, it was taking a toll. And then the boys came at 27 weeks and 5 days. So it was a lot. And, the whole unknown, you don't know if they're going to survive. And it was pretty scary in the first couple of weeks. But now you're just in this routine of just going to the hospital and supporting your wife and supporting your kids. And so my body naturally breaks down because I'm not taking care of my body after practice.
Oh, of course.
Ice baths. No, I got to get to the hospital. I'm not eating properly. And
tough to sleep, I'm sure.
100%. I had slept in the hospital a couple of times. I had to sleep with a puffer because it was so cold. It was just. But I pulled my groin in a game about a month later. And so I went to get a scan, and that's when they found the tumor in my opposite leg.
Oh, wow.
So I always think the boys came early to eventually save my life. And
that's how I'd look at it, too, kind of. Yeah. If they didn't come early, then you don't stop doing the small things to keep you healthy. You don't get that groin pull. You don't get that X-ray. You don't get the diagnosis.
It's literally like divine intervention. It's almost that's how I have processed it, because the doctors always told me that I wouldn't have found that tumor until it got to the size of a grapefruit, most likely.
Oh, geez.
And then by that time, it's the prognosis is not so good. So I caught it literally at probably the earliest stage you could catch that tumor.
Oh, so when you go and you find out about that, obviously that is something that you. We heard a lot of the patients going, "Not me. That's not something that would happen to me. This
Right.
happens to other people." But when you get that, like, what was the way that you found yourself into a place where you got the relationship you ended up having with your doctor, and it's so important, like the type of care that you got, because it needs to be so personalized when you get to something that scary,
Yeah, it was panic mode. I thought I had escaped death in that car accident, which I did. The doctor, the priest in the hospital told me, if you saw that car, most people don't survive. And I was taken in a helicopter.
That was 2009?
Yeah, I was taken in a helicopter, and I got to speak to the helicopter pilot after, who ended up coaching his girls' soccer team at the time. So he's like, I knew who you were when we arrived on the scene, and 98% of the people who fly in that helicopter don't survive. So here I am surviving and playing soccer. So I got to go back to the hospital and thank all of the doctors and the pilot.
Yeah.
But, I thought nothing can get worse than that. I was at the top of my life. This was the peak of everything. I had one hand on the World Cup, and here I am now with another rock bottom situation. And I thought because I had escaped death once, that was my get out of free jail card, that now it was going to happen. And I was thinking to myself, I'm not going to be able to be a father and see my kids grow and support my wife, and all those, scary thoughts that enter your mind at first. And so it wasn't until my brother-in-law said, hey, you should go to Dana-Farber. They are the best. They're the absolute best. Have a second opinion. Because I was going to rush to get my surgery done at Mass General.
Yeah.
So initially I take that step, I was so moved to just get the surgery and be done and try and play. And my brother-in-law said, hey, you only get one life.
Yes.
You want to do this right. Well,
yes.
There's no need to rush.
Yep.
So I go to Dana-Farber. I sit down with Dr. Wagner, my doctor there in the sarcoma department, and he made me feel just so confident in their healthcare system and their knowledge and how they're going to deal with it. And I had my full body scan on a Friday. All I could think about was that they caught a piece of a tumor, but it's metastasized, or the main tumor somewhere else in my body. So that's the only thing I was thinking. So I did this full 2-hour scan. I remember all the equipment on me. I was sweating. It was tight, and I was thinking the whole weekend, it's probably all over my body. But in that scan, you have a mirror so you can see the text.
Yeah.
There was about 10 texts that came into the room, and they're all pointing. And I'm thinking to myself, this is probably within the first hour, oh, my God, it's all over my body. Yeah. Look, they're pointing all over.
Yeah.
So I get in the car, and I said, I don't think this is good. And my wife's like, it's going to be okay. And I said, no. There were 10 texts in there. There's no way that they were that's not normal.
Yeah.
So the phone rings. I'm pulling out of the driveway at Dana-Farber. It's my doctor. He's like, hey, Charlie, how you doing? I know it's Friday. I wanted to give you the news before so you don't have to think about it. The scan is all clear.
Oh, jeez.
I said, what? There were 10 texts. They go, oh, they were staring at your groin pull.
Oh.
They were talking about the groin pull, the significant groin pull you had.
Okay.
There's
what
a
do
lesson there.
What do you do after that?
There's a lesson
Did you
there.
just go like, all right, we're taking that vacation we always wanted to take? Like, at that point, it's like you got to felt like you were almost like, in the jaws of a shark, and then somehow you got out. You got free.
I could see that. My brain would have gone to the same thing, but they're all just pointing at Charlie's groin. Look at that.
Look at that. Look at all the blood there, and the muscle tears.
Not the cancer, the groin.
So what did you? This is such a dumb question, but what did you do like right after that? Like when someone tells you that, and you went through such a mood swing, like from being I'm in the worst position ever to oh my God, I can't believe this is it was I'm clean.
I think for the initial moment, it was, I get some time. It's not immediate, because I was still thinking there's a chance of reoccurrence, so you still got to get past the first year and the second year, really. And after the second year, the chances of reoccurrence dramatically drop. But for the moment, I was like, I still have some time on this planet. Mm-hmm. And by the way, we got to go back to the hospital to see the boys anyway. So, you're still in this survival mode.
Yeah.
But, man, what a relief.
Yeah.
What a relief. I was filled with outside of joy, there was a gratitude, but it was more of an appreciation for how thoughtful the doctors were in that situation.
Yeah.
Because it's so easy to say, all right, your scan's Friday. We'll get to you on Monday. We'll give you a call.
Yeah. But for them not wanting you to stress.
I don't want you to stress.
I want you to know that that's something that has happened with my wife. We've gotten that before. Like, she got a call. Matter of fact, she got a call on Thanksgiving Eve when everyone's pretty much leaving, and she had taken a scan and was terrified. It was like, I want you to know immediately. And by the way, her doctor called her from the airport. He was about to go on vacation, but he got the results when he was at the airport and called her to let her know.
Think about that dedication. And Ted, to even bring more context to the situation. So my wife was treated by the Jimmy Fund in 7th grade. She had Hodgkin's lymphoma, stage 4, did the chemo and radiation 6 months, still would go to school, and never wanted to talk about it. It was so scarring for her. And so now I have to call her while I get the news. While I was on my way to practice, the doctor called me and told me that it actually came back as cancerous on the biopsy. That, hey, I know you're at the hospital with the boys, but here's the news. So that was the pain in that whole situation.
I'm sure. There's people out here that want to know the boys when they're came early. How are they now? They're 10 years old, and how are they doing now?
They're thriving.
Good.
10 years old. They're little soccer and lacrosse players. They play for Massachusetts. They play for the club I coach, New England Forest, down in the South Shore, and they are happy-go-lucky boys. We couldn't be more fortunate and blessed.
Your life is a movie. You know that, right?
It really is.
Yeah. I always, I got the opportunity to write this summer, I'd say for 6 months at least, for the New York Times and The Athletic.
Yeah.
So I'm writing all these articles, and I'm like, I never thought in a million years I'd be writing articles. And I'm like, I got to write a book.
Yeah.
But I feel like my life's always changing, and there's curveballs.
It hasn't ended. The story hasn't ended
when
yet.
is the story
It doesn't
done?
have to end. Up to this point, there's enough. Trust me, there's enough, dude. You've lived enough.
I can relate to that, though. I understand how he's thinking there. That is, the story's still going. When do you write a book where the story feels like there's not a natural ending yet?
I know I've told you the same thing. I don't throw that out easy. I don't. But literally, I'm sitting next to two people whose lives could both be books.
Let's write books.
You're still running your race.
Yeah. Still running my race. Let's write our books, though.
Well, Charlie, thank you for coming on and telling that story. I mean, it's I know that is I knew your backstory, but I to be honest, it's like hearing it again is just. It really it does go to show just how sometimes you can go through these things, and I love the way that you put it. Your boys saved your life.
100%, and I have to thank the community because it was a number of little instances of support that allow you to get over it. So right when the diagnosis happened, the first phone call I received was Mr. Kraft. So Robert Kraft called me, then Jonathan Kraft, right, and then. It starts trickling down of who finds out, and then my teammates, the New England Revolution supporters, just sports fans in general in this area, were there for me, and it really makes a difference.
That's awesome. So Robert Kraft, first one to call you.
Yeah,
that's
very
great.
Cool. Yeah.
Can you call him back and tell him to get this Gonzalez contract done?
For sure.
I kind of want a good corner this year. I mean, they did go to the Super Bowl last year. They are a good team. All right, Charlie Davies, great stuff.
Thanks,
you can
buddy.
hear him obviously
Great
doing the
seeing you,
calls for
Thank
the
you.
Revolution, and we love having you on. We got to have you on more often. It is Rich, Ken, and Ted, and you could donate right now. We are at the Jimmy Fund Radio Telethon, 877-738-1234. Also, jimmyfund.org. We'll be back in 2 minutes.
Boston knows a good decision when it's seen.
here's what's in our feed.
And here's what's in our feed right now on WEEI and WEEI.com. The Patriots wrapped up their walkthrough practice earlier today. Christian Gonzalez did not participate in today's practice. That's the 8th consecutive practice mixed for Gonzo. Eagles will travel to Foxborough today for 2 joint practices with the Patriots later this week, ahead of their preseason game on Saturday night. Summer's the easiest season for weight loss, warm weather, lighter meals, and being outside. Your body is primed to succeed, and Awaken 180 has your game plan. Reach your goal this summer with Awaken 180, the official weight loss program of summer. I'm Stiz, and that's what's in the feed on WEEI and WEEI.com.
This is a WEEI special broadcast. It's the 24th annual WEEI Ness and Jimmy Fund Radio Telethon, presented by Arbella Insurance. Here for the Jimmy Fund, here for good.
Now, live from Fenway Park.
It's Rich, Ken, and Ted.
It is 93.7 WEEI, Rich Shirtleap, Ken Laird, Ted Johnson, and we are live from, man, it looks like it is going to be a perfect night for a baseball game.
Yeah.
Maybe another blowout, possibly. That would be nice. Durbin predicted it on our show a couple hours ago.
Yep.
But we shall see. My goodness, it is a wonderful day also to raise money for the Jimmy Fund. We are at the WEEI Ness and Jimmy Fund Radio Telethon, and that number keeps getting bigger on the board over there. We are at $3.7 million, which is absolutely unbelievable. We are on our way. Hopefully we can set the record tonight. Let's see if there's anybody listening. If there's anybody who wants to just who goes by the name Anonymous and wants to throw in
$2 million?
Yeah, nice $2 million to put us over the top, that would be awesome. But you don't have to be a millionaire to do that. $5, whatever it takes. They will obviously be happy to take your donation. You can donate by calling 877-738-1234 or jimmyfund.org, or you can text any amount. Just text the word K-Cancer to 56512. We've obviously had a bunch of athletes on. The Red Sox have been great. But the thing that really is hitting home is people who have been through the experience of being a part of Dana-Farber, being treated by Dana-Farber, hearing their stories. And right now, we have Summer Hofelt with us. Hello, Summer.
Hi.
Thanks for coming in. And Summer, you're here with your father, Robert.
That's right.
Excellent. And your doctor from Dana-Farber, Aaron Perry. Dr. Perry, thank you so much for joining us. Summer, I was reading your story, and first of all, congrats. You are 4 years right now?
Just about in September, yes.
All right,
Wow,
congratulations. That's great.
Thank you.
I read your story, and to be honest, it's one of the scarier ways that I've read that somebody found out that they were sick.
Mm-hmm.
If you don't mind, would you mind kind of telling us what happened there?
Yeah, so I had just started my job in Boston, and I was visiting my grandmother on the Cape one Sunday, and out of nowhere, all of a sudden, I totally collapsed. And I remember I was trying to calm. As the world kind of was getting further away when I was in the middle of passing out, I tried to call my mom, but I couldn't. I was incoherent. I couldn't speak, and then I totally fell down, collapsed, and I kind of came to, and I made myself flat and came to a little bit, and then my grandmother is super smart, and she was like, "We're going to the emergency room."
Yeah.
And I was like, okay. So, because I don't pass out ever. And so went to the emergency room. And prior to this, I had no symptoms of really anything, really some night sweats once. But I didn't think it was serious, or I didn't think it was really anything. And so when I showed up at the emergency room in Falmouth, the doctor sat next to me, and I thought he was going to tell me I was dehydrated that day.
Yeah.
But he said I had a chest X-ray, and there was a massive tumor in and around my heart and thoracic cavity. And they said, we're going to send you to Brigham and Women. I said, do I need to make an appointment? They were like, nope, the ambulance is out back. We're on your way right now.
Wow.
So I went to Brigham and Women, and eventually was after tons of testing and biopsies, I was diagnosed with primary mediastinal B-cell lymphoma, and was moved to the Dana-Farber floor on the Brigham and Women Hospital at Dana-Farber floor. Yeah.
Is that when you met Dr. Perry?
Yes, it is. Yes.
Awesome. And Dr. Perry, we've been talking to the patients and their doctors today, and it's truly amazing how Dana-Farber, when somebody goes there, it's more than just somebody who gets treated and then you're out the door. it's a real relationship. Can you kind of talk about what you've been able to build together for all of these years with Summer?
Yeah, so it's a real privilege to be able to do what we do, get to meet people when they're getting such a, difficult news and be able to give them a lot of hope. And so over the past several years, I've gotten to know Summer well and her family, and it's really been a wonderful relationship. I've enjoyed getting to know her, getting to see her make it through treatment and really thrive, and accomplish so many wonderful things.
And Summer, it's more than just this is your doctor, right?
Much, much more. They're definitely my doctor and all my nurses, my whole entire team over at Dana-Farber. They're like I'm so close with them, and they're the best people ever.
So, Dad, when you see your daughter going through this, it's obviously a tough thing for, I'm sure, any father. But when you see what she has done and how she's treated at a place like Dana-Farber, how do you feel?
Well, I mean, you feel very, very helpless, first of all, but then you have trust and the confidence that the staff and the physicians have. It's pretty obvious, and it makes you it's the thing that makes me trust.
Yeah,
because they speak slowly, they speak intentionally.
Yeah.
And, I'm hanging on to every word for just a little bit of hope. And it's not hope. There's real knowledge and belief there.
Yeah.
It's not like luck.
Yes.
But there is some luck. But nobody's gambling with luck. They're working with what they know.
Dr. Perry, the one thing that I've seen from Dana-Farber is that it's not always plan A that works, but it always seems that you always have a plan B, C, and if there has to be, you can create something that hasn't happened. That just seems to be the type of knowledge that you have collectively between all of the staff there, is that even if it's something you've never seen before, you have enough people there that can figure out some sort of way to treat this. Isn't that correct?
Yeah, I think one of the things we're really lucky is to be in an environment where we're surrounded by experts all the time. We have each other, and we have this amazing community. And what we have to offer patients is getting better and better in terms of not even just what's approved and what is available, but the clinical trials and the new things that are coming. So we have lots of hope for the future, too, in terms that we're going to be able to offer patients better and better things. And that's why this and so many other things that support the Jimmy Fund are so important.
Yeah, Summer, how's your life just changed? I mean, looking back on it and like the perspective on everything you do in life, it's got to be just.
Yeah, I mean, when I was diagnosed, I was 22 years old, and I'm 27 now, and it's given me a completely different outlook on life, and I'm really thankful, and I try to be really intentional and thankful for all the things that I have in my life, and I'm so grateful for my family and my support system, and I really just want to be able to give back to like my doctors and nurses seriously, like in every possible way I can. I was asked to do this. I was like, of course I want to help more. Because they saved my life. It's the literal least I can do.
Yeah, can I ask you, because this is like a thing that when somebody goes through what you went through, and Dad, this is for you too. Like, does it put in perspective the things you used to worry about before this happened and the things you worry about afterwards?
Oh yeah, like I'm like things aren't that serious. Like things are gonna be okay. That's actually like when I was in the emergency room and they told me that I have a tumor in my chest. It was the scariest thing I've ever gotten in my life. But as soon as they told me that, I was like, you know what? I'm gonna be okay. I don't know what's gonna happen, but I'm gonna be okay. And I've found that I'm a super strong person, and my family's even stronger, and I feel like I'm really empowered, honestly.
Well, I've been reading about how just, you were somebody who was very active. I saw kayaking, scuba diving, things like that. But you also afterwards did the Pan Mass Challenge.
Yes.
Right? Okay. So I find this so fascinating when somebody goes through treatment like this, and then they have their first big athletic thing that is faced their way. How much more does that mean to do something like that after you've gone through what you went through?
It's we did it again this year actually, and when we're biking, and it's all about the community, and it's who's pushing you through, and when you're doing it, it's like I can do hard things, we can do hard things.
Yeah.
And so when we're going up that a millionth hill probably, we're like, wow, like we can do it. We've done harder things, and also if you need to take a break from the on the road, it's like we can stop and pause this. You can't stop treatment. So
Right.
guess what? I can take a break if I want to take a break.
But what's that finish line like? Like when you do it for the first time?
We got to go over together, and
Oh, that's cool. So you guys, so you and Dad both together did it. That's got to be great for you too.
Well, it was just nice to stop writing. It really was. I mean, it's a long, long way. I was done. I got over that finish line. 4 seconds later, I'm out of the seat. I'm standing. Shoes are off.
Do you get mad at the people who do the e-bikes? I find that, I know they're raising money and all, but that almost seems unfair.
I'm good with that. I think that's great. I love the purpose of this thing.
that.
This isn't. It's not a competition. It's
Oh,
not
there's
a
part of you.
competition.
It's got to be. My legs they're flaming right now. This is
If it were, I would be losing.
Real quick, Doc, the dollars, like what do they mean for your research, and what have you seen over the last couple of years and like advancements in your field?
Yeah, I think that even just since I became an attending oncologist, the number of new things that we've seen come along is amazing. Things that we couldn't previously were thought to be undruggable are now being able to be drugged. Immunotherapy has advanced in leaps and bounds. And we still have a lot of work to do, figure out which patients benefit from which therapies and continue to innovate so that we have something always to offer everybody.
And that's where this money goes. I mean, we've spoken with the president of Dana-Farber, and we talked obviously about the new building, which is going to be unbelievable. But the research, the access to these trials, things that are made by, the brilliant minds you were talking about at Dana-Farber that you just can't get anywhere else. I've said it 1,000 times during this telethon. I'm going to say it again. If you're going to get sick, Boston is the best place to do it because you've got the Dana-Farber and the Jimmy Fund right down the street. And truly, it's access to – it's more than just the trials and things, too. It's that personal care we've been talking about, the relationship between you two. Yeah. Which is awesome. And it's good to see it here. And Summer, thank you for telling your story.
Yeah, thank you very much.
And by the way, congrats on being healthy. And
thank you.
And Dad, hopefully the legs have, they're not on fire anymore for the Pan Mouse Challenge. But we appreciate it. Thank you so much. And every story like yours helps that board go up even more. We're at $3.7 million. And we will take your calls because we got these great volunteers right across from us who are going to be able to take your donation. 877-738-1234. Also, jimmyfund.org. And you can text K-Cancer to 56512 and donate any amount there. Thank you once again. We truly appreciate it, Summer. And we will be right back.
And the WEEI Ness and Jimmy Fund Radio Telethon.
We're just getting everything else said here. Thank you so much. It is 93.7 WEEI, Rich Shirtleib, Ken Laird, Ted Johnson, and we are live at Fenway for the WEEI Ness and Jimmy Fund Radio Telethon, where since yesterday morning, they have already raised $3.7 million. That is an awesome number. As I said, the New Englanders, they look out for each other, and you can donate as well. If you call us at 877-738-1234. I'm looking at the lovely volunteers we've got ready to take your call. Also, jimmyfund.org is a great place you can donate as well. Also, text to give any amount. K-Cancer is what you text to number 56512. And the best thing about this telethon so far has been hearing so many different types of stories from so many different walks of life. And we've had kids, adults, we have had, people from all over, people who drive in all the way from places like New York to go to Dana-Farber because of just how great they are. But sitting with us right now is Angelo, and is it Chrysolakis? Did I say it? Did I nail it, or am I cheating? It really is Chrysolakis?
That's the first one you got right.
My last name's Shirtleib, so I'm used to having long last names and getting that. And Angelo, thank you so much for joining us. And with you,
Maureen Chrysolakis, my wife.
Maureen, great to meet you. Thank you so much for coming by. We really appreciate it. And your Dr. Omar Nadim, thank you so much for coming here today.
Thank you.
You have a very interesting story. Your journey has been something that, is, once again, we talk about all different walks of life, all different stories. Can you tell us a little bit about your journey and how you ended up with in the hands of Dana-Farber and their care?
Absolutely. Many years ago, was feeling unwell, didn't have any specific ailments that popped out, just general unwellness. But this was in an environment where I was exercising every day. I was doing Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu 4 days a week, in the gym 5 days a week, squatting, 315 pounds, and
You would have loved Ted Johnson. He's a big guy. He loves talking with lifting weights.
Yeah, and it was great. That's been my life for a very long time. But regardless of how well I treated my body in terms of diet and exercise, I still felt just a general sense of unwellness. And make a long story short, going to visit with my doctor, primary care physician, for the first time in 25 years. I explained to him, that I wasn't really feeling well, just, lethargic and aches and pains. And that doctor hooked me up with a rheumatologist, and, fast forward, 2 years of rheumatology appointments, a certain blood test where they test for proteins in your blood came back as positive.
Okay.
And that's when all the bells and whistles and alarms started to go off.
Yeah.
And I was referred to a hematologist at Yale University, Dr. Browning, wonderful person, and met with her. She ran tests, did some horrible tests that are necessary. But anyway, we met, and she said, well, you have something going on. I suggest you get a second opinion, and I'd like to put you in touch with somebody at Dana-Farber for a clinical trial. And fast forward to a meeting with Dr. Nadim, who, under his care, guided me through a very difficult process with a lot of ins and outs and turns and potential, consequences and whatnot. And Dr. Nadim really, took his time. Made sure that all of the questions I had, all the questions that Maureen had, were answered in a very diligent and thorough way. And we embarked upon a clinical trial that is giving me, and I think other people who have embarked upon the similar trial, with an outlook that we wouldn't have previously had.
Yeah.
Prior to the work that Dr. Nadim and Dana-Farber is doing. So we're, my family and all of our friends and and everybody are very grateful for the work that you do.
Dr. Nadim, to hear your someone who came to you as somebody who didn't have the answers. When you meet somebody like Angelo and you realize that we can figure this out together, What is that relationship? You start this relationship that doesn't end with just you treating him. It's more than that, isn't it?
That's absolutely right. And that's the main reason all of us go into the field that choose oncology, is to build those relationships and to be able to guide people through some of these big decisions. People are faced with devastating diseases every day, including, cancer. And Angelo had actually a form of blood cancer in which, it was at kind of the early stages. And we pioneered a study, first of its kind, where we gave immunotherapy to patients at that stage because we hypothesized that that would really maybe take care of this. And, we're so happy with how things turned out for him. But it's just an example of finding the right clinical trial at the right time, depending on, where the circumstances were. But to guide somebody through that, is really why we do all this.
10 years earlier, would he have been able to get that trial?
Not at all. It didn't even exist, the treatment.
Oh, my goodness.
Is it changing all the time, or is it now like a proven product? Or
So that is a proven product now, but to give it at a time where, somebody didn't have full-blown disease. So this was almost like prevention of developing some of the devastating consequences that can occur from this disease called multiple myeloma. But this was the first study where we give it at that stage to hopefully get rid of it forever. Now, we don't know that for sure, but so far so good. And, and he was one of the first people that, participated in these studies, and glad to see that he's benefiting.
Maureen, to see your husband going through that and to get news that, hey, we may have this trial that not many people have access to, but your husband could be. How does that feel to know that you have got hope where maybe it didn't seem so hopeful?
I mean, I'm not sure I have the words, but, cancer has very much affected my family. I lost my brother to pancreatic cancer. So we were told back then that so much was on the forefront of changing in cancer. And to see Angelo have the opportunity to have a completely different outcome because of someone like Dr. Nadim. I don't think I'll wake up any day for the rest of my life without first thanking God for Dr. Nadim and the people at Dana-Farber. And I am 100% serious about that. That is not drama. I mean, it really was a terrifying time. And of course, my mind went right to the worst possible scenario.
Of course.
And then to find that there was hope for this, I mean, that was just, I can't even begin to tell you. Just in a very most special place in my heart, I will always be so grateful to these folks.
Angelo, how does it feel when you've got to have someone beside you this entire time? I mean, it's got to be tough because you know what you're going through, and you also know that your pain is, they're feeling it with you. How does it feel though to have somebody that during those times that you can talk to and you can turn to, like your wife Maureen?
I couldn't imagine life without it, and a cancer diagnosis is something that impacts everybody differently. Me personally, I don't want to say I was embarrassed, but I felt like I was, I would be letting my family down if I didn't fight with every last bit of fight that I had in me. I didn't tell Maureen for, a couple of months after, meeting with after getting the initial test results. Didn't tell our son because, it's something that, like I said, cancer is a horrible thing, and you feel like you're going to be letting people down. But again, luckily, my oncologist in New Haven put me in touch with the wonderful people at Dana-Farber, and the Jimmy Fund is something that allows people. It funds the research. It funds people who might not have insurance like I had. To get these kinds of treatments, to give their loved ones hope that they will grow old together, perhaps. And like I said, so how does it feel? I couldn't imagine life without having Maureen by my side, and I'm very glad that she is by my side.
Well, Dr. Nadim, you hear that, and you see these people donating money, and people who are listening right now are thinking, is my money going to go towards something like this drug, this trial that is essentially helped save his life?
That's the engine. I mean, this is exactly how we, raise the funds to be able to do some of these innovative studies. It would not be possible at all, and our entire structure is based on that, to be able to invest all this money into future therapies to help people like Angelo.
Well, this is, it's a good ending to I'm sure a tough road. But just seeing you two together, and all three of you together, actually, I'm sure there's many times where you feel, you almost feel as close to him as I'm sure you feel to your wife, but that's the great thing about Dana-Farber is that, I do find that it's not like somebody comes in and there's a doctor who has the cookbook on how to treat you and then kicks you out. it's this personalized care. And that's why I think that everyone is willing to come on the show and come onto the telethon and tell their stories because of that very reason.
Right.
And thank you, Angelo, for doing that. And Maureen, I appreciate you coming on as well. And Doctor, thank you so much as well. And let's raise some money. Let's get some more trial of drugs. Let's save some more people. 877-738-1234 is the number to call. Also, jimmyfund.org. And any amount you want to give, you can text K-Cancer to 56512. Let's get that number up. We're at 3.7 million. Let's set a record tonight. What do you say? All right, we'll be right back.